The Christmas Eve Express. The platform was nearly empty when I arrived. I had expected something different, I suppose. Christmas Eve at a train station should feel crowded, I thought, rushed, full of the anxious energy of people trying to reach their destinations before the holiday truly began. But instead, there was only the cold December air, the overhead lights casting pale yellow pools across the concrete, and perhaps 5 or 6 other travelers scattered along the length of the platform, each standing apart from the others, wrapped in their own coats and their own thoughts. I checked my ticket again, even though I had already checked it 3 times in the taxi. Platform 7, the Christmas Eve Express to the northern cities. Departure at 9 in the evening, arrival at 7 the following morning. 10 hours through the winter darkness, cutting across the frozen countryside while the rest of the world gathered around their trees and their fireplaces. I had not planned to spend Christmas Eve this way, but plans change as they do, and I found myself with a ticket in hand and a small overnight bag at my feet, standing on platform 7, watching the lights of the city glitter in the distance beyond the station's steel and glass ceiling. A man in a dark coat stood 50 feet away, reading something on his phone. A young woman sat on a bench farther down, her hands wrapped around a paper cup of what I imagined was coffee or tea. An older couple stood together, speaking in low voices, their words lost in the vastness of the station. We were islands, all of us, separate and silent. And then I heard it, the deep, low sound of the train approaching. Not the shriek of a whistle or the grinding screech of brakes, but something softer. A kind of mechanical breathing, a presence arriving from elsewhere. I turned toward the sound and saw it emerging from the darkness beyond the platform's edge. The train was long, longer than I had imagined. A string of cars painted in deep forest green with gold lettering along the sides that caught the light as it rolled slowly past. The windows glowed from within, warm and golden, each one a small rectangle of light against the night. It moved with a stately, unhurried grace, as though it had all the time in the world, as though the darkness and the cold and the late hour were nothing to it. I watched the locomotive slide past, then the first few cars. Through the windows, I could see the interiors, plush seats in burgundy fabric, polished wood paneling, brass fixtures that gleamed. The train looked like something from another era, something that had survived intact from a time when travel itself was considered an art form. The train slowed and then stopped. The doors opened with a soft hydraulic sigh. I picked up my bag and boarded. The conductor stood just inside the door, an older man with silver hair and a uniform that looked freshly pressed despite the late hour. His face was kind, creased with lines that suggested he smiled often. "Good evening," he said, and his voice was warm. "Welcome aboard the Christmas Eve Express." I handed him my ticket. He studied it for a moment, then nodded. "Cabin 12, he said. "Third car forward, left-hand side. It's all ready for you." He gestured down the corridor. "We'll be departing in just a few moments. Please make yourself comfortable." "Thank you," I said. He smiled again, a knowing sort of smile. "You picked a special night to travel," he said. "Merry Christmas." I moved down the narrow corridor. The carpet beneath my feet was thick and patterned with an intricate design of vines and flowers. The walls were paneled in rich, dark wood. Small brass lamps were mounted at intervals, their light soft and golden. Everything gleamed with care, with attention. This was a train that had been loved. I passed 1 cabin, 2, 3. Through their windows, I could see that most were empty. Only a few showed signs of occupancy, a coat hung on a hook, a book resting on a seat. The train was as quiet inside as the platform had been outside. Almost empty. Almost mine. I found cabin 12 and slid the door open. It was small but perfect. A single seat upholstered in deep green velvet sat beneath the window, which took up most of one wall and offered a view of the platform outside. A reading lamp arched gracefully over the seat, its brass arm polished to a glow. Opposite the seat was a narrow sleeping berth, already made up with crisp white linens and a thick wool blanket folded at the foot. Above it, a small shelf held a few books, classic volumes, their spines worn soft with age. There was a tiny table that folded down from the wall, and on it sat a thermos of hot water, a selection of teas in a wooden box. and a single white mug. Everything I might need, nothing more. I set my bag down and closed the door behind me. The sound of it sliding shut was satisfying, final. I was enclosed now, safe. The world outside could carry on without me for these 10 hours. I had permission to simply be here, in this small, perfect space, as the train carried me north through the winter night. I took off my coat and hung it on the small brass hook by the door. Then I sat down in the green velvet seat and looked out the window. The platform was still mostly empty. The conductor had boarded now. The doors had closed. I heard a whistle, 2 short notes, clear and bright, and then, with barely any sensation of movement at all, the train began to slide forward. We left the station slowly, almost reluctantly. The lights of the platform fell away behind us. The steel and glass ceiling disappeared, and we were out in the open night. The city spread around us for a moment, buildings lit from within, streets lined with Christmas decorations, the distant spires of churches picked out in white lights against the dark sky. And then the city began to fade. We moved through the outskirts, past warehouses and industrial buildings, past neighborhoods where the houses grew smaller and farther apart. I watched it all slide by the window, and I felt something in my chest begin to loosen. The tightness I had been carrying, the small anxiety of travel and timing and expectations, all of it began to ease. The train rocked gently beneath me. The motion was soothing, rhythmic. I had not realized how tired I was until this moment. Sitting here in the warm cabin with the cold night outside and the train carrying me forward into the darkness. I reached for the thermos and poured myself a cup of tea. Chamomile, I thought, though I did not check the label. The steam rose from the mug, and I cupped my hands around it, letting the warmth seep into my palms. Outside, the last of the city lights disappeared, and we entered the countryside. It was full night now. The sky above was deep and clear, scattered with stars. The land around us was covered in snow. I could see it in the moonlight, smooth and unbroken, stretching away on either side of the tracks. The fields were empty, the trees dark shapes against the white. We were moving into the silence now, into the winter, into the space between where I had been and where I was going. And as I sat there, sipping my tea and watching the darkness slide past my window, I realized something. I was not in a hurry to arrive. The cabin was warm, not the sharp, dry heat of forced air, but something gentler, a kind of ambient warmth that seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the floor beneath my feet, from the walls around me, from the reading lamp glowing beside my seat. It was the warmth of something well insulated, something designed to hold the cold at bay without effort or noise. I took another sip of my tea and set the mug down on the small folding table. Then I leaned back in the green velvet seat and simply looked. The cabin was beautiful in the way that small, well-made things are beautiful. Everything had its place. Everything fit. The reading lamp curved just so, at exactly the right height and angle. The table folded down perfectly flush against the wall when not in use. The sleeping berth above was narrow, yes, but long enough, and the linens looked soft and inviting. Even the window seemed perfectly proportioned, large enough to offer a full view of the passing landscape, but not so large as to feel exposed. There was a rhythm to it all, a sense of intention. Someone had designed this space with care, had thought about the person who would sit here on a winter night, tired from travel, seeking comfort and quiet. And now I was that person, and the cabin cradled me the way it was meant to. I reached up and adjusted the reading lamp, angling it away from the window so that its light would not reflect against the glass. I wanted to see outside clearly, without my own face staring back at me. The view was mesmerizing. We were fully in the countryside now, miles beyond the last scattered suburbs. The land on either side of the tracks was wide and open, farm fields, I thought, though I could see no houses, no signs of habitation. Just the snow, white and smooth under the moonlight, and the dark line of trees in the distance marking the edges of the fields. The moon was nearly full. It hung low in the sky ahead of us, bright and clear, and its light transformed everything. The snow looked almost blue in that light, pale blue shading into violet in the places where the shadows fell. Every once in a while, we would pass a fence line, the posts marching away into the distance, each one topped with a small cap of snow. It was a world of contrasts. The gold of my cabin, warm and glowing. The blue-silver of the landscape outside, cold and vast and still. I sat between them, neither here nor there, suspended in this small space that was moving through the night. And beneath it all, constant and unchanging, was the sound of the wheels. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. It was a sound I had heard before, of course. Everyone has heard that sound, the sound of a train moving over tracks. But I had never really listened to it until now. I had always dismissed it as background noise, something to ignore or tune out. But here, in the quiet of the cabin with nothing else to distract me, I heard it fully for the first time. It was rhythmic, perfectly rhythmic, each wheel passing over each joint in the rails, creating a steady, repeating pattern that never varied, never faltered. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack, clickety-clack. On and on and on, mile after mile. But there was more to it than just the wheels. Beneath that higher, sharper sound was a deeper hum. The sound of the train itself, the engine pulling us forward, the vibration of motion traveling back through every car. It was a low, thrumming note that I felt more than heard, something that resonated in my chest and in my bones. And behind that, softer still, was the whisper of air against the windows, the faint creak of the car's frame as it swayed gently on the tracks, the distant hiss of steam or hydraulics or whatever it was that kept this machine alive and moving. All of it together created a kind of symphony, a mechanical lullaby. It surrounded me, enclosed me, became the background against which every other sound and sensation existed. I closed my eyes for a moment and just listened. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack, the low hum beneath, the whisper above. It was soothing. Deeply, profoundly soothing in a way I had not expected. My breathing slowed to match the rhythm. My shoulders, which I had not realized were tense, began to relax. The tightness in my jaw eased. I opened my eyes again and looked out at the passing snow, and I felt something I had not felt in a long time. Peace. Not the peace of having arrived somewhere safe. Not the peace of completion or achievement, or the satisfaction of a task finished. But the peace of simply being in motion. The peace of the journey itself. I was going somewhere, yes. But I was also nowhere. I was between. I was suspended in time and space, held gently by this train, carried forward through the darkness with no effort on my part, no decisions to make. Nothing required of me except to sit here and watch and listen and be. It was a gift, I realized. This night, this train, this small warm cabin with its green velvet seat and its golden light and its perfect window onto the winter world. I settled deeper into the seat, pulling my legs up beneath me, wrapping my hands around the now cooling mug of tea. Outside, the landscape continued to slide past. A farmhouse appeared in the distance, its windows dark, its chimney trailing a thin line of smoke into the night sky. Then it was gone, and there was only snow again, and trees, and the moon hanging bright and steady above it all. The train rocked me gently. The wheels sang their song. And I sat in my warm cabin, surrounded by golden light, watching the cold world pass by, and I felt more at home than I had felt in months. Time moved differently on the train. I could not say how long I had been sitting there, watching the snow and listening to the wheels. It might have been 20 minutes, it might have been an hour. The usual markers of time seemed to have loosened their grip. There was no clock in the cabin that I could see, and I had deliberately left my phone in my bag, tucked away and silenced. I did not want to know what time it was. I did not want the intrusion of messages or notifications, or the small anxieties of the outside world. Here, there was only the rhythm. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack, clickety-clack. It had become almost hypnotic now, that sound. My entire awareness seemed to have narrowed to it, to the steady, unchanging beat of the wheels on the rails. It was like a heartbeat, like breathing, like the tide, something ancient and primal and reassuring in its constancy. I found myself counting the beats without meaning to. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And beneath it, the deeper hum, the low thrumming vibration that rose up through the floor and through the seat and through my body. It was as though the train had a pulse, and I was inside it, part of it, my own rhythm synchronizing with its rhythm. And then, cutting through it all, I heard the whistle. It came from far ahead, from the locomotive at the front of the train. A long, low note that rose and fell, mournful and beautiful, echoing out across the empty fields. It was a sound that spoke of distance and solitude and the vastness of the night. A sound that said, I am here, I am passing through, I am alone in the darkness, and I sing so that you will know. I smiled without realizing I was smiling. There was something wonderful about that whistle, something that touched a place deep inside me that I had forgotten existed. It was lonely, yes, but not in a sad way. It was the loneliness of a thing that is content with itself, that does not need company to feel whole. The whistle faded, and the clickety-clack returned, steady as ever. I shifted in my seat and looked down the length of the corridor outside my cabin door. Through the small window in the door, I could see the narrow hallway, empty and quiet, the brass lamps glowing softly along its length. Every few moments, the train would sway gently on the tracks, and the light would shift, creating shadows that moved and danced along the wood-paneled walls. As I watched, a figure appeared at the far end of the corridor. The conductor. He was walking slowly from cabin to cabin, checking on passengers, making sure everyone was comfortable. I watched him stop at one door, knock gently, exchange a few words with whoever was inside. Then he moved on to the next. Eventually, he reached my door and knocked. 2 soft taps. I slid the door open. "Good evening," he said again, exactly as he had said it when I boarded. His voice was warm and unhurried, as though he had all the time in the world. "Just checking to make sure you have everything you need. Is the cabin comfortable?" "Very comfortable," I said. "Thank you." He nodded, satisfied. "We'll be making a brief stop in about an hour," he said. "Just a water stop, nothing to worry about. You won't need to get off unless you'd like to stretch your legs. After that, straight through to morning." "Thank you," I said again. He smiled. "The dining car is open until 11 if you'd like a late supper. 2 cars forward, just follow the corridor." I had not thought about food, but as soon as he mentioned it, I realized I was hungry. "I might do that," I said. "Take your time," he said. "No rush. We're not going anywhere but forward." He touched the brim of his cap in a small salute and moved on to the next cabin. I watched him go, his figure swaying slightly with the motion of the train, perfectly balanced, perfectly at ease. He had been doing this a long time, I thought. He knew these trains the way a sailor knows the sea. He understood the rhythm, the motion, the particular quality of time that existed here. I closed the door again and stood for a moment, considering. The dining car, a late supper. Why not? I was hungry, yes, but more than that, I was curious. I wanted to see more of this train, to explore it, to understand the full extent of this small world I had entered. I pulled on my sweater. The cabin was warm, but the corridors might be cooler, and stepped out into the hallway. The carpet muffled my footsteps as I walked forward, passing cabin after cabin. Most of them were dark, their curtains drawn. 1 or 2 showed light behind the glass, and I caught brief glimpses of other passengers. A man reading a book, a woman resting with her eyes closed, a child's face pressed against a window. We were all here together, and yet utterly separate, each of us in our own small world, carried together through the night. The corridor swayed gently beneath my feet. I put one hand against the wood-paneled wall to steady myself, and I felt the vibration of the train through my palm. The rhythm was everywhere. It was inescapable. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack, clickety-clack. I passed through one car, then another. The doors between the cars opened with a soft whoosh of air, and for a moment I stood in the small vestibule between them, feeling the cold night air leaking in around the edges. The sound here was louder. The wheels, the rails, the wind. It was almost overwhelming. And then I pushed through the next door, and the warmth and quiet returned. At last, I reached the dining car. I slid the door open and stepped inside, and I stopped. It was beautiful. The dining car was long and narrow, lined on both sides with tables set for 2 or 4. Each table was covered with a crisp white linen cloth and set with real china, real silverware, real glassware that caught the light from the small brass lamps mounted on the walls. In the center of each table was a single white candle in a glass holder, burning steadily despite the motion of the train. The walls were the same rich, dark wood as the rest of the train, polished to a deep glow. The windows were large, offering a full view of the moonlit landscape rushing past outside. At the far end of the car was a small bar area, and behind it, I could see into the galley where the kitchen staff worked. And the dining car was almost empty. There were perhaps 4 other people scattered among the tables, a couple near the middle of the car, dining in companionable silence. A man by himself near the window, reading something while he ate. Another person at the far end, their back to me. That was all. The maitre d' appeared at my elbow so smoothly and silently that I almost jumped. He was a tall, slender man in a crisp white jacket, his hair perfectly combed, his manner exquisitely formal. "Good evening," he said, and his voice had the same warmth as the conductor's, the same unhurried quality. "Will you be dining with us tonight?" "Yes," I said, "just myself." "Of course. Right this way." He led me to a table by the window, midway down the car. He pulled out the chair with a flourish, shook out the napkin and placed it in my lap with a deft gesture, and handed me a menu printed on heavy cardstock. "May I bring you something to drink?" he asked. "Just water, please." "Of course. Take your time with the menu. I'll return shortly." He glided away, and I was alone at my table. I looked around the dining car again, taking it all in. The absurdity of it struck me suddenly, and I had to suppress a smile. Here we were, 5 people in a dining car designed to seat perhaps 50. 5 people scattered among all these perfectly set tables, all this gleaming silver and fine china, all this careful formality. The maitre d' in his white jacket moving between us with the same precision and grace he would have shown if the car had been packed full, the candles burning on every table, even the empty ones. The soft music playing from somewhere. Classical, something by Debussy, I thought, drifting through the nearly empty space. It was absurd. Wonderfully, charmingly absurd. And yet, there was something moving about it too. The care that had gone into this. The refusal to let the emptiness diminish the experience. The dedication to doing it right, to maintaining the tradition and the ceremony, even for just 5 people on a quiet Christmas Eve. I looked down at the menu. It was surprisingly extensive. Appetizers, soups, salads, entrees, desserts. Everything prepared fresh in that small galley kitchen, served with pride despite the tiny audience. The maitre d' returned with my water, poured from a crystal pitcher into a real glass. "Have you decided?" he asked. "The soup to start," I said. "And then the roasted chicken, please." "Excellent choice. And perhaps a side of the roasted vegetables?" "Yes, thank you." He took the menu and disappeared toward the kitchen. I sipped my water and looked out the window. The landscape had changed slightly. We were in more wooded country now, the trees pressing closer to the tracks. Their branches were bare and delicate against the snow, creating intricate patterns that flickered past in the moonlight. Every so often, we would cross a small bridge, and I would catch a glimpse of dark water moving beneath the ice. The soup arrived, brought by a young waiter who moved with the same careful grace as the maitre d'. It was a simple soup, I think, some kind of vegetable broth, but it was hot and flavorful, and I ate it slowly, savoring each spoonful, in no hurry to finish. The couple at the other table were speaking quietly to one another, their voices too low for me to hear the words. The man by the window had set his book aside and was also eating soup, gazing out at the passing night. At the far end of the car, the other person had turned slightly, and I could see now that it was an elderly woman, dining alone, her movements slow and deliberate as she lifted her spoon to her lips. We were all alone together, separate but united by this shared experience, this strange, beautiful Christmas Eve on this nearly empty train. My chicken arrived, perfectly roasted, the skin golden and crisp, served with vegetables that still had their color and their texture. I cut into it, and the steam rose, fragrant and delicious. As I ate, the conductor's voice came over the intercom system. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, and his voice filled the dining car, warm and slightly amplified. "This is your conductor speaking. We are currently traveling through the Willow Creek Valley, and if you look out the windows on the right side of the train, you may catch a glimpse of the old stone bridge that was built in 1892. It's lit up tonight for the holiday. Keep your eyes open." There was a pause, and then he added, almost as an afterthought, "We hope you're enjoying your evening aboard the Christmas Eve Express. Merry Christmas to all." I smiled at the formality of it, the careful announcement made to this near-empty train. It was charming. It was perfect. I looked out the window on the right side, and sure enough, a moment later, I saw the bridge. It was beautiful, illuminated by soft lights that picked out the stones of its arch, spanning a frozen creek far below. And then it was gone, vanished into the darkness behind us. The maitre d' appeared at my table again. "How is everything?" "Perfect," I said, and I meant it. I finished my meal slowly, in no rush at all. There was dessert, a simple vanilla panna cotta with berries, and then coffee, strong and hot. By the time I was done, one of the other diners had left, and the couple had moved to the bar area, where they sat side by side on the tall stools, speaking in low voices over glasses of wine. I paid for my meal. The prices were surprisingly reasonable, another small kindness, and thanked the maitre d' and the waiter. They both nodded graciously, as though I had been one of 100 guests rather than one of 5. Then I made my way back through the train, through the swaying corridors and the quiet darkened cars, back to my cabin. The window in my cabin showed me that the landscape had changed again while I was dining. We were climbing now, moving into higher country. The fields had given way to hills, and the hills were covered in dense forest, the trees crowding close to the tracks. The moon was higher in the sky now, smaller and brighter, and its light filtered down through the bare branches to create shifting patterns on the snow below. I settled back into my green velvet seat and pulled the wool blanket from the sleeping berth, draping it over my legs. The cabin was still perfectly warm, but the blanket added another layer of comfort, of coziness. I sat there for a long time, just watching the trees slide past, listening to the wheels. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. The rhythm was a comfort now, familiar and reassuring. I found that I could predict each beat, could anticipate the slight acceleration or slowing as we climbed or descended. The train was teaching me its language, its patterns. After a while, I heard the conductor's voice again on the intercom. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your conductor speaking." His voice was as warm and unhurried as ever. "We are now entering the Northern Highlands. We'll be traveling through some beautiful country over the next few hours, so if you're still awake, I encourage you to keep your curtains open and enjoy the view. The next scheduled announcement will be at 6 a.m., when we begin our approach to the city. Until then, please don't hesitate to call if you need anything. The call button is just above your seat. Have a peaceful night, everyone. Merry Christmas." I smiled at the intercom speaker mounted near the ceiling. The formality of these announcements to this nearly empty train continued to delight me. I could picture him in the conductor's compartment reading from a script, or perhaps just speaking from decades of habit, addressing the 5 or 6 of us scattered through these cars as though we were a full train of hundreds. But there was affection in his voice, a kind of gentle humor, as though he knew exactly how absurd it was and loved it all the more for that reason. I reached up and adjusted the reading lamp, angling it so that it cast only the faintest glow, enough to see by without creating glare on the window. Then I settled deeper into my seat, pulled the blanket higher, and gave myself over completely to the journey. The hours passed. I watched the landscape change and change again. The hills grew steeper, the valleys deeper. We crossed bridges and trestles, the train slowing slightly as the wheels rumbled over wooden ties. Small streams appeared below us, black water moving between white banks. Once, we passed through a town so small it was barely there, a cluster of houses around a church, all dark except for the colored lights strung along the eaves, reflecting on the snow. The moon traced its arc across the sky. The stars wheeled slowly overhead, and through it all, constant and unchanging, was the sound of the train. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. I felt myself begin to drift. Not quite sleeping, but not quite awake either. A state somewhere in between, peaceful and unfocused. My thoughts wandered without direction. Memories surfaced and dissolved. I thought about other journeys I had taken, other times I had been in motion. I thought about the places I had been and the places I was going. I thought about home and what that word meant, and whether home was always a place or sometimes a feeling, sometimes a moment. And gradually, without my quite realizing it was happening, I understood something. I understood why this night felt so different, why this journey felt like a gift. It was because, for the first time in months, I was not racing towards something or running from something. I was not anxious about arriving or guilty about leaving. I was simply here, in this small cabin, in this moving train, suspended between departure and arrival, held in the space between. This was a liminal space, I thought, a threshold, a place of transition, and there was something sacred about it, something that our normal lives rarely gave us permission to experience. We spend so much of our lives focused on destinations, on getting there, on arriving, on checking off boxes and reaching goals. We think of journeys as necessary inconveniences, as the price we pay to reach the places we really want to be. We are impatient with the in-between. We want to skip ahead, to arrive already arrived. But what if the in-between was where we were supposed to be? What if the journey was the point? Here, on this train, I was nowhere. I had left one place behind, and I had not yet reached the next. I was in transit, in motion, in passage. I was between, and I was at peace. Because here, in this liminal space, I had no responsibilities, no decisions to make, no expectations to meet. The train was carrying me forward, and all I had to do was be here, in this warm cabin, watching the snow and the moonlight, listening to the wheels. I did not have to be anywhere else. I did not have to be anyone else. I could simply be present in this moment, this place, this quiet in-between. It was a kind of freedom I had forgotten existed. I closed my eyes and listened to the rhythm. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. And I felt a gratitude rising in my chest, unexpected and profound. Gratitude for this night, for this train, for the conductor who made his formal announcements to the empty cars, for the maitre d' who served 5 people with the same care he would have shown to 50, for the warm cabin and the green velvet seat and the window that opened onto the winter world. Gratitude for being here, now, in this perfect space between. The train rolled on through the darkness, carrying me forward, and I let it carry me. I let go of everything else and simply allowed myself to be held by this moment, cradled by the motion and the rhythm and the gentle, constant sound of the wheels on the rails. Outside, the moonlight turned the snow into something luminous, something that seemed to glow from within. The trees cast long shadows across the white fields. The world was vast and silent and beautiful, and I was moving through it, warm and safe, wrapped in wool and golden light. I must have dozed at some point, because when I opened my eyes again, the landscape had changed once more. We were descending now, coming down out of the highlands. The trees had thinned, and I could see fields again, wide and open under the stars. In the distance, very faint, I thought I could see the glow of a town or city on the horizon, but we were not close yet. Not nearly close. I checked the small clock I finally noticed on the shelf above the sleeping berth. It was just past midnight. Christmas Day had arrived while I drifted. The world had crossed from one day to the next, and I had been here, suspended, watching snow and moonlight, listening to the wheels. Merry Christmas, I thought to myself. Merry Christmas to this train, and to the few of us riding through the darkness together. The train swayed gently beneath me, and I pulled the blanket closer. My body was relaxed in a way it had not been in months. My mind was quiet. The anxieties that usually circled endlessly, about work, about relationships, about time running out and things left undone, all of them had faded into the background, become distant and unimportant. Here, in this moving space, time worked differently. The past was behind me, falling away with every mile. The future was ahead, waiting but not pressing. And the present, this moment right now, was enough. It was everything. I thought about the lesson in all of this, the understanding that had been growing in me all night, the realization that peace was not always about arriving, about reaching some destination where everything would finally be okay. Sometimes peace was about accepting the journey itself, about finding the courage to be in the in-between, the not yet, the still becoming. Life was full of these liminal spaces, I thought, transitions and thresholds. Times when we were neither here nor there, when we were in the process of changing or moving or becoming something new. And so often we resisted those times. We saw them as uncomfortable, as something to get through as quickly as possible. We wanted certainty. We wanted arrival. But what if we could learn to be comfortable in the uncertainty? What if we could find the peace that existed in the journey itself, in the motion and the rhythm and the slow unfolding of distance? What if home was not always a place, but sometimes a feeling? And what if that feeling could be found here, in this small cabin on a nearly empty train, rolling through the winter darkness on Christmas Eve? I looked out at the moonlit landscape, at the endless snow and the dark trees and the huge, silent sky, and I felt it. I felt home. Not because I had arrived anywhere, but because I was here, now, present and awake and alive in this perfect moment. The train was my home tonight. This small, warm cabin with its green velvet seat and its golden light. The rhythm of the wheels was my heartbeat. The motion of the journey was my breath. I was exactly where I needed to be. The deepest part of the night arrived with a stillness that felt almost sacred. It must have been 2 or 3 in the morning, though I had stopped checking the clock. Time had become irrelevant, marked only by the unchanging rhythm of the wheels and the slow rotation of the moon across the sky. The train had leveled out now, rolling smoothly across what seemed to be a vast, flat plain. The fields on either side stretched away forever, unbroken white under the stars. There were no towns visible, no houses, no lights anywhere except for the moon and the stars and the soft golden glow from the train itself. I had dimmed the reading lamp even further, until it was barely more than a whisper of light, just enough to give shape to the cabin's interior without overwhelming the view outside. The result was that I seemed to be floating in a pool of warm amber, surrounded on all sides by the cold blue silver of the winter night. The contrast was beautiful, hypnotic. I felt like I was in a snow globe, or in some kind of dream, or perhaps in a painting that someone had made of the ideal winter journey. Everything was perfect in its composition. Everything was exactly as it should be. The other passengers on the train were surely asleep by now. I had not heard footsteps in the corridor for hours, had not heard any doors opening or closing. Even the conductor had grown quiet, making no more announcements, letting us all drift through the night in peace. I was alone with the landscape and the rhythm. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack, clickety-clack. The sound was inside me now, I realized. It had become part of my internal landscape, part of the fabric of my awareness. I could not imagine silence anymore. I could not imagine stillness. The motion of the train had become my natural state, and the thought of stopping, of arriving, of stepping off onto solid, unmoving ground, felt strange and almost unwelcome. I did not want this to end. The realization surprised me. I had somewhere to be, after all. A destination. People waiting for me. Plans for Christmas Day. All of that was still ahead, still real, still important. But in this moment, I did not want to arrive. I wanted to stay here, in this warm cabin, watching the snow slide past my window, listening to the wheels, feeling the gentle rock and sway of the train beneath me. I wanted to remain suspended in this in-between place, this liminal space where nothing was required of me except to be present. It was the same feeling I thought that you might get from a long bath on a winter evening, or from lying in bed on a lazy morning with nowhere you had to be, or from sitting by a fire with a good book and a cup of tea while the rain fell outside. That feeling of being perfectly content, perfectly at peace, wanting nothing more than what you had in that exact moment. But it was more than that too. Because this was not stillness. This was motion. This was active, purposeful movement through space and time. The train was taking me somewhere, carrying me forward with every passing second. And yet, paradoxically, I felt more still inside than I had felt in years. Maybe that was the secret, I thought. Maybe true stillness, true peace, was not about stopping. It was about finding the right rhythm, finding the motion that matched your internal state, that harmonized with something deep inside you. For me tonight, that rhythm was the clickety-clack of train wheels on rails. That rhythm was this steady, unhurried forward progress through the darkness. That rhythm was the swaying of this cabin, the soft vibration rising up through the floor, the occasional gentle lurch as we rounded a curve or crossed a bridge. This was my rhythm, and when I moved at this rhythm, I was at peace. I thought about all the times in my life when I had felt restless, anxious, unable to settle. The times when I had moved too fast or too slow, when I had pushed too hard or not hard enough, when I had been out of sync with myself and with the world around me. Maybe what I had been missing was this sense of being carried, this permission to be in transit, to be between, to not have arrived yet, and to be okay with that. We spend so much energy trying to control our journeys, I thought. Trying to speed them up or slow them down, trying to map every step, trying to guarantee our arrival. We are so focused on the destination that we forget to notice the journey itself, to appreciate the landscape we are passing through, to recognize the beauty of the in-between. But tonight, on this train, I had no control. I could not make it go faster or slower. I could not choose the route or change the destination. All I could do was sit here in my warm cabin and let the train carry me, trusting that it knew where it was going, trusting that I would arrive when I was meant to arrive. And that surrender, that letting go, was where the peace came from. Outside my window, something moved. I sat up straighter, pressing closer to the glass. At first I thought I had imagined it, but then I saw it again. Deer. 3 of them, moving through the snow at the edge of the tree line. Their pale bodies were almost luminous in the moonlight, and they moved with a grace that seemed dreamlike, ethereal. The train was moving too fast for me to watch them for long. They appeared, paused, lifted their heads to look at the passing train, and then disappeared into the darkness behind us. The whole encounter lasted perhaps 5 seconds, but it felt like a gift. A small, perfect gift from the night. A reminder that while I was here in my warm cabin, moving through the darkness, the world outside was alive and awake too. Other creatures were making their own journeys, following their own rhythms, moving through their own in-between places. I was not alone, even in my solitude. I was part of something larger, part of this vast, beautiful, mysterious world that continued on through the darkest hours, through winter and snow and silence, full of its own quiet wonders. The train rolled on. The moon continued its slow descent toward the western horizon. The stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, and I sat in my cabin, wrapped in my blanket, watching and listening and feeling, and I thought I had never been more awake in my life. Not awake in the sense of alert or energized, but awake in the sense of present, aware, open to what was happening, to what was unfolding moment by moment. Not thinking about the past or planning for the future, but simply being here, now, in this perfect traveling present. This was what it meant to be alive, I thought. This was the heart of it. Not the big moments, not the arrivals or the achievements or the celebrations, but these quiet hours in between. These spaces where nothing much was happening except the steady, patient forward motion of a journey. These were the moments that made up a life. And if we could learn to appreciate them, to find peace in them, to be present for them, then we would never really be anywhere but home. Because home was not a place. Home was this feeling, this sense of being exactly where you were meant to be, even if where you were meant to be was somewhere in the middle, somewhere between, somewhere still in motion. The train swayed gently beneath me. The wheels sang their endless song. The moonlight painted the snow in shades of blue and silver and violet. And I was home. The first hints of dawn arrived so gradually that I almost did not notice them. The sky had been black for so long, deep and star-filled and unchanging, that I had stopped expecting it to change. But now, looking out my window, I saw that the darkness in the east was not quite as deep as it had been. There was a softening there, a barely perceptible lightening of the sky along the horizon. I had not slept. Not really. I had dozed a little, drifting in and out of that twilight state between waking and dreaming. But I had never fully surrendered to sleep. Some part of me had wanted to stay awake, to not miss any of this, to witness every moment of this journey. And now it was nearly morning. Christmas morning. I straightened in my seat and watched the eastern sky. The change was slow, almost imperceptible from minute to minute. But when I looked away and then looked back, I could see the difference. The black was becoming gray. The gray was becoming lighter. A thin line of pale gold appeared along the horizon, growing brighter, spreading upward. The stars began to fade. The moon, which had been so bright and commanding all night, looked suddenly pale and small, its light overtaken by the approaching sun, and the landscape transformed. In the moonlight, everything had been blue and silver and shadow. But now, as dawn arrived, colors began to return to the world. The snow was no longer blue but white, brilliant white, almost painful to look at, as it caught the first rays of the rising sun. The trees took on depth and definition, their bare branches no longer flat black shapes but complex, intricate structures of brown and gray. And the sky filled with color, gold along the horizon, fading up through orange and pink and lavender into the deep blue of the upper atmosphere. It was a watercolor sky, soft and delicate, beautiful in a way that felt almost fragile, as though it might dissolve at any moment. I pressed my face close to the window, not wanting to miss any of it. This was the gift of having stayed awake all night, this privilege of witnessing the transition, of seeing the night give way to day, of watching the world wake up. The train rolled on through the dawn, and I watched the sun rise. It appeared slowly, a thin arc of brilliant gold at first, almost too bright to look at directly, then more of it, rising and rising until the full circle of the sun sat just above the horizon, transforming everything it touched. The fields around us glowed. The snow seemed to be lit from within, radiating light back at the sky. The shadows of trees stretched long across the white, sharp and defined. Steam rose from the roofs of distant barns, visible for the first time in the growing light. We were in farmland now, I realized, passing through rural country, through a landscape of fields and fence lines, and the occasional cluster of buildings. A truck sat parked near a barn, and as we passed, I saw a farmer climbing out, beginning his morning chores. He did not look up at the train, and I wondered if he even noticed us passing, or if we were just another sound in his morning, familiar and unremarkable. But to me, from inside this warm cabin, he was part of the magic, part of this Christmas morning unfolding all around me. The conductor's voice came over the intercom again, and I smiled at the sound of it, that warm, unhurried voice that I had come to appreciate over the course of the night. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is your conductor speaking. I hope you all had a restful night. We are currently about 40 minutes outside of the city, and we will be arriving at the central station on schedule at 7 a.m. The dining car will be opening shortly for breakfast service, or you are welcome to remain in your cabins until we arrive. On behalf of all of us aboard the Christmas Eve Express, I want to wish you a very Merry Christmas. It has been our pleasure to have you with us on this journey. Thank you for choosing to travel with us tonight. There was a pause, and then he added in a slightly more personal tone, This has been a special run, folks. Quiet and peaceful and just about perfect. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. Safe travels to all of you. I felt a lump form in my throat, unexpected and sudden. There was something in his voice, some warmth and genuine affection that moved me. He had meant it. This had been special to him too. And it struck me then that he must make this run often, perhaps every week or even every night. This was his work, his routine. But he had not let it become routine. He had not let the repetition dull his appreciation for the beauty of it, for the privilege of carrying people safely through the night, of being part of their journeys. He had treated this nearly empty train on Christmas Eve with the same care and attention he would have given to a full train on any other night. He had made his announcements with the same formality, the same warmth. He had checked on his passengers with the same diligence. He had shown up fully for his work, even when there was almost no one there to notice. There was a lesson in that too, I thought. A lesson about showing up, about doing your work with care and attention regardless of whether anyone was watching, regardless of whether you were appreciated or acknowledged. About finding meaning in the work itself, in the doing of it well, rather than in the recognition or reward. The conductor loved this train, that much was clear, and because he loved it, he made it a place where others could find peace and comfort and a kind of magic. I made a mental note to thank him when we arrived, to tell him what this night had meant to me, but I also knew that words would not be quite adequate. How could I explain what had happened inside me over the course of these 10 hours? How could I convey the shift, the opening, the understanding that had grown in me? Maybe I could not. Maybe some experiences were too personal, too internal, to be fully communicated. But I could at least tell him that it had been special, that I had noticed, that I was grateful. Outside, the landscape was fully illuminated now. The sun had cleared the horizon, and its light flooded across the snow, making everything brilliant and clear. I could see for miles in every direction. Fields and farms and small towns, roads cutting through the white, smoke rising from chimneys as people woke to Christmas morning. The world was waking up, and I was arriving. I felt a pang at that thought, a small sadness. I was not ready for this to end. I wanted to stay on this train, to keep moving through the landscape, to remain in this liminal space where I had found such unexpected peace. But of course, that was not possible. Journeys ended. Trains arrived at their destinations. That was the nature of things. The in-between could not last forever. Eventually, you had to step off onto solid ground again, had to resume your regular life, had to return to the world of responsibilities and schedules and all the things that pulled you away from presence. But maybe, and this thought came to me with a kind of quiet certainty, maybe I did not have to lose what I had found here. Maybe I could carry it with me. Maybe the rhythm of the train, the peace of the journey, the understanding of the in-between, maybe all of that could come with me when I stepped off this train and back into my life. Maybe I could remember, in the busy days ahead, that peace was not always about arriving. That sometimes the most important thing was simply to be present in whatever space I found myself, to find the rhythm that matched my internal state, to trust the journey even when I could not see the destination. Maybe I could learn to be more comfortable with the in-between places in my life, the transitions and the uncertainties and the times when I did not know exactly where I was going or what would happen next. Maybe I could learn to see those times not as problems to be solved, but as their own kind of gift, their own kind of home. The train began to slow. I could feel it in the rhythm of the wheels, in the way the clickety-clack stretched out slightly, the beats coming a fraction slower. We were entering the outskirts of the city now. Buildings appeared alongside the tracks, warehouses and industrial structures at first, then neighborhoods, houses with Christmas lights still glowing in the morning light. I stood and folded the blanket carefully, placing it back at the foot of the sleeping berth. I had not used the berth itself. I had spent the entire night in the green velvet seat, watching the world go by, listening to the wheels. But the blanket had been a comfort, and I arranged it neatly now, a small gesture of care for the next person who would occupy this cabin. I gathered my few belongings, pulled on my coat. The cabin suddenly felt smaller, or perhaps I felt larger, more solid, as I prepared to step back into the world. The train slowed further. We were in the heart of the city now, moving through the urban landscape at a crawl. I could see cars on the streets, people walking on the sidewalks, the ordinary life of a city on Christmas morning. Stores were closed, their windows dark, but here and there a coffee shop was open, its lights warm and inviting. And then I saw the station ahead, a grand old building of stone and glass, its platforms stretching out beneath a high arched roof. The Christmas Eve express rolled slowly, carefully into the station, the wheels changing their tune as we moved from main line to the switching yard. clickety-clack giving way to a different rhythm, slower and more deliberate. We glided alongside a platform. A few people stood waiting, wrapped in coats, their breath visible in the cold morning air. They looked expectant, eager, ready to greet whoever was arriving on this train. The train came to a stop. After 10 hours of constant motion, the sudden stillness felt strange, almost unsettling. My body still expected the sway and rock of the journey. I took a deep breath and picked up my bag. The corridor outside my cabin was no longer empty. The other passengers were emerging now, gathering their belongings, preparing to disembark. I saw the elderly woman from the dining car, moving slowly but steadily, a small suitcase in her hand. The couple I had seen together, smiling and speaking quietly to one another. The man who had been reading. We exchanged nods, small acknowledgments of our shared journey, but no words. We were still, in some sense, holding the quiet of the night, not quite ready to break the spell. I made my way toward the exit. The conductor stood there, just as he had stood there when I boarded, helping passengers down onto the platform. When I reached him, I paused. "Thank you," I said, "for everything." I stopped, not sure how to finish the sentence. This was what? Life-changing? Magical? A gift? He seemed to understand without my needing to explain. His eyes were kind, knowing. "You're very welcome," he said. "It was our pleasure to have you aboard. Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas," I said. I stepped down onto the platform. The ground felt solid and unmoving beneath my feet, strange after so many hours of motion. The cold morning air hit my face crisp and clean. I stood there for a moment, my bag at my feet, and I looked back at the train. The Midnight Librarian, a magical Christmas sleep story about the gift of books. The brass key turned in the lock with a soft click that echoed through the empty entrance hall of the Millbrook Public Library. Outside, the first snow of Christmas Eve was beginning to fall, each flake catching the amber glow of the streetlights and transforming the small town into something from a storybook. Inside, Ms. Albright stood for a moment in the doorway, breathing in the familiar scent that had greeted her every working day for the past 32 years. Old paper bookbinding glue, the faint vanilla notes of aging pages, and beneath it all the clean smell of the floor polish that Henry the custodian applied every Thursday evening. She was 71 years old, though she'd stopped mentioning it after 70, not out of vanity, but simply because the number seemed less important than the feel of her life, which remained purposeful and full. Her silver hair, always pinned back in a simple bun, had started the day neat, but now showed signs of the gentle chaos that came from a busy Christmas Eve, the last shopping day before the holiday, when people rushed in looking for gift ideas, recipe books, or simply a warm place to spend an hour. The library felt different at night. During the day, it hummed with quiet energy, the rustle of turned pages, the soft footfalls on carpet, the occasional cough or whispered question at the reference desk. But now, in the stillness after closing, it seemed to exhale. The building itself was over 100 years old, a Carnegie library built in 1923, with high ceilings, tall windows, and dark wood shelves that stretched up toward ornate plaster moldings. Ms. Albright walked through the main reading room, her sensible shoes making almost no sound on the worn carpet. She moved with practiced efficiency, checking each reading table for forgotten items. A bookmark here, reading glasses there. Once, memorably, a half-eaten sandwich that had given them all a fright when it began to smell. Tonight she found only a child's mitten, red with white snowflakes, which she placed in the lost and found box behind the circulation desk. The desk itself was her domain, a solid oak structure that had witnessed decades of transactions, questions, and the quiet exchange of stories between librarian and patron. Ms. Albright had worked at this desk for so long that she knew its every drawer, every secret compartment where previous librarians had stashed notes and bookmarks. She knew which drawer stuck in humid weather and which needed a firm tug even on the driest days. She knew the arrangement of the rubber stamps, date due, returned on hold, as intimately as a pianist knows their keys. But tonight, after she'd completed her usual closing duties, after she'd straightened the chairs, and turned off all but the green-shaded desk lamp that cast a warm pool of light over her work surface. Ms. Albright reached into the bottom drawer on the left and pulled out a leather-bound notebook that looked as old as the library itself. This was her most private record, one she kept separate from the official circulation system. This was where she tracked something that no computer database could capture: the true reading life of her patrons. For 32 years, Ms. Albright had been more than a librarian. She had been a quiet observer, a keeper of secrets, a student of human nature expressed through choice of reading material. She knew that Mr. Gable, the high school history teacher, checked out weighty biographies and political histories. But she also knew, because she'd helped him find them, discreetly shelved them when he returned them face down, and never once mentioned it, that he adored sweeping historical romances. The more bodices, the better. She knew that young Marcus Lynn, who worked the night shift at the gas station on Route 9, borrowed graphic novels and science fiction, but lingered longest in front of the poetry shelves when he thought no one was watching. She knew that Mrs. Chen, who had lost her husband last spring, no longer checked out the cookbooks for two. She used to borrow religiously, but instead took home memoirs about loss, then comfort reads, then nothing at all for the past 2 months. She knew that Eleanor Hartwell, 93 and fierce as ever, secretly loved mysteries, but claimed loudly that she only read important literature, because that's what her late husband had always said she should prefer. This knowledge wasn't gathered through any invasion of privacy, but simply through decades of paying attention, of caring about the people who walked through her doors. And every Christmas Eve for the past 12 years, since the winter after her own husband had died, and she'd found herself alone in a house that suddenly felt too large and too quiet, Ms. Albright had performed a ritual that no one knew about. She selected a book for a handful of patrons, always people she sensed might be alone or struggling during the holiday, always anonymously, and left it on their doorstep, wrapped in simple brown paper with no note, no explanation, just a perfect story arriving at the perfect time. The tradition had started almost by accident. That first year of widowhood, she'd found herself here in the library on Christmas Eve, not wanting to go home to the silence, and she'd noticed old Mrs. Patterson's name in the system. The woman hadn't checked out a book in 2 months, which was unusual for someone who'd been a weekly visitor for years. On impulse, Ms. Albright had wrapped up a beautiful edition of The Secret Garden, remembered Mrs. Patterson's address from years of writing late notices, back before everything went digital, and left it on her porch on the walk home. She'd never told anyone, never took credit. But 2 weeks later, Mrs. Patterson had come into the library with bright eyes and asked if they had anything else by Frances Hodgson Burnett, mentioning that someone had given her the most wonderful gift. And wasn't it funny how a book could make you feel less alone? That was all Ms. Albright needed to hear. Now, 12 years later, she opened her notebook and studied the names she'd been considering. This year, she'd selected 4 people, 4 souls who she thought might need the particular magic that the right book at the right time could provide. She already knew exactly which books to choose. The selection process had happened gradually over the past few weeks, through small observations and gentle intuitions. Now came the meditative work of gathering them, wrapping them, and making her annual pilgrimage through the snowy streets of Millbrook. Ms. Albright stood and made her way through the darkened stacks, her fingers trailing along the spines of books, with the tender familiarity of someone greeting old friends. The library felt alive at night in a different way, not with the energy of readers, but with the quiet presence of all these stories waiting, patient and ready, for the right person to need them. She knew exactly where to find each book. The first was for Mr. Gable, Harold Gable, 47 years old, divorced for 5 years, living alone in the apartment above the hardware store. She'd noticed him looking particularly tired lately, the kind of weariness that comes not from physical exhaustion but from a life that feels smaller than it should be. She pulled out a hardcover copy of The Thornbirds by Colleen McCullough, a book she knew he'd never dare to check out himself, but would be completely unable to put down once he started. She could already imagine his face, first surprise, then that guilty pleasure of surrendering to a story he wasn't supposed to enjoy, and finally, she hoped, the simple happiness of being swept away. She smiled to herself as she held the book. Just last week, Mr. Gable had been in, ostensibly looking for a new biography of Churchill, but she'd caught him, oh so briefly, running his finger along the spine of a Georgette Heyer novel before quickly moving on when he noticed her approaching. "Mr. Gable," she'd said, keeping her voice carefully neutral, "I've always found that the best history comes wrapped in story. Sometimes the truest things are found in fiction." He'd looked at her with such a mixture of gratitude and embarrassment that she'd had to turn away to hide her smile. The second book was for Mrs. Chen, Janet Chen, 64 years old, retired schoolteacher, widow since March. This one required more thought. Mrs. Chen was in that terrible phase of grief where the holidays magnify everything, where every tradition becomes a reminder of absence. Ms. Albright remembered that feeling with perfect clarity. That first Christmas without Ben, when she'd nearly canceled the holiday entirely, when every carol felt like an accusation and every twinkle light seemed to mock her loneliness. For Mrs. Chen, she selected 84 Charing Cross Road by Helene Hanff, a slim volume, a collection of letters between a New York writer and a London bookseller, full of warmth and wit and the kind of friendship that proves you don't need to be in the same room, or even the same continent, to matter deeply to someone. It was a book about connection across distance, about how words and stories could build bridges. It was also short enough that Mrs. Chen might actually read it, even in her current state, and gentle enough that it wouldn't overwhelm her. The third book was for Marcus Lynn, 26 years old, working nights, living in one of the small studio apartments near the old mill. Ms. Albright had watched Marcus transform over the past 2 years from a bright-eyed college graduate who returned home after his degree to help his aging parents to someone who seemed to be slowly disappearing into his routine. She'd noticed how he never mentioned friends, how he always came to the library alone, how his eyes held that particular emptiness that comes from too much solitude and not enough hope. For Marcus, she chose The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho. Perhaps an obvious choice, but obvious for a reason. It was a book about journey and purpose, about the idea that the treasure you seek might be closer than you think, but you still have to make the journey to find it. More than that, it was a book that might remind him that 26 was not too late, that life was not yet decided, that he could still choose adventure. The fourth and final book was for Eleanor Hartwell, her oldest and most stubborn patron. Eleanor, who claimed to have no patience for frivolous mysteries, while secretly devouring them faster than Ms. Albright could stock them. Eleanor, who lived alone in the big Victorian house on Maple Street, and who, Ms. Albright suspected, sometimes went days without speaking to another soul. For Eleanor, she selected The Thursday Murder Club by Richard Osman, a mystery, yes, but more importantly, a story about friendship, about community, about older people who refused to be invisible or irrelevant. It had humor and heart, and would, she hoped, remind Eleanor that life at 93 was still full of possibility. With all 4 books gathered, Ms. Albright returned to her desk and pulled out her supplies from the bottom drawer. She had brown craft paper, the kind that felt substantial and honest in your hands. None of that slippery modern wrapping paper that seemed designed to tear at the first touch. She had simple twine, natural and unbleached. She had scissors that she kept sharp and well-oiled. And she had stamps. Oh, she had such a collection of stamps accumulated over decades, each one a small piece of art. Tonight, she would use her favorites: a cardinal for Mr. Gable, a teacup for Mrs. Chen, a compass rose for Marcus, and a key for Eleanor. The wrapping was a meditation. Ms. Albright took her time with each book, measuring the paper carefully, creasing the folds with the edge of her thumb, securing everything with precise knots that would hold but be easy enough to untie. She wasn't trying to create anything fancy, no bows or ribbons or elaborate decorations. These packages were meant to look simple, almost plain, the kind of wrapping that drew attention to what was inside rather than to the packaging itself. As she worked, the snow continued to fall outside the tall windows, and the library settled deeper into its nighttime silence. The radiator ticked and hummed in the corner. The old building creaked as it contracted in the cold. These were the sounds of home to Ms. Albright, more familiar than the house she returned to each night. She hummed softly as she worked, an old carol her mother used to sing, and let her mind wander through memories and hopes in equal measure. When all 4 packages were ready, sitting in a neat row on her desk, she stood back and regarded them with satisfaction. They looked perfect, humble but carefully done, the kind of gift that spoke of thought and attention. She picked up each one in turn and wrote the recipient's name on the brown paper in her careful handwriting, using a fountain pen with black ink that wouldn't smudge. No return address, no indication of the sender, just the name written clear and bold. Harold Gable, Janet Chen, Marcus Lynn, Eleanor Hartwell. Ms. Albright tucked the 4 packages into her canvas library bag, the sturdy one she'd been using for years, with Millbrook Public Library stenciled on the side in fading blue letters. She put on her heavy winter coat, the practical wool one that had seen her through a dozen winters, wrapped her scarf twice around her neck, and pulled on her gloves. From the coat closet near her office, she retrieved her boots, sensible, waterproof, with good treads for winter walking. As she prepared to leave, she took one last look around the library. The Christmas tree by the children's section was lit up with its simple white lights, casting gentle shadows on the picture book displays. The building would be closed tomorrow and the day after, Christmas and the day after Christmas, giving everyone 2 days of rest. But it would reopen on the 27th and people would return, and the rhythm of lending and returning, of questions and answers, of stories going out into the world and coming back again, would resume. But tonight was for a different kind of circulation. Tonight was for taking stories directly to the people who needed them, for making connections that had nothing to do with due dates or library cards or official transactions. Tonight was for the magic that happened when the right book found the right person at exactly the right moment. Ms. Albright switched off the desk lamp, locked the inner door, and stepped out into the snowy evening. The cold air hit her face like a blessing, clean and sharp and alive. The streetlights created cones of golden light filled with swirling snowflakes. The storefronts along Main Street were mostly dark now, but their holiday decorations glowed in windows. A mechanical Santa here, a menorah there, strings of colored lights everywhere. It was a scene that would look exactly the same in 100 other small towns across the country, and that sameness made it precious rather than ordinary. Her first stop would be the apartment above the hardware store, where Mr. Gable would likely be sitting in his armchair, pretending he didn't mind spending Christmas Eve alone, possibly with a History Channel documentary playing in the background. Ms. Albright began walking, her breath forming small clouds in the frigid air, her boots crunching in the fresh snow, a quiet smile on her face. She felt a bit like a secret agent on a mission, which made her chuckle softly to herself. Here she was, 71 years old, a librarian for heaven's sake, creeping through town on Christmas Eve to leave anonymous gifts like some kind of literary Santa Claus. If anyone saw her, they'd probably just wave and think nothing of it. Ms. Albright from the library, taking her evening walk as she often did. But she liked the private thrill of it anyway, the sense that she was engaged in a small, sweet conspiracy. The hardware store was 2 blocks down Main Street. The street was empty now, everyone safe inside their homes, preparing for tomorrow's celebrations. Only the snow moved, and Ms. Albright, and somewhere in the distance, the lonely sound of a train whistle. As she walked, she thought about Mr. Gable and hoped he wouldn't be too proud to accept the gift, even anonymously. Some people found it hard to receive, especially men of his generation who'd been taught that accepting help was a kind of weakness. But a book wasn't help, was it? A book was just possibility, a doorway, an invitation. The apartment entrance was around the side of the building, up a narrow staircase that she'd climbed countless times in her mind but never in person. Tonight, however, she had perfect intelligence. She'd heard Mr. Gable mention to another patron that he lived in apartment 2 right above the shop. She climbed the stairs carefully, testing each one for ice before trusting her weight to it. At the top, there were 2 doors, clearly labeled. Number 2 was on the left. Ms. Albright looked at the door for a long moment. A small wreath hung on it, slightly crooked, the kind you buy at the grocery store because you feel like you should have something but can't quite work up the enthusiasm for proper decoration. Behind that door, she imagined Mr. Gable in his usual cardigan, the one with leather patches on the elbows, maybe reading or maybe just staring at the television without really seeing it, the way lonely people often did. She knelt down, her knees protesting slightly, a reminder that 71 wasn't 21, and placed the package carefully against the door. She arranged it just so, with the name facing up, where he couldn't miss it when he came out in the morning. Or tonight, if he happened to take out the trash or check if anything had been left for him. She ran one gloved finger over his name, a gentle benediction, and then stood up, much more carefully than she'd knelt down. "Merry Christmas, Mr. Gable," she whispered to the closed door. "I hope you fall in love with the Cleary family and the Australian outback. I hope you give yourself permission to feel everything, and I hope you know that someone sees you, even when you think you're invisible." She descended the stairs with the same caution she'd used going up, and then she was back on the sidewalk, 3 packages still in her bag, and the snow falling steadier now, beginning to accumulate in earnest. Her second stop was 6 blocks away, into the residential section where the houses sat back from the street behind snow-covered lawns. Mrs. Chen's house was a small ranch with white siding and black shutters, the kind of modest home that working people saved for all their lives. As Ms. Albright walked, she thought about loneliness and how it came in so many different forms. Mr. Gable was lonely in his singleness, in the way he'd organized his life around routines and duties, and had somehow forgotten to include joy. But Mrs. Chen's loneliness was different. It was the loneliness of absence, of a space that used to be filled and was now achingly empty. Ms. Albright knew that loneliness well. She knew how it could hollow you out if you let it, how the silence of a house that used to hold 2 people could become almost unbearable. When Ben had died, a heart attack, sudden and cruel, taking him in the garden on a Tuesday morning while he was deadheading the roses, Ms. Albright had thought she might die too. Not from grief itself, but from the sheer weight of all that silence. The house had felt like a mausoleum. Every object was a memory. Every room echoed with absence. It was the library that had saved her the daily ritual of coming to work, of helping other people find what they needed, of being surrounded by stories that reminded her that life, even in its saddest chapters, was still worth reading to the end. Mrs. Chen's house was dark, except for a single light in what Ms. Albright guessed was the living room. The front porch was neatly swept. Mrs. Chen was nothing if not tidy, and a small potted evergreen sat next to the door, decorated with a single strand of white lights that blinked in a slow, melancholy rhythm. Ms. Albright climbed the 3 steps to the porch, her boots leaving prints in the thin layer of snow that had already accumulated. She placed Mrs. Chen's package carefully on the welcome mat, directly in front of the door where it couldn't be missed. This one, she thought, was the most important of the night. Mr. Gable would be delighted by his book. Marcus would be intrigued. Eleanor would be secretly pleased. But Mrs. Chen needed this book in a different way. She needed to be reminded that connection was still possible, that warmth could still exist, that even in the depths of winter and grief, there were still small lights to be found. "Merry Christmas, Janet," Ms. Albright said softly, using the first name that she only ever spoke here, in private. "I hope these letters make you smile. I hope you feel less alone. And I hope you know that grief is not the end of the story. It's just a very long, very hard chapter." The third stop was the modern apartment complex near the old textile mill, a place that housed mostly young people and recent graduates who'd returned home but weren't quite home yet. Marcus Lynn lived in Building C, apartment 12, on the 1st floor. Ms. Albright knew this because she'd once helped him request an interlibrary loan and had needed his full address for the forms. She'd filed it away in her mind, along with 1,000 other small details about the people who made up her community. The apartment complex was not charming like the Victorian houses that lined the historic streets. It was strictly functional. Vinyl siding, small windows, a parking lot instead of a yard. But it was affordable, which mattered. And it was close to the gas station where Marcus worked, which also mattered. Ms. Albright walked through the complex's open breezeway, following the numbered signs, until she found Building C. Apartment 12 was at the end of the row, its small patio enclosed by a cheap wooden fence. Through the window, curtains not quite closed, Ms. Albright could see the blue flicker of a television screen and, just barely, a figure slumped on a couch. Marcus, almost certainly, passing another Christmas Eve alone. She felt a pang of maternal concern for this young man who should be out with friends, who should be laughing and making memories, but who instead was here isolated not by circumstance, but by the slow erosion of hope. She'd seen it happen to young people before. They graduated full of dreams and ambitions, and then life proved harder than expected. Jobs were scarce or unfulfilling. Friendships drifted. The confidence they'd had at 22 evaporated by 26. They began to believe that their current circumstances were permanent, that this was simply how life was and would always be. It broke her heart. Ms. Albright approached the front door, a flimsy thing that wouldn't stop a determined burglar, and knelt to place Marcus's package on the doormat. This one she'd wrapped with special care, and she'd chosen the compass rose stamp deliberately. "Follow your star, young man," she thought as she arranged the package. "The journey isn't over. In fact, it's barely begun. You're still at the starting point, even though it feels like you've already failed. But failure is never final at 26, or at 71 for that matter. There's always time for one more beginning." She stood up and was about to turn away when the door suddenly opened. Ms. Albright froze. Marcus Lynn stood in the doorway, barefoot despite the cold, wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt for a band she'd never heard of. He looked at her, then down at the package at his feet, then back up at her. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. "Ms. Albright," he said finally, his voice a mixture of surprise and confusion. "From the library?" "Hello, Marcus," she said, abandoning all pretense. There was no point in lying, not with him standing right there looking at her. "I was just delivering something." He picked up the package and turned it over in his hands, reading his name. "This is for me? From you?" "From someone who thinks you might enjoy that particular book," she said carefully. "Consider it an early Christmas present." "But why?" He looked genuinely bewildered, as if the concept of someone doing something nice for him without expecting anything in return was completely foreign. Ms. Albright smiled at him, the same warm, grandmotherly smile she'd given thousands of patrons over the years. "Because stories matter, Marcus. Because the right book at the right time can change everything. And because I thought you might be ready for a journey." He looked down at the package again, and when he looked back up, there were tears in his eyes. I mean, you didn't have to." "I know I didn't have to," she said gently. "That's why it's a gift. Merry Christmas, Marcus. Read it in good health." She turned and walked away before he could say anything else, before the moment could become awkward or require more explanation than she wanted to give. She heard him call out, "Thank you," behind her, his voice cracking slightly, and she raised one hand in acknowledgement without turning around. Well, she thought as she made her way back toward Main Street, that wasn't exactly according to plan. But maybe it was better this way. Maybe Marcus needed to know that someone had thought of him specifically, had chosen something just for him. Maybe the anonymity was less important than the act itself. Her final stop was Eleanor Hartwell's house on Maple Street, the grandest address of the evening. The house was a 3-story Victorian painted in historically accurate colors, sage green with cream trim and burgundy accents. Eleanor had lived there for 70 years, first with her parents, then with her husband, and now alone. She was the last of the original Hartwell family, and she guarded the house with fierce pride, keeping it immaculate despite her age and limited means. Ms. Albright had always admired Eleanor, even when she was being difficult, which was often. There was something magnificent about her refusal to diminish herself, her insistence on maintaining standards even when the world around her had moved on. Eleanor wore hats to church. Eleanor wrote thank you notes by hand. Eleanor refused to use the self-checkout machine at the grocery store because it was undignified. Eleanor was, in short, a character, and Ms. Albright had always had a soft spot for characters. The house was lit up for Christmas in a restrained but elegant way. White lights along the roofline, a wreath on the door made of real pine boughs, candles in every window. Ms. Albright climbed the front steps, noting that they'd been swept clean of snow and probably salted. Eleanor wouldn't allow anyone to slip on her property. The porch was deep and welcoming, with a swing that Eleanor claimed to sit on every evening in summer, though Ms. Albright suspected she sat there less often than she let on. She placed Eleanor's package against the front door. positioning it carefully so the snow wouldn't reach it. Then she stepped back and looked at the house, imagining Eleanor inside, probably in her favorite chair by the fireplace, reading with her usual intensity, completely absorbed in whatever world she'd temporarily inhabited. Did Eleanor feel lonely in this big house? Ms. Albright suspected she did, though she'd never admit it. Eleanor had been raised in an era when admitting vulnerability was considered a character flaw. "Merry Christmas, Eleanor," Ms. Albright said to the house. "I hope you enjoy your mystery, and I hope someday you allow yourself to need people the way they need you. We'd all be richer for it." With her bag now empty and her mission complete, Ms. Albright turned toward home. The walk back would take her past the library again, past the darkened storefronts and the church with its lit nativity scene, past the small park where children would sled tomorrow if the snow kept up. Her own house was on Elm Street, a 10-minute walk from the library, a small Cape Cod that she and Ben had bought when they were young and hopeful. As she walked, she thought about the 4 people who would wake up tomorrow morning to unexpected gifts. She thought about the moment of discovery, the surprise, the curiosity, the carefully untied string and unfolded paper. She thought about first pages being read, the tentative engagement with a new story, and then, if she'd chosen well, the gradual deepening of involvement until the reader was lost in the book's world. This, she thought, was what she loved most about being a librarian. Not the organization of information, though that had its satisfactions. Not the professional prestige, though it was nice to be respected in the community. But this, the matching of reader to book, the alchemy that happened when the right story found the right person. That was the real magic. The snow was falling heavily now, transforming the familiar streets into something from a Christmas card. Ms. Albright's tracks were the only ones on the sidewalk, a trail of small footprints that would be covered within the hour. She felt peaceful in a way she hadn't felt in days, maybe weeks. The season always made her melancholy. There were so many memories attached to Christmas, so many traditions that had died with Ben. But tonight, walking through the snow with her empty bag and her full heart, she felt something close to contentment. Her house appeared ahead, its porch light casting a welcoming glow. She left it on this morning, a small act of hope that there would be light waiting when she returned. Inside, she knew it would be quiet. There would be no one to greet her, no one to ask about her day. But there would be her own books, her familiar chair, a cup of tea, and the satisfaction of work well done. Sometimes that was enough. Ms. Albright climbed her front steps, unlocked her door, and stepped into the warmth. She hung up her coat, put away her boots, and carried her empty library bag to the closet. Tomorrow she would spend Christmas quietly, a small meal, a phone call to her sister in California, perhaps a movie or two. It would be peaceful, if not joyful, but she'd made peace with peaceful years ago. Before bed, she made herself a cup of chamomile tea and sat in Ben's old armchair, the one that still smelled faintly of his aftershave even after all these years. She thought about her 4 chosen patrons and wondered if any of them were reading their books right now. Marcus might be. She'd caught him off guard, and sometimes that was when people were most open to gifts. The others would probably wait until morning. She hoped Mr. Gable would let himself enjoy the romance without guilt. She hoped Mrs. Chen would find comfort in those letters from London. She hoped Marcus would see the message she'd intended, that his journey was far from over. And she hoped Eleanor would recognize herself in those elderly detectives and their refusal to be sidelined by age. But even if none of that happened, even if the books sat unread or were read without making any particular impact, Ms. Albright was glad she'd done it. The act itself mattered, the thought, the care, the reaching out across the distance that separated person from person. In a world that often felt fragmented and cold, these small gestures of connection were important. They said, "I see you, I thought of you, you matter." Ms. Albright finished her tea, washed the cup, and prepared for bed. As she turned out the lights throughout the small house, she paused at the window in her bedroom and looked out at the snow still falling at the street, now blanketed in white, at the Christmas lights glowing in windows up and down the block. Somewhere out there, 4 wrapped packages waited to be discovered. Somewhere out there, 4 people would wake tomorrow to the gift of a story chosen specifically for them. It was a small magic, but it was hers, and tonight, that felt like enough. Christmas morning arrived clear and bright, the storm having passed in the night, leaving Millbrook transformed. The snow had settled several inches deep, smoothing out all the rough edges, making everything look clean and possible. In 4 different locations across town, 4 people opened their doors to find unexpected packages. Mr. Gable discovered his gift when he came out to get the newspaper, which he still subscribed to despite everyone telling him it was old-fashioned. He nearly stepped on the brown paper package and would have if he hadn't noticed his name written in elegant script across the top. He picked it up, looked around the empty hallway as if expecting to see someone hiding in the corners, and then brought it inside. He made himself coffee before he opened it, trying to convince himself it didn't matter what was inside, that it was probably just a mistake. But his name was right there, clear as day. Someone had meant this for him. He untied the twine carefully, not wanting to damage the wrapping, and folded back the brown paper. The Thorn Birds, he read aloud. He'd heard of it, of course. One of those big sweeping novels from the 70s. A romance, he thought, though the cover art of the hardback edition showed nothing but a bird and a thorn branch. He opened to the first page and began to read, intending to give it just a few minutes before starting his day. 3 hours later, he was still in his armchair, the coffee forgotten and cold beside him, completely lost in the story of Meggie Cleary and Father Ralph. He couldn't remember the last time a book had grabbed him like this. He couldn't remember the last time he'd let himself care about characters without self-consciousness or irony. When he finally looked up, his eyes were damp with tears he hadn't realized he was crying, and he thought, someone knows me. Someone really knows me. He had no idea who had left the book, but he found himself filled with gratitude so profound it ached. Mrs. Chen found her package when she shuffled to the door in her bathrobe to collect the newspaper from the porch. She'd been dreading today, the first Christmas without Thomas, and had planned to spend it pretending it was just another day. But here was this unexpected parcel, her name written in handwriting that looked vaguely familiar but which she couldn't quite place. She brought it inside and opened it at her kitchen table, the same table where she and Thomas had eaten breakfast every morning for 41 years. The sight of her name on something wrapped with such obvious care made her throat tighten. When she saw the title, 84 Charing Cross Road, she almost smiled. She'd heard of this book, had always meant to read it, but somehow never had. She made herself tea and settled into Thomas's chair, something she rarely let herself do, and began to read. The letters between Helene and Frank drew her in immediately with their wit and warmth. Here were 2 people, separated by an ocean, who had created a friendship through words alone, through shared love of books and the gradual revelation of their daily lives. She read slowly, savoring each letter, and found herself laughing at Helene's irreverent humor, feeling touched by Frank's shy kindness. When she finished the slim volume 3 hours later, she sat for a long time with the book in her lap, staring out at the snow-covered garden that Thomas had tended so carefully. The book hadn't erased her grief, nothing could do that, but it had reminded her of something important, that connection was still possible, that she could still feel warmth toward another person's story, that the world was still full of small kindnesses and unexpected friendships, that she didn't have to carry her loneliness like a life sentence. She got up, for the first time in weeks feeling something like appetite, and made herself a proper breakfast. As she ate, she thought about the library, about Ms. Albright, who always seemed to know exactly what book to recommend. Could it have been her? The handwriting was formal and old-fashioned, the kind of careful script that teachers used to insist upon. Mrs. Chen made a mental note to visit the library after it reopened, not to ask directly, some gifts were meant to remain anonymous, but simply to be in that space again, to be around books and the quiet companionship they offered. Marcus had stayed up half the night reading The Alchemist. After Ms. Albright had left, he'd stood on his doorstep for a long time, holding the package and feeling something he'd almost forgotten, the sense that someone, somewhere, believed he mattered. He'd brought the book inside, made himself some ramen because he couldn't afford anything fancier, and settled on his second-hand couch to read. The story of Santiago and his journey gripped him immediately. Here was a young man with dreams who'd been told to be practical, to settle for less, to accept that life was what it was. But Santiago had chosen differently. He'd chosen to chase his personal legend, even when it seemed foolish, even when everyone thought he was crazy. Marcus read about the crystal merchant who'd given up on his dreams, about the Englishman who thought knowledge was the same as wisdom, about the alchemist who understood that the journey itself was the treasure. By the time he finished, as dawn was breaking on Christmas morning, Marcus was crying. Not the hopeless tears he'd shed so many nights recently, but different tears, the kind that came with recognition and possibility. He thought about Ms. Albright, that kind librarian who'd somehow seen through his casual facade to the struggling person underneath. She'd given him this book for a reason. She was telling him, without saying it directly, that it wasn't too late, that he could still choose adventure, that his life was his own to shape. He set the book down carefully, as if it were precious, and looked around his cramped apartment. He'd been living like someone in prison, he realized, someone who'd accepted that the walls were permanent. But they weren't. He was 26 years old. He had time. He had options. He'd been so focused on his failures, the jobs that didn't work out, the friends who'd moved away, the dreams that seemed to evaporate, that he'd forgotten the most important thing. His story wasn't over yet. Marcus got up, walked to his small desk, and opened his laptop. He'd been thinking about going back to school for his master's degree, maybe teaching English literature, but he'd convinced himself it was impractical, too expensive, too risky. Now, on Christmas morning, with a book about pursuing your dreams sitting on his coffee table, he began researching graduate programs. He didn't know if anything would come of it, but he was going to find out. Eleanor Hartwell woke at her usual time, 6:30, even on Christmas morning, and followed her usual routine. Shower, dress in proper day clothes, slacks and a sweater set, even though no one would see her. Breakfast in the dining room, even though it would have been easier to eat in the kitchen. Routine was important. Routine kept chaos at bay. Routine prevented you from feeling the weight of being 93 years old and entirely alone in a house that had once held 3 generations. She saw the package when she opened the front door to retrieve her newspaper. It sat there on her doormat, wrapped in brown paper with her name written across it in handwriting that immediately reminded her of her own mother's careful script. Eleanor picked it up with trembling hands, not from age but from something else, something she refused to name because it felt dangerously close to sentimentality. She brought it inside and opened it at the dining room table, using her mother's letter opener to cut the twine. When she saw the title, The Thursday Murder Club, she made a small sound that might have been laughter, or might have been something else entirely, a mystery. Someone had given her a mystery novel. For the past 5 years since Frederick had died, Eleanor had been maintaining the pretense that she only read important literature because that's what Frederick had always insisted was worthy of their time. But the truth, which she'd never told a soul, was that she adored mysteries. She checked them out from the library and returned them in such pristine condition that no one could tell they'd been read, and she never, ever discussed them with anyone. But someone knew. Someone had seen through her pretense. Eleanor made herself a pot of tea, properly steeped in a proper teapot, served in a proper china cup, and settled into Frederick's chair by the fireplace. She told herself she'd just read a chapter or two, enough to be polite about the gift. But Richard Osman's warm, witty prose drew her in immediately. These elderly detectives in their retirement community, refusing to be diminished by age, solving murders with intelligence and humor and friendship, Eleanor found herself completely enchanted. More than that, she found herself feeling something she hadn't felt in years. Seen. These characters were like her. Old, yes, but not done. Still sharp, still relevant, still capable of adventure and connection and making things happen. The book wasn't patronizing or sentimental. It treated its elderly characters as fully human, complete with desires and fears and complicated histories. It said, you don't stop being a person just because you're old. By lunchtime, Eleanor had read half the book and made a decision that would have shocked anyone who knew her. She was going to host a New Year's tea. She was going to invite several of the other older women from church and the historical society, women she'd always kept at a formal distance because Frederick had thought social gatherings were frivolous. She was going to serve good pastries and better tea, and she was going to suggest, casually, as if it were no big thing, that they start a book club. Because the Thursday Murder Club had taught her something important. Community wasn't a luxury. Friendship wasn't frivolous. Connection, at any age, was what made life worth living. She'd spent 5 years maintaining standards and keeping up appearances and being proper, and she was tired. She was 93 years old, for heaven's sake. If not now, when? Eleanor set the book down, marking her place with a proper bookmark naturally, and went to her desk to begin making a list of names and addresses. As she wrote, she thought about whoever had left this book on her doorstep. She had her suspicions. There was only one person in Millbrook who paid that kind of attention, who understood people well enough to know exactly what they needed even when they didn't know themselves. "Thank you, Ms. Albright," she said aloud to her empty dining room. "You meddling, wonderful, perfectly brilliant woman. Thank you." On the 27th of December, when the library reopened after the holiday, Ms. Albright arrived at her usual time to find a small miracle unfolding. Mr. Gable came in at 9:15. She could set her watch by him, but instead of his usual reserved nod and immediate retreat to the history section, he approached her desk with something like shyness. "Ms. Albright," he said, his voice hesitant, I wondered if you might recommend something else. Something similar to..." He paused, clearly struggling, then pushed ahead. "Similar to The Thornbirds, which I read over Christmas, which I enjoyed very much." Ms. Albright looked at him over her reading glasses, her face carefully neutral. "Did you receive that book as a gift, Mr. Gable?" "I did," he said. "From someone anonymous. Someone who apparently knows my taste better than I know it myself." "How wonderful," Ms. Albright said, allowing herself a small smile. "It's a beautiful novel, isn't it? Epic in scope but intimate in detail." "It is," he agreed, and now he was smiling too, a real smile that transformed his usually serious face. "I couldn't put it down. I haven't been that absorbed in a book in years. Maybe ever." Ms. Albright pulled out a notepad and began writing titles. "If you loved McCullough, you might try Outlander by Diana Gabaldon. It has that same sweep of history and landscape combined with deep emotion. Also The Bronze Horseman by Paulina Simons, and anything by Mary Stuart if you want something a bit more gothic." She tore off the page and handed it to him. "Don't be embarrassed to enjoy what you enjoy, Mr. Gable. Life is too short for that." He took the list, folded it carefully, and tucked it into his shirt pocket. "Thank you. And if you happen to know who left that book for me, please tell them thank you as well." "If I encounter such a person," Ms. Albright said gravely, "I will certainly pass along your gratitude." After he'd gone happily off to explore the fiction section, Ms. Albright allowed herself to feel pleased. 1 down, 3 to go, though she wasn't counting, of course. These things either worked or they didn't, and she'd learned long ago not to expect gratitude or even acknowledgement. The gift was in the giving. But then, just before lunch, Mrs. Chen came in. She approached the desk with more energy than Ms. Albright had seen from her in months, her eyes brighter, her posture straighter. "Ms. Albright, I read the most wonderful book over Christmas," she said without preamble. "Letters between a writer and a bookseller." I laughed and cried and felt less alone, and I thought, I know you didn't ask for this, but I thought I might volunteer here. Reading to children maybe, or helping with book clubs. I used to teach elementary school, you know, and I've been so isolated since Thomas died. But that book reminded me that connection is still possible, that I shouldn't give up on people just because I lost the most important person. Ms. Albright came around the desk and did something she rarely did. She took Mrs. Chen's hands in her own. "Janet," she said softly, "we would be honored to have you volunteer. The children's reading hour on Saturday mornings could use another reader, and I've been wanting to start an afternoon book club for people who might appreciate having somewhere to go and people to talk to." Mrs. Chen's eyes filled with tears. "Someone left that book on my doorstep. 84, Charing Cross Road. Wrapped in brown paper with my name on it. I don't know who did it, but I think they might have saved my life, or at least reminded me I still have a life to save. Books have a way of finding us when we need them most, Ms. Albright said, squeezing her hands gently before releasing them. I'm so glad that one found you. The afternoon brought another surprise. Marcus Lynn came in during his break from the gas station, still wearing his work uniform with his name embroidered on the chest. He found Ms. Albright reshelving books in the fiction section. Ms. Albright, he said, and she turned to see him holding a familiar brown paper package, now unwrapped but carefully preserved. I wanted to return this. I mean, not return it exactly. I know it was a gift. But I thought maybe it could go back in circulation so someone else could read it too. Did you enjoy it? She asked, though she could see the answer in his face. I did more than enjoy it, Marcus said. It kind of changed my life, or at least it changed how I see my life. He pulled out his phone and showed her something on the screen, an acceptance email from a graduate program in education. I applied to 5 schools. This is the first response, and it's a yes. Full financial aid. I start in the fall. Ms. Albright felt her eyes sting with tears. Marcus, that's wonderful. Truly wonderful. I wouldn't have done it without that book, he said, without someone, you, believing I was worth the gesture. Do you know how powerful that is? To have someone think about you, choose something specifically for you, care enough to deliver it personally. That's huge. You were always worth it, Ms. Albright said firmly. You just needed reminding. He stepped forward and hugged her, awkwardly but sincerely, and Ms. Albright hugged him back, thinking about all the young people who just needed someone to believe in them, someone to say, you matter, your dreams matter, your life is not yet decided. When he left, she held The Alchemist in her hands for a long moment before reshelving it. She ran her fingers over the cover, thinking about Santiago and his journey, about how the treasure he'd been seeking was right where he'd started, but he'd had to make the journey to understand its value. Maybe that was true for all of them, Mr. Gable, Mrs. Chen, Marcus, Eleanor. Maybe they'd all had the answers inside themselves, but sometimes you needed a story to help you find them. The next day, Eleanor Hartwell swept into the library like a force of nature. She was wearing a hat, of course she was, and carrying a leather-bound notebook that looked expensive and important. Ms. Albright, she announced in her imperious way, I am hosting a tea on New Year's Day, and I am inviting you to attend. It will be at 2 o'clock sharp, and I expect you to be punctual. That's very kind of you, Eleanor, Ms. Albright said, deliberately using her first name the way she never did in public. May I ask what the occasion is? Eleanor's expression softened, just slightly. I've decided to start a book club, a proper one, for mature women who appreciate good literature and good conversation. I've already recruited 5 members from church and the Historical Society, but I need a librarian to help guide our selections. And more than that. She paused, seeming to struggle with something. More than that, I've been alone too long. I've been maintaining standards when what I should have been maintaining is friendships, and I have you to thank for that realization. Do you? Ms. Albright asked innocently. Don't play coy with me, Eleanor said, but her tone was affectionate rather than sharp. Someone left me a mystery novel on Christmas Eve, someone who knows me better than I thought anyone did, someone who saw what I needed even when I was too stubborn to see it myself. She leaned forward slightly. I know it was you, Lillian. I've known you for 30 years. I recognize your handwriting, and more than that, I recognize your particular brand of meddling. Ms. Albright, Lillian, smiled. If it was me, hypothetically speaking, would you be angry? Angry? Eleanor's face transformed with something that might have been the beginning of tears, though she blinked them back with characteristic determination. Angry? My dear woman, I'm grateful. That book, that gesture, that reminder that I'm still a whole person with desires and interests and the capacity for joy, it woke me up. I've spent 5 years being a widow instead of being Eleanor. I'm done with that. Then I'm glad, Ms. Albright said simply. Hypothetically, Eleanor reached across the desk and did something shocking. She took Ms. Albright's hand and squeezed it. You do this for people, don't you? You see what they need and you quietly provide it. You're not just a librarian, you're a healer, a matchmaker between people and stories. That's a rare gift. Stories do the work, Ms. Albright said, feeling uncomfortable with the praise but also deeply moved. I just help them find their way home. Well, Eleanor said, releasing her hand and returning to her usual brisk manner. 2 o'clock on New Year's Day. Don't be late. And bring your thoughts on what we should read first. I'm thinking mysteries, naturally, but I'm open to suggestions. After Eleanor left, Ms. Albright sat at her desk for a long moment, looking around the library she'd served for 32 years. The building was quiet this morning, just a few patrons browsing, the soft sound of pages turning, the gentle creak of the old floors. Nothing dramatic was happening, nothing that would make the news or change the world in any obvious way. But 4 lives had been touched. 4 people had been reminded of their own worth, their own possibilities, their own capacity for joy and connection. 4 stories had found their readers at exactly the right moment. And if that wasn't magic, if that wasn't the most important work a person could do, then Ms. Albright didn't know what was. She thought about Christmas Eve, about her walk through the snow, about the 4 packages she'd left like seeds that might or might not take root. She'd done it without expectation, without needing thanks, simply because it felt right. And now here was the harvest, not just the gratitude of her patrons, though that was lovely, but the evidence that small acts of kindness rippled outward in ways you could never predict or control. Mr. Gable was reading romance novels without shame. Mrs. Chen was volunteering, reconnecting with her community. Marcus was going back to school, reclaiming his future. Eleanor was starting a book club, choosing friendship over solitude. 4 people, 4 transformations, 4 reminders that it's never too late to change your story. Ms. Albright pulled out her leather-bound notebook, the one where she kept her private records of patron preferences and patterns. She ran her finger down the pages, noting who might need her attention next year. Because this wasn't a one-time thing. This was her calling, her Christmas tradition, her way of honoring the power of stories to heal and connect and transform. A young woman approached the desk, looking lost. "Excuse me," she said hesitantly. "I'm looking for something to read, but I'm not sure what. I've been feeling kind of lost lately. Like I'm not sure who I am or what I want. Do you have anything that might help with that?" Ms. Albright smiled, that warm librarian smile that had welcomed thousands of confused readers over the years. "I have exactly the thing," she said, standing up. "Follow me." As she led the young woman into the stacks, Ms. Albright thought about the magic of this place, about how books waited patiently for the people who needed them, about how stories could be medicine and comfort, and challenge and joy. She thought about next Christmas Eve, about who might need a gift and what book might be right for them. She thought about the endless, beautiful work of connecting people to stories, stories to people, and through those connections, people to each other. The library had been her refuge after Ben died. It had given her purpose when everything else felt empty. It had saved her by allowing her to save others, in small ways, 1 book at a time. And now, at 71, with snow in her hair and decades of wisdom in her heart, she was still doing the work, still matching readers to books, still believing in the power of the right story at the right time. She pulled a book from the shelf, Wild, by Cheryl Strayed, and handed it to the young woman. "Try this," she said. "It's about a journey, both literal and metaphorical, about finding yourself when you're lost, about the courage it takes to face your own story honestly." The young woman took the book, read the back cover, and looked up with something like hope in her eyes. "This looks perfect, thank you." "Come back and tell me what you think," Ms. Albright said. "I love to hear about how books affect people." As the young woman walked away, already reading the first page, Ms. Albright returned to her desk. She sat down, arranged her pens and papers, and looked out at her library. This beautiful, quiet, magical place where stories waited and people searched. And sometimes, if you paid attention, if you really cared, you could help them find each other. Outside, the winter sun was shining on the snow, making everything sparkle. Inside, the radiator hummed its familiar song, and Ms. Albright, the Midnight Librarian, the keeper of stories, the matcher of books to souls, smiled to herself and opened a new page in her notebook. There was always someone who needed a story. There was always a story that needed a reader. And there was always, always the quiet magic that happened when the two found each other, especially when someone cared enough to help them along. That was the gift she'd been given, the ability to see what people needed and the position to provide it. And every Christmas Eve, she would continue her tradition, wrapping books in brown paper, walking through snow, leaving gifts of story and hope and connection on doorsteps throughout Millbrook. Because in the end, that was what libraries were for. Not just storing books, but healing hearts. Not just lending stories, but building community. Not just providing information, but offering transformation. One reader at a time, one book at a time, one quiet act of kindness at a time. Ms. Albright picked up her pen and began to write, recording new observations, new patterns, already thinking ahead to next year. The work was never done, the magic never ended, and somewhere in Millbrook, someone needed a story. She would find them. She would know what they needed. And when Christmas Eve came again, she would walk through the snow with her canvas bag full of carefully chosen books, wrapped in brown paper and tied with twine, each one a gift, each one a possibility, each one a reminder that someone saw them, someone cared, someone believed their story mattered. That was the gift. That was the magic. That was the quiet, powerful work of the Midnight Librarian. If this story resonated with you, if it reminded you of the power of books to heal and connect, if it made you think of someone in your life who might need a story, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May your own story always find the readers it needs, and may you always find the stories that help you become who you're meant to be. Sweet dreams, dear listener. Sweet dreams.
The Holiday Mail Carrier's Last Route, a heartwarming Christmas sleep story of a life's work. The morning light on Christmas Eve came late and soft, filtered through clouds that promised snow before nightfall. Henry Whitmore stood in the sorting room of the Millbrook post office, his hands moving with the practiced ease of 4 decades sliding envelopes and small packages into the leather bag that had molded itself to his left shoulder like a faithful companion. The bag was old, worn smooth in places, darkened by years of weather and work. He had requested this particular bag on his first day, and it had never left his side since. Round him, the usual morning sounds of the post office hummed and clinked, the rumble of mail carts, the snap of rubber bands around bundled letters, the soft conversations of his fellow carriers preparing for their own routes. But today, these familiar sounds seemed softer somehow, as if the building itself understood that this was Henry's last morning among them. "Going to miss seeing that face of yours every morning," Henry called out Patricia from the next sorting station. She had started 20 years after him, but had become one of his dearest friends. Someone who understood the particular rhythm of this work, the strange intimacy of knowing a neighborhood through its mail. Henry looked up and offered her a smile, the kind that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "I'll miss the company," he said simply, "though I can't say I'll miss the alarm clock." She laughed, and the sound carried warmth through the cold morning air of the sorting room. Others began to gather, carriers who had worked alongside him, supervisors who had long since stopped supervising him because Henry needed no oversight. He knew his route better than he knew the lines on his own hands. There were gifts, small and thoughtful, a new pair of gloves, hay thermos engraved with his name, a photo of the entire staff taken last summer at the company picnic. He accepted each with quiet gratitude, his throat tightening with an emotion he had not quite expected to feel so strongly. "You've been the heart of this place," said Tom, the postmaster, shaking Henry's hand with genuine feeling. 40 years without a single complaint. That's something rare. That's something special. Henry nodded, not trusting himself to speak just then. He secured the last bundle of holiday cards into his bag, felt the satisfying weight settle against his hip. This weight had been his companion through every season, every year. T knew exactly how it would shift as he walked, how it would lighten with each delivery, how by the end of the route it would feel almost like nothing at all, just the leather and the lingering smell of paper. The cold air hit him as he pushed through the post office doors, sharp and clean. He drew it deep into his lungs, feeling it wake something ancient and alert inside him. Sky was pearl gray, holding the promise of snow within its soft expanse. His breath made small clouds in front of his face as he began walking toward Maple Street, where his route had always begun, where it would end today for the final time. His boots made a satisfying crunch against a light dusting of snow that had fallen overnight. The sound was rhythmic, meditative. How many millions of steps had he taken on these sidewalks? How many mornings had begun exactly like this, with the weight of the mailbag and the cold air and the quiet anticipation of the day ahead? The neighborhood was still waking. A few houses showed lights in their windows, golden and warm against the gray morning. Wreaths hung on doors, some simple and traditional, others elaborate with ribbons and ornaments that caught what little light filtered through the clouds. Henry had watched these decorations evolve over the years, had seen tastes change and then circle back again, had noted which families put their decorations up the day after Thanksgiving and which waited until the week of Christmas itself. He approached the first house on Maple Street, the Henderson's place, and pulled out their small stack of cards. The mailbox opened with a metallic squeak that he had heard so many times it had become almost musical to him. He slid the envelopes inside and closed it with a gentle click. The sound resonated in the quiet morning, a small ceremony of completion. 3 houses down, he encountered his old adversary. The garden gnome stood in the front yard of the Morrison house, sparsely dusted with snow, its painted face locked in what Henry had always considered an unnecessarily stern expression. For reasons he had never fully understood, this particular gnome had bothered him from his very first week on the route. Perhaps it was the judgmental set of his ceramic eyebrows, or the way its fishing pole seemed to point accusingly at whoever passed by. Over the years, his feeling about the gnome had evolved from genuine annoyance to a kind of fond exasperation, and then finally into a silent, ongoing feud that he found privately amusing. "Still here, I see," Henry murmured to the gnome as he approached the Morrison mailbox, still judging the quality of everyone's mail delivery. The gnome, predictably, said nothing. His painted eyes stared ahead with ceramic certainty. "I'll have you know, I have delivered to this house without error for 40 years, Henry continued in a low voice, aware that he was talking to a lawn ornament, but not particularly caring. "Not once did I put mail in the wrong box. Not once did I miss a delivery. You, meanwhile, have stood there doing absolutely nothing productive." He placed the Morrisons' holiday cards in their box with extra care, as if to prove his point to the silent ceramic witness. The gnome remained unimpressed. "Merry Christmas to you too," Henry said, moving on. He found himself smiling, despite the cold, despite the weight of the day's significance. The gnome had been part of his route for so long that he realized, with some surprise, that he would actually miss their one-sided exchanges. The morning brightened slightly as he continued down the street, though the sun remained hidden behind the thick cloud cover. More lights began appearing in windows. He could smell wood smoke from chimneys, that particular scent of winter mornings that mixed with the clean coldness of the air. Someone was baking, and the sweet smell of cinnamon drifted from the Sullivan house. Mrs. Sullivan had always been an early riser, and Henry had smelled her baking on countless mornings over the years. The rhythm of the route settled into his bones. Walk, reach into the bag, sort the right mail, approach the box, deliver, move on. It was a dance he could have performed in his sleep, and sometimes, in dreams, he did. His hands knew which houses had tricky mailbox latches, which ones squeaked, which ones were positioned too high or too low for comfort. Every detail had been learned and stored away, becoming part of the vast map of knowledge he carried in his mind. By the time he reached the end of Maple Street, the neighborhood had fully awakened. Children's voices carried from inside houses, excited about Christmas Eve. He saw a young boy pressing his face against a window, watching the snow that had begun to fall more steadily now, fat flakes drifting down in lazy spirals. Henry paused at the corner where Maple Street met Birch Avenue, the natural transition point in his route. Here stood the old oak tree that had been ancient when he started this job and seemed determined to outlast him. Its bare branches reached up into the gray sky like dark lightning frozen in place. He had rested against this tree on hot summer days, had watched it change through every season, had seen children climb its lower branches and lovers carve their initials into its bark. He set his bag down for a moment, giving his shoulder a rest, and simply looked at the neighborhood spread before him. From this vantage point, he could see a dozen houses, each one familiar. Each one holding stories he had been privileged to witness through the mail he delivered. Birth announcements and wedding invitations, college acceptance letters and postcards from distant places, bills and catalogs and handwritten notes from grandmothers. His legs ached in the comfortable way of muscles that had performed the same task for so long they had become perfectly adapted to it. He knew every crack in these sidewalks, every place where the concrete had heaved slightly from tree roots, every spot where ice liked to form in winter. 40 years of walking had written this route into his body, had made it as familiar as his own home. A car passed slowly, and the driver waved. Henry waved back, recognizing Mrs. Chen from Sycamore Lane. She had been one of his deliveries for 30 years, since she and her husband had moved to the neighborhood as newlyweds. He had brought them the announcement of their first child's birth, had delivered report cards and birthday party invitations as their children grew. The snow continued to fall, and Henry lifted his face to it for a moment, feeling the cold kiss of flakes on his cheeks. Then he picked up his bag, settled it back onto his shoulder, and turned onto Birch Avenue. The blue house stood halfway down the block, impossible to miss even in the falling snow. The Johnsons had painted it that particular shade of sky blue 25 years ago, and it had caused quite a stir in the neighborhood at the time. Henry had heard all about it from other residents who stopped him on his route to discuss this bold choice. Now, of course, the color was simply part of the neighborhood's character, as essential as the oak tree at the corner. He had delivered mail to this house for the entire time the Johnson family had lived there. He remembered when they first moved in, a young couple with a baby on the way. He remembered the thick manila envelope from the hospital that had contained information about prenatal classes. He had delivered the birth announcement of their daughter, Sarah. Kay had watched the progression of her life through the mail, birthday party invitations, elementary school notices, Girl Scout cookie order forms. As he approached the blue house now, he saw that someone had hung a wreath on the door, and lights had been strung along the porch railing, glowing warmly even in the daylight. The mailbox, painted to match the house, stood at the end of the driveway. Henry reached into his bag and pulled out the stack meant for the Johnsons. Several cards, small package wrapped in brown paper, a catalog. He remembered the year Sarah had started first grade. Mrs. Johnson had been nervous, had caught him on his route one morning in September and told him, unprompted, about how Sarah had cried that first morning. He had listened, understanding that sometimes people just needed to speak their worries aloud to someone who would hear them with kindness. He remembered when Sarah had graduated high school. The announcement had come through the mail, of course, and he had taken extra care with it, knowing what it represented. He had seen her grow from a child who used to run to the mailbox to check for packages, into a young woman who went off to college, whose mail shifted from schoolwork notices to student loan information and apartment lease agreements. Just last year, he had delivered her wedding invitation to her parents. The envelope had been thick, expensive, embossed with gold lettering. He had held it for a moment before placing it in the box, thinking about how strange and wonderful it was that he had witnessed this entire arc from birth to marriage, all through the simple act of delivering mail. The Johnsons' mail fit easily into their box. Henry closed it carefully, the way he closed every mailbox, with respect for the small, private space that connected each house to the larger world. He noticed that someone had placed a poinsettia on the porch, bright red against the blue paint. As he turned to leave, the front door opened and Mrs. Johnson appeared, wrapped in a thick cardigan. Her hair had gone gray over the years, but her smile was the same one he had seen countless times. "Henry," she called out, "I was hoping I'd catch you." "Wait just a moment." She disappeared back inside, and Henry waited, watching his breath make clouds in the cold air. She returned with a small wrapped package and a card. "We couldn't let you retire without saying thank you," she said, coming down the porch steps carefully. Snow was accumulating now, creating a thin white layer over everything. It's 40 years. Can you imagine? "You've been bringing us our mail since before Sarah was born. You're part of our family story." Henry accepted the gift with genuine gratitude, feeling the weight of it in his gloved hands. "That's very kind of you," he said. "It's been my privilege, truly. I've watched Sarah grow up through these windows." "You have a beautiful family." Mrs. Johnson's eyes grew bright with emotion. "She's coming home tonight, you know, with her husband. It's our first Christmas with them as part of the family. I keep thinking about that first Christmas after she was born. How scared I was that I wouldn't know how to do any of it right. And now, here we are, and she's all grown up. And I'm going to be a grandmother in the spring." Henry smiled, deeply pleased by this news. "Congratulations. That's wonderful." "I haven't even told her yet," Mrs. Johnson said with a laugh. "I just found out yesterday, okay? But I needed to tell someone, and you were always such a good listener, Henry." They stood together for a moment in the falling snow, sharing the kind of comfortable silence that comes from years of brief but meaningful encounters. Then Mrs. Johnson patted his arm and wished him a Merry Christmas. And Henry continued on his route, carrying her gift and the knowledge of new life coming to the blue house in the spring. The snow fell more steadily now, muffling sounds, transforming the neighborhood into something softer and more dreamlike. Henry's footsteps made fresh prints on the sidewalks, and he found himself noticing details he had perhaps taken for granted before. The way each house had its own character. The care people took in their small yards, the different styles of mailboxes that ranged from simple metal affairs to elaborate wooden structures shaped like houses or barns. At the end of Birch Avenue, where it curved to meet Sycamore Lane, stood Mr. Patterson's cottage. It was a small house, almost a bungalow, with dark green shutters and a slate roof that had weathered beautifully over the decades. Mr. Patterson had lived there longer than Henry had been delivering mail, and in fact had been one of the first people to greet Henry on his very first day on the route all those years ago. He had been a middle-aged man then, a widower who lived alone but seemed content with his solitude. Now he was well into his 80s, still living independently, still maintaining his small house and his smaller garden with the same careful attention he had always shown. Henry had lost count of how many times Mr. Patterson had invited him in for a hot drink over the years. It had started early, maybe in Henry's second winter on the route. Hay had been delivering mail during a particularly brutal cold snap, and Mr. Patterson had appeared at his door as Henry approached the mailbox, insisting that he come inside for just 5 minutes to warm up. That 5-minute break had become a tradition, especially in winter, especially on difficult weather days. Mr. Patterson always had something hot ready: coffee, tea, cocoa, sometimes even soup. They would stand in his small kitchen, and Mr. Patterson would ask about the route, about the weather, about Henry's family. The conversations were never long, but they were sustaining in a way that went beyond the physical warmth of the drinks. Over the years, Henry had also taken it upon himself to check on Mr. Patterson during the harshest weather. If snow was particularly deep or ice particularly treacherous, he would make sure to see that Mr. Patterson was all right, that he had what he needed. It had never been part of his official duties, but it had been part of his personal code, his understanding of what it meant to serve a community. As Henry approached the cottage now, he saw that Mr. Patterson had shoveled his walk, though a fresh layer of snow was already beginning to cover the cleared path. Smoke rose from the chimney, gray against the white sky. The mailbox, a simple black metal affair, stood at the end of the walk. Henry was sliding Mr. Patterson's small bundle of mail into the box when he heard the front door open. Henry Whitmore. Don't you even think about leaving without saying goodbye properly. Mr. Patterson stood in his doorway, leaning slightly on a cane he had started using a few years ago. He wore a thick sweater and a smile that showed every one of his 80-some years and every bit of the warmth that had characterized their decades of acquaintance. I have cocoa made, Mr. Patterson continued, and I would be deeply offended if you don't come in for just a moment. Henry couldn't help but smile. He secured his mailbag and walked up the path to the cottage, his boots leaving clear prints in the fresh snow. The warmth hit him as soon as he stepped inside, along with the rich smell of chocolate and something baking. Mr. Patterson's kitchen was small and immaculately kept, everything in its place, everything showing the care of someone who lived alone and took pride in his space. 2 mugs sat on the counter, steam rising from them. A plate of cookies, clearly homemade, waited beside them. I knew you'd be coming today, Mr. Patterson said, handing Henry one of the mugs. Last Christmas Eve, last root, had to send you off properly. They stood in the warm kitchen, sipping cocoa, and for a moment, neither of them spoke. The silence was comfortable, earned through years of these small moments of connection. You know, Mr. Patterson finally said, when Martha passed, I thought I'd follow pretty quickly. Didn't see much point in staying around. But then, life kept happening, day after day, and you were part of that life, Henry. Every morning, like clockwork, here you came with the mail. It was something to count on, something steady. Henry felt his throat tighten. I appreciate that more than you know, he managed to say. I made you something, Mr. Patterson said, reaching for a small wrapped package on the counter. It's not much, but I wanted you to have it. Henry opened it carefully. Inside was a hand-carved wooden bird, small enough to fit in his palm, detailed and beautiful. A chickadee, he realized, noting the distinctive black cap and white cheeks. I took up wood carving after I retired, Mr. Patterson explained. Keeps the hands busy. That's a chickadee, like the ones that come to my feeder. They're always here, winter and summer, reliable, like you. Henry held the small carving gently, feeling the smooth wood, the careful detail. It's beautiful, he said. Thank you, truly. They finished their cocoa standing in that warm kitchen while snow fell outside the window. They talked about the neighborhood, about the families that had come and gone, about the changes they had both witnessed. When Henry finally had to leave, Mr. Patterson walked him to the door, moving slowly with his cane. Take care of yourself, Henry. Enjoy that retirement. You've earned it. You take care too, Henry said. And if you need anything, you have my number. I'm not going far. He walked back down the path, the carved bird safely tucked in his pocket, continued on his route with a fullness in his chest that was part sadness, part gratitude, part something he didn't quite have words for. The snow was steady now, transforming the neighborhood into a winter scene that would have looked perfect on a greeting card. Henry passed houses he had been visiting for 40 years, each one familiar, each one holding its own collection of stories and memories. The weight of his bag grew lighter with each delivery, and he found himself slowing down, wanting to savor these last hours on the route. On Sycamore Lane, he came to the Brennan house, and despite the cold and the weight of the day's emotions, he found himself smiling. The Brennans were possibly his favorite delivery challenge on the entire route, though he would never have admitted this to anyone. They had been on his route for about 15 years, and in all that time, they had never once received a normally shaped package. It had started simply enough with a long, tube-shaped delivery that had required some creative positioning to fit on their porch without rolling away. But that had been just the beginning. Over the years, Henry had delivered packages to the Brennans that defied all conventional understanding of how things should be packaged for shipping. There had been a perfect sphere that he had been genuinely afraid would roll off the porch and down the street. There had been a series of increasingly large triangular boxes that had required careful balancing. There had been something shaped like a giant number 7 that he had puzzled over for a solid minute before figuring out how to secure it. The packages were always legitimate, always properly addressed, always meant for the Brennans. He had no idea what they ordered or why everything came in such unusual shapes, but over the years, he had developed a genuine admiration for them. They were artists, he had eventually learned, which explained some of it, but not all. Their ability to consistently receive oddly shaped deliveries had become something of a personal challenge for him, a test of his professional creativity. Today's delivery to the Brennans was relatively modest by their standards. A package shaped like a hexagon, about 2 feet across, surprisingly light. He carried it up their front walk, where someone had built a small snowman, complete with a carrot nose and a jaunty scarf. Their porch was decorated with strings of lights and several wind chimes that made soft, musical sounds in the gentle winter breeze. He found the perfect spot for the hexagonal package, wedging it carefully between a planter and the wall where it would stay secure and dry. As he was arranging it, the front door opened and Mrs. Brennan appeared, wrapped in what looked like a handmade shawl covered in colorful patterns. "Henry," she exclaimed, "we were hoping to catch you. Don't leave yet." She disappeared inside, and Mr. Brennan appeared a moment later, carrying what was unmistakably another unusually shaped package, this one wrapped in festive paper and shaped like a star. "We made you something," Mr. Brennan said, grinning. "We figured you deserved at least one weird package of your own after all the ones you've dealt with from us." Henry laughed, accepting the star-shaped gift. "I have to tell you, I've actually enjoyed the challenge. You've kept me on my toes for 15 years. "We know," Mrs. Brennan said, joining her husband at the door. "We've seen you out there, figuring out where to put our ridiculous packages. You've never once just left them in the snow or propped them carelessly. You always find a way to make them work. That's dedication, or stubbornness," Henry said with a smile. "But I appreciate the thought either way." The star-shaped package felt like it might contain something ceramic or wooden, something handmade. He would open it later, at home, but already he treasured it for the humor and warmth it represented. As he continued down Sycamore Lane, he found himself thinking about all the unusual deliveries he had handled over the years, all the strange shapes and sizes and weights. People ordered such odd things, and he had been the one to bring these items to their doors. Completing these small transactions of commerce and curiosity was a funny thing to feel proud of, but he did. He had been good at his job, even the challenging parts. The next street brought him to what had become, in his mind, one of the most comical regular stops on his route. The Nelson house was a modest ranch-style home with a neat yard and an impressively large and fluffy dog named Brutus, who took his guarding duties very seriously. Brutus was a Newfoundland, which meant he was roughly the size of a small bear and covered in thick black fur that made him look even larger. He was also, despite his imposing appearance, one of the gentlest dogs Henry had ever encountered. But Brutus didn't know he was gentle. As far as Brutus was concerned, he was a fierce protector of his domain, and every delivery was a potential threat to be investigated with great seriousness. The comedy lay in the contrast. When Henry delivered something large or ordinary, Brutus would maintain his dignity, observing from a position of importance on the porch. But whenever Henry delivered something very small or very light, Brutus seemed to become convinced that the tiny package was the greatest threat of all and would need to inspect it with extra care, his massive head dwarfing whatever small item had arrived. Today's delivery was particularly amusing. A small box, no bigger than a deck of cards, weighing almost nothing. It was addressed to the Nelsons and required a signature, which meant Henry would need to approach the door while Brutus conducted his investigation. As soon as Henry opened the gate, Brutus appeared from around the side of the house, snow clinging to his dark fur. "Hey," he approached with all the dignity his size afforded him, tail wagging slowly. eyes fixed on the tiny box in Henry's hand. "Hello, Brutus," Henry said, as he had said countless times before. "Got a delivery for your family. It's a very dangerous package here. I better check it carefully." Brutus sniffed the box with great concentration, his nose nearly as large as the package itself. Henry waited patiently, as he always did, while the massive dog completed his security assessment. Satisfied that the tiny box posed no immediate threat, despite its suspicious lightness, Brutus gave Henry permission to proceed to the door. Walking alongside him like an honor guard, Mrs. Nelson answered his knock, smiled at the familiar scene of her enormous dog escorting the mail carrier, and signed for the package. "Last day, isn't it?" she asked, her expression turning more serious. "It's last day," Henry confirmed. "Brutus is going to miss you," she said. "He's been doing this routine with you for, 8 years now? About that? Yes? Since he was a puppy, though calling something that size a puppy always seemed like a stretch." Mrs. Nelson laughed. "He was a puppy once, believe it or not. You were always so patient with him, even when he was young and rowdy. I remember you took the time to teach him to be gentle when you handed me packages. Most delivery people just tossed things on the porch and ran." She handed Henry a card and a gift card to a local coffee shop. "Thank you for everything, Henry, for treating our dog like he mattered, and for always treating us with such care." Brutus walked Henry back to the gate, still maintaining his protective vigil, and Henry found himself genuinely moved by the thought that even this gentle giant would notice his absence. It was a small thing, perhaps, but it was also everything. Its connections, these small recognitions and routines, they had made up the texture of his working life. The afternoon was advancing, and the snow showed no signs of stopping. The light had that particular quality of a snowy winter day, diffuse and soft, making everything seem slightly dreamlike. Henry's bag was significantly lighter now, and he knew he was entering the final stretch of his route. On Elm Street, near the end of his usual path, he came to a house that had only recently been occupied. The young couple who lived there had moved in just 3 months ago. In September, he had delivered their address change notification, had watched as boxes and furniture arrived, had seen them slowly settle into the neighborhood. The house itself was charming, a small cottage style with a steep roof and a stone chimney. When they had first moved in, the yard had been somewhat neglected, but over the past few months, the couple had been working on it. Even now, in winter, he could see the evidence of their care: the trimmed bushes, the repaired fence, the fresh paint on the shutters. For their first Christmas in their new home, they had decorated enthusiastically. Lights outlined the roof and windows, a wreath hung on the door, and someone had placed luminarias along the front walk. It was the decoration of people who were excited about their space, who were building something together. Henry had a small bundle of mail for them today, a few cards, a package, and what looked like a letter from a mortgage company. He approached the house, noting the warm light visible through the windows, the smoke rising from their chimney. As he was placing the mail in their box, the front door opened, and a young woman emerged, pulling a coat on as she came down the steps. She was probably in her late 20s, with bright eyes and an eager expression. "Oh, I'm so glad I caught you," she said. "You're Henry, right? The mail carrier everyone's told us about." Henry nodded, a bit surprised. "That's right. You must be Mrs. Harris." "Emma, please," she said, smiling. "Everyone in the neighborhood has mentioned you. They said you were retiring today, and my husband and I wanted to make sure we thanked you before you left." She had a card in her hand, slightly rumpled, as if she had been holding it and waiting for him. "We know you haven't been delivering to us very long, but we wanted to say thank you anyway. Moving into a new home, a new neighborhood, is exciting, but also kind of scary. And having someone like you, someone reliable and kind, who's been serving this community for so long, it's made us feel like we were moving into a place that was cared for." Does that make sense? It made perfect sense. Henry accepted the card with gratitude. "That's very thoughtful of you. "How are you settling in?" "Really well," Emma said, and her face lit up. "This is actually our first house. We were in an apartment before, and everything about it feels like such an adventure. We're relearning about storm windows and furnace filters and all these things we never had to think about before, but it's good. It feels like we're building our life, you know?" Henry did know. He had seen so many young couples at this exact stage over his 40 years, so many first houses, so many new beginnings. He felt a surge of affection for this young woman and her husband, whom he could see now watching from the window, and a hope for their future here. "I can tell you take good care of the place," Henry said. "And this is a good neighborhood, good people. You'll be happy here. We already are," Emma said. "And thank you, truly, for being part of what makes it good." As he walked away from the Harris house, Henry felt the weight of all these farewells, all these thank yous, settling into him. He had known, intellectually, that he had served this community for a long time, that he had been a consistent presence in people's lives. But experiencing the depth of their gratitude, hearing how his simple acts of care had mattered to them, this was something else entirely. This was the accumulation of 40 years of showing up, of paying attention, of treating every delivery and every person with respect. He had only a handful of deliveries left now, and his bag felt almost empty. The sky was darkening earlier than usual, the clouds heavy with snow, and the streetlights were beginning to come on, casting pools of warm light onto the white sidewalks. The last few houses passed in a kind of beautiful haze. Each delivery felt both ordinary and significant. He was doing exactly what he had done thousands of times before, but he was also doing it for the last time, and that dual awareness made everything feel heightened and precious. At the Ramirez house, Mr. Ramirez was outside scraping ice from his windshield and called out a thank you. At the O'Brien residence, someone had left a small gift bag hanging on the mailbox with his name on it. At the Cooper place, lights blazed in every window, and he could hear Christmas music playing, could see shadows of people moving inside, preparing for their holiday celebration. As he approached what would be his final delivery, the very last house on his route, he found that a small crowd had gathered. Neighbors from up and down the street, people he had served for years or even decades, standing in the snow, waiting for him. Someone started clapping, and then others joined in, and Henry found himself walking toward them through a gentle snowfall while they applauded, their breath making clouds in the cold air, their faces lit with genuine appreciation and affection. Mrs. Johnson was there from the Blue House, and Mr. Patterson leaning on his cane, and the Brennans, and Emma and her husband from their first house, and Mrs. Nelson with Brutus on a leash, and so many others. They had come out in the snow on Christmas Eve to say goodbye to their mail carrier, and Henry felt his eyes sting with tears that had nothing to do with the cold. They gave him cards and small gifts. They shook his hand and hugged him. They told him stories about times he had gone out of his way to help them, moments he had barely remembered, but that they had treasured. Mrs. Chen from Sycamore Lane reminded him of the time he had noticed her mail piling up during a week when she had been hospitalized, and how he had called the post office to make sure someone checked on her house. He had forgotten doing that, but she never had. The Morrison family was there, and even they had brought their stern-faced garden gnome, carrying it out to the sidewalk. "We know you two had your differences," Mr. Morrison said with a grin, but he wanted to say goodbye too. Henry laughed, genuinely touched by the absurdity and sweetness of the gesture. "We've made our peace," he told the gnome solemnly, and everyone laughed, the sound warm and bright in the cold evening air. Someone had brought thermoses of hot chocolate, and paper cups were passed around. Tea. They stood together in the falling snow. This collection of people whose only real connection was that they lived on the same streets and had all been served by the same mail carrier for decades. But standing there together, it felt like more than that. It felt like community, like the invisible threads that connected all their lives had become visible for just this moment. Speech. Someone called out, and others took up the cry. Speech, Henry. He hadn't prepared anything to say. He had thought this last route would be a solitary walk, a private goodbye to the work he had loved. But this was better, so much better than anything he could have imagined. I don't know what to say, he began, his voice rough with emotion. Except, thank you. I came to work every day for 40 years, and I thought I was just delivering mail. But you've shown me that it was more than that. You've shown me that showing up matters, that consistency matters, that small acts of care add up to something larger. He paused, looking at their faces. These people he had known for so long. I got to watch your children grow up. I got to witness your lives through the mail you received, the good news and the hard news, the celebrations and the struggles. It's been an honor. It's the greatest honor of my life to serve you all. More applause, and then people began to drift away, heading back to their warm houses, to their Christmas Eve preparations. But they each stopped to say a final goodbye, to shake his hand one more time, to wish him well in his retirement. When the street had finally emptied and the last neighbor had returned home, Henry stood alone in the falling snow, his mailbag truly empty now, lighter than it had been in 40 years. He looked up and down the street, at the houses glowing with light and life, at the snow-covered sidewalks where he had walked so many miles, and he felt a profound sense of completion. The walk back to the post office was quiet. The snow muffled all sound, and the neighborhood had settled into its Christmas Eve evening. Families were gathering, meals were being prepared, children were being reminded that Santa wouldn't come until they were asleep. The ordinary magic of the holiday was unfolding in every house, and Henry had been part of making that possible, part of the infrastructure of connection that allowed people to send and receive their cards, their gifts, their expressions of love across distances. The post office was nearly empty when he arrived. Most of the carriers had finished their routes hours ago and gone home. Patricia was still there, though, finishing some paperwork, and she looked up when he came in. "How was it?" she asked softly. "It was perfect," Henry said. They all came out to say goodbye. The whole neighborhood, it seemed like. She smiled, her eyes bright. "That's because they loved you, Henry. Because you loved them first." In your way, he removed his mailbag for the final time, feeling strange without its familiar weight. He hung it on its designated hook, his hands lingering on the worn leather for just a moment. Then he signed out, completed the last of his paperwork, and turned in his keys and identification badge. Tom, the postmaster, shook his hand one final time. "The door's always open if you want to visit," he said, "and we'll be calling on you for the holiday rush, if you're willing." "We'll see," Henry said, smiling. "I might need to remember what sleeping past 5 in the morning feels like first." The walk to his car felt strange. He had walked to and from the post office on his route countless times, but always with purpose, always with the work ahead of him or behind him. He was simply walking. His shift ended not for the day, but forever. The drive home took him through parts of his neighborhood, and he noticed things with fresh eyes. The work he had done had been bounded by his route, but its effects had rippled outward, had been part of the larger fabric of the community. Every house he passed held people who depended on mail carriers like him, who needed that connection to the broader world that mail represented. His own house appeared in the beam of his headlights, modest and welcoming, decorated with the simple lights his wife had strung along the porch railing. He could see her silhouette in the kitchen window, and his chest tightened with love and gratitude. She had supported this work for 40 years, had understood his dedication to it, had never complained about the early mornings or the long hours during the holiday season. He parked in the driveway and sat for a moment, the engine ticking as it cooled. In his pocket, he could feel Mr. Patterson's carved chickadee, and in his car he had the collection of gifts and cards from his route. Each one represented a connection, a moment of recognition, a small acknowledgement that his work had mattered. As he walked up to his own front door, he passed his mailbox, and something made him stop. He opened it, curious, and found a single envelope inside. His name was written on it in his wife's familiar handwriting. Inside the house, he hung up his coat and called out to her. She appeared from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a towel, her face soft with understanding. "How was your last day?" she asked. "Beautiful," he said simply. "Perfect." He held up the envelope. "Did you leave this for me?" She nodded. "I wanted you to have the experience, at least once, of finding a letter in your own mailbox. You've spent 40 years filling everyone else's. After all." He opened it carefully. Inside was a card, and his wife's handwriting filled the space. "Dear Henry, for 40 years, I've watched you leave every morning with dedication and return every evening with stories. You served this community with such care, such consistency, such quiet excellence. You made your work into an art form, and you made every person on your route feel seen and valued. I'm so proud of you. It's not just for the 40 years, but for every single day within them. For every time you went out in terrible weather. Every time you made sure someone was okay. Every time you treated a simple delivery like it mattered, because to you, it always did. Now it's time to rest. Time to enjoy the mornings without an alarm, the winters without worry, the freedom to simply be. You've earned it 1,000 times over. I love you, and I'm so grateful to share this next chapter with you. Always." Margaret Henry read it twice, feeling the weight of her love and understanding, feeling the transition from one part of his life to another become real and right. He looked up at his wife, this woman who had been his partner through all of it, and found he didn't need to say anything. She understood, as she always had. They ate dinner together that Christmas Eve, a simple meal that felt luxurious because Henry wasn't exhausted from his route. Afterward, they sat in the living room with the lights from their Christmas tree casting soft colors across the walls, and Henry opened the gifts his neighbors had given him. From the Johnsons, a photo album filled with pictures of their family over the years, with a note thanking him for being part of their story. It's from Mr. Patterson, the carved chickadee, which Henry placed on the mantle where he could see it every day. From the Brennans, a small sculpture made from twisted wire and found objects, somehow both abstract and perfectly recognizable as a mail carrier with a bag. It's from Emma and her husband, a framed print of their street, painted in watercolors, showing the houses and trees in summer glory. Each gift was thoughtful, personal, chosen with care. Together, they represented 40 years of relationship, mutual respect and affection, built through the simple, repeated act of delivering mail with dedication. As the evening grew late and the snow continued to fall outside, Henry found himself thinking about all the routes he had walked, all the steps he had taken, all the mail he had delivered. Millions of pieces over 40 years. Millions of small connections made, millions of tiny moments of service that had accumulated into something profound. He thought about the children he had watched grow up, about the elderly people he had checked on, about the young couples just starting out. He thought about the mail he had delivered that had carried good news and bad, that had connected people across distances, that had been mundane or momentous or anything in between. And he understood, finally and fully, what his work had been about. It hadn't been about the mail itself, not really. It had been about showing up, about being reliable, about treating every task, every person, every moment with care and attention. It had been about being part of the invisible infrastructure of community, the countless small actions that hold a neighborhood together. His life of service had created this web of connection, had touched more lives than he could count, not through grand gestures or dramatic moments, but through 40 years of simply doing his job well, with kindness, with consistency, with dedication. Margaret had fallen asleep in her chair, and Henry covered her gently with a blanket. He stood at the window, looking out at the snow-covered street, at the houses where lights still glowed, where families were celebrating, where his former neighbors were living their lives. Tomorrow, he would wake without an alarm. He would have coffee, slowly, read the newspaper, perhaps work in a small workshop, or visit with friends. The days ahead would be his own, unscheduled, open. It should have felt frightening, this vast openness after 40 years of rigid routine, but instead, it felt like a gift, earned and deserved. He had given his working life to service, and that service had been returned to him 100-fold in gratitude and connection and meaning. He had been just a mail carrier, but in being that faithfully and well, he had been part of something larger. He had mattered. His work had mattered. His presence in people's lives had mattered. As he turned from the window and moved toward bed, Henry felt a deep peace settle over him. It's the kind of peace that comes from a life lived with purpose, from work done well, from service rendered faithfully. He had walked his last route, delivered his last piece of mail, closed his mailbag for the final time. But the connections he had made, the lives he had touched, the community he had served, these would continue. These would ripple forward, beyond his route, beyond his retirement, beyond even his life. Because kindness creates kindness. Because showing up matters. Because a life of simple, dedicated service creates a legacy that extends far beyond the simple delivery of mail. In the morning, his neighbors would wake to find their Christmas cards and packages, would open gifts and celebrate with family. And while they might miss seeing Henry on his route, they would carry forward the lessons he had taught them simply by being consistent, by being kind, by caring about work that others might have considered mundane. That was enough. That was everything. Henry climbed into bed beside his sleeping wife, listening to the soft sound of snow against the windows, feeling the warmth of his home around him. Tomorrow was Christmas Day. Tomorrow was the first day of his retirement. Tomorrow was the beginning of whatever came next. But tonight, he was simply Henry Whitmore, retired mail carrier who had spent 40 years walking the same route with dedication and care, who had been present for countless small moments in countless lives, who had learned that the most ordinary work, done with love and attention, becomes extraordinary. He closed his eyes, and sleep came easily, the sleep of someone who has earned their rest, who has given fully of themselves, who has lived a life of meaning, measured not in grand achievements, but in daily kindnesses and consistent presence and simple service, rendered well. Outside, the snow continued to fall, covering his footprints on the sidewalks, blanketing the neighborhood in white. But the paths he had walked for 40 years remained invisible but real, written into the memory of the community, woven into the fabric of all those lives he had touched. And that, Henry thought, as he drifted into sleep, was the most beautiful gift of all. If this story resonated with you, if it brought you a moment of peace or helped you reflect on the quiet acts of service in your own life, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May your rest be deep, and may you wake refreshed, carrying forward the knowledge that every small act of kindness matters. Every moment of consistency builds something beautiful, and every life lived with dedication and care creates ripples that extend far beyond what we can see. Good night, and sleep well.
Mr. Abernathy's Festival of Lights. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, slipped through the mail slot with all the other unwanted correspondence that Arthur Abernathy collected each morning at precisely 8 o'clock. He'd been in the middle of his tea, a perfectly brewed Earl Grey that he took in his workshop among the quiet ticking of the clocks he no longer repaired but still maintained. The envelope was cream-colored, expensive stock, with his name written in careful calligraphy. Arthur frowned at it. Inside, the request was simple and entirely unwelcome. The town council, it seemed, needed a judge for the annual Christmas light competition. The previous judge, old Mrs. Henderson, had moved to Florida to live with her daughter. They'd gone through their list of suitable candidates, and Arthur Abernathy, respected retired clockmaker and longtime resident, was their choice. Would he do them the honor? Arthur set the letter down beside his teacup and stared at it, as though it might spontaneously combust if he willed it hard enough. A Christmas light competition. The very thought made him wince. He'd seen the chaos that descended upon his orderly little town every December. Inflatable snowmen the size of automobiles, Strings of lights hung with no apparent sense of spacing or symmetry, reindeer that danced to music loud enough to wake the dead. It was, in Arthur's carefully considered opinion, a spectacular display of excess and poor taste. He had every intention of declining. But then Margaret Thorne from the council called. She had that gentle, persistent way about her that Arthur found impossible to refuse directly. She reminded him that he'd known Mrs. Henderson for 40 years. She mentioned how much it would mean to the community. She said his eye for detail and precision would bring dignity to the competition. She did not say, though Arthur heard it anyway, that he had nothing better to do with his evening. That last part stung more than he cared to admit, so Arthur heard himself agreeing, his voice sounding distant and resigned even to his own ears. Margaret thanked him profusely, promised it would be simple and straightforward, and rang off before he could reconsider. Arthur sat in his workshop for a long time afterward, listening to the clocks tick their various rhythms, feeling something uncomfortably close to dread settle in his chest. He'd spent his entire life pursuing perfection. As a young apprentice clockmaker, he'd learned that precision was everything. A single gear out of alignment by a fraction of a millimeter could throw off an entire mechanism. There was no room for approximation, for good enough, for well-meaning effort that fell short of the mark. Either a thing was done correctly, or it was not worth doing at all. This philosophy had served him well in his profession. Arthur's clocks had been renowned throughout the region for their accuracy and craftsmanship. People had waited months for one of his pieces, knowing they were getting something of enduring quality. But somewhere along the way, that same exacting standard had crept into every corner of his life. He noticed when grocery store clerks gave inexact change. He spotted crooked picture frames in restaurants. He saw flaws that others seemed content to overlook, and he could not understand their tolerance for imperfection. It had made him, he had to acknowledge in his more honest moments, rather difficult to be around. His wife Margaret, God rest her soul, had understood him. She'd had a patience that bordered on saintly, a way of laughing at his fussiness that never felt cruel. But she'd been gone 8 years now, and Arthur had discovered that without her gentle presence to soften his edges, most people simply found him tiresome. Invitations had dwindled. Conversations at the market had become perfunctory. He'd become, though he hated the word, alone. Not that he'd admit to minding. He had his workshop, his clocks, his routines. He needed no one. The day of the judging arrived cold and crystalline. Arthur stood at his front window, watching the afternoon light fade to the deep blue of early winter evening. Snow had been falling since noon, light and steady, covering the town in what would have been, to anyone else, a picture-perfect holiday scene. Arthur simply noted that the snow was accumulating at approximately 1 inch per hour and would likely cause traffic difficulties by midnight. He dressed carefully for his task. A wool coat, properly buttoned. His heavy scarf, wound precisely twice around his neck. Leather gloves, expensive ones he'd had for 20 years and had kept in perfect condition. He tucked a small notebook and pen into his inner pocket, along with the list of participating houses Margaret Thorne had provided. 32 addresses. He'd plotted an efficient route that would minimize backtracking. As he prepared to leave, Arthur caught sight of his reflection in the hallway mirror. An old man looked back at him, thin and stern, with silver hair and sharp blue eyes that seemed perpetually skeptical. When had he become so severe? He couldn't quite remember. It felt as though he'd always been this way, though surely that couldn't be true. There must have been a time when he smiled more, when his default expression wasn't this perpetual frown. He turned away from the mirror and stepped out into the snowy evening. The first house was only 3 blocks from his own, a cheerful colonial with a front porch that someone had outlined in multicolored lights. Arthur paused on the sidewalk, withdrawing his notebook. The lights blinked in an irregular pattern that made his eye twitch. No rhythm, no discernible sequence. Just random flashing that seemed designed specifically to irritate anyone with even a passing appreciation for order. He wrote, House 1, inconsistent light pattern, appears random, color choice questionable. The next house was worse. An inflatable Santa Claus, easily 12 feet tall, swayed precariously in a wind gust as Arthur approached. The thing was tethered to the ground with what appeared to be garden stakes, a solution that struck Arthur as profoundly inadequate. One good storm and that monstrosity would be sailing down Main Street like a wayward zeppelin. House 2, inflatable decoration, structural integrity concerns, safety hazard. On he walked, his boots crunching through the fresh snow, his breath forming small clouds in the cold air. The town was quiet in that particular way of winter evenings. Sounds muffled and softened, the world wrapped in white. If Arthur had been of a more poetic disposition, he might have found it beautiful. As it was, he simply noted that the snow's acoustic properties were reducing ambient noise by approximately 50%. House 3 featured a nativity scene where the baby Jesus appeared to be the same size as one of the sheep. House 4 had icicle lights hung at such irregular intervals that Arthur's fingers itched to take them down and rehang them properly. House 5's reindeer seemed to be missing a leg, giving it an unfortunate listing quality that suggested either a manufacturing defect or significant damage. Arthur dutifully recorded each failing in his notebook. By House 10, a peculiar pattern had emerged. Arthur's criticisms, while valid from a technical standpoint, were beginning to feel hollow even to him. Yes, the lights were crooked. Yes, the colors clashed. Yes, the inflatable snowman was an affront to both physics and good taste. But through every window he passed, he could see the same thing. Families gathered in warm living rooms, children pointing excitedly at their handiwork, adults sipping what he presumed was hot chocolate or mulled wine. They were happy. That was the uncomfortable truth. They were pleased with their imperfect, chaotic, technically questionable displays, and their neighbors, walking past in small groups, were admiring them, commenting on them, taking photographs. No one seemed bothered by the crooked strings or clashing colors or inflatable monstrosities. No one but Arthur. He turned onto Maple Street, where the decorations reached new heights of elaborate excess. One house had synchronized their lights to music broadcast on a low-power FM frequency. Arthur could hear the tinny sounds of Jingle Bell Rock as he approached, could see the lights pulsing and shifting in time with the beat. It was technically impressive, he had to admit, even as he found it gaudy and overwhelming. House 15, choreographed light display, technically complex, aesthetically excessive. Beside it stood a home that had clearly decided more was better. Every available surface was covered in lights. The roof, the gutters, the windows, the bushes, the trees in the yard, even the mailbox. It blazed like a small sun against the darkness, bright enough that Arthur had to squint. Someone had erected a sign in the front yard, Griswold Family, Christmas Vacation Tribute. Arthur had never seen the movie. He'd heard about it, of course. Some silly comedy about holiday decorating gone wrong. The fact that someone had devoted this much time, effort, and undoubtedly money to recreating it struck him as fundamentally absurd. House 16, excessive illumination, probable violation of light pollution ordinances, pop culture reference of dubious value. A gust of wind sent snow swirling around Arthur's legs. He pulled his scarf tighter and continued walking. His nose was cold. His feet, despite his good boots, were beginning to feel the chill. How much longer would this take? He consulted his list, 22 addresses remaining. He'd barely crossed the halfway point. The houses continued in their chaotic variety. Some traditional, some modern, some so bizarre that Arthur couldn't quite parse what they were attempting to convey. One house had what appeared to be a lights and plywood construction of a dragon. A Christmas dragon. The mind boggled. But slowly, despite himself, Arthur began noticing other things. At House 19, the lights weren't store-bought strands, but rather small paper luminarias, dozens of them, lined up with perfect evenness along the walkway and porch. Someone had cut snowflakes into the paper bags, and when the candles inside burned, the patterns glowed outward. It was simple, understated, rather beautiful actually. At House 21, he spotted handmade ornaments hanging from the porch rafters, carved wooden stars, painted with care, each one different. The work was skilled but imperfect in that way that speaks of human hands rather than machine production. Someone had spent hours on these, Arthur realized. Someone had cared enough to make something rather than simply buy something. At House 24, a family was still outside decorating. a father on a ladder while two children held the end of a light strand, and a mother called up directions. They were laughing at something, their voices carrying in the cold air, and as Arthur walked past, the mother waved to him. "Merry Christmas!" she called out cheerfully. Arthur, caught off guard, raised one gloved hand in response. "Yes, Merry Christmas," he replied, his voice sounding rusty with disuse. The family went back to their decorating, and Arthur continued walking, but something had shifted. The cold seemed less biting, the snow seemed less an impediment and more a gentle addition to the evening. He found himself looking at the houses differently, trying to see past the technical flaws to whatever had motivated their creation. He paused at the corner of Elm and 3rd Street, standing beneath a street lamp that cast a circle of golden light in the falling snow. This was the oldest part of town, where the houses dated back 100 years or more, where the streets were narrower and the trees grew tall enough to form a canopy overhead. In the summer, this neighborhood was shaded and cool. In winter, it felt almost enchanted, the Victorian-era homes glowing with warm light behind their decorations. Arthur realized he was tired. Not just physically, though his feet ached and his fingers were numb despite his gloves, but tired in a deeper way. Tired of his own critical voice, tired of finding fault, tired of standing apart from a community that seemed to have found joy in something he'd dismissed as frivolous. When had he become so bitter? He thought of Margaret, his wife, who'd loved Christmas with a passion he'd never understood. She'd decorated their home every year, even in the later years when her arthritis made it difficult. He'd helped, of course, had hung the lights where she'd directed, but he'd never quite grasped her delight in it. It had seemed like so much effort for something temporary. "It's not about the decorations, Arthur," she'd told him once near the end. "It's about making something bright in the dark. It's about telling the world, and yourself, that you still believe in beauty and hope and joy." He'd thought he understood then. But perhaps he hadn't. Perhaps he'd never really understood at all. Arthur shook himself and continued walking. 8 more houses to go. 8 more chances to find fault, to note imperfections, to maintain the standards he'd held himself and others to for so many years. The next 3 houses were unremarkable. Nice enough displays, competently executed, nothing that particularly moved him one way or another. He made brief notes and moved on, his route taking him in a gradual circle back toward his own neighborhood. House 30 was notable for its simplicity. White lights only, strung along the roofline and wrapped around the porch columns. A single wreath on the door, fresh balsam from the smell of it. Nothing flashy, nothing excessive. In its restraint, it had an elegance that Arthur appreciated. He made a note that this might be a contender. House 31 was clearly the work of teenagers allowed free creative reign. It looked like a collision between a toy store and an electrical supply warehouse. Nothing matched, nothing coordinated. It was chaos incarnate. And yet, there was something exuberant about it, something that spoke of youthful enthusiasm, unconstrained by concerns about taste or propriety. Arthur almost smiled. Almost. And then he arrived at House 32. The last house on his list was on Birch Lane, a short dead-end street on the far edge of town. Arthur had been here before, years ago, though he couldn't remember why. The houses were smaller here, more modest. The kind of homes that working families bought as starter houses and often never left. The house at the end of the lane was clearly older than its neighbors. The paint was faded, the porch slightly sagging, the roof in need of replacement. In summer, Arthur imagined, it would be shabby in that sad way that speaks of limited resources and deferred maintenance. In winter, covered in snow, it had a certain dignity that poverty couldn't entirely erase. The Christmas display was simple. A single strand of white lights had been strung along the porch railing. In the small front yard stood a modest nativity scene, but not a purchased one. These figures had been carved from wood, painted by hand, and arranged with obvious care around a manger that was really just a wooden crate lined with hay. The figures were crude, the sort of thing someone might make who had more enthusiasm than skill, but they'd been placed with such evident thought that Arthur found himself stepping closer to look. The Mary was slightly lopsided. The Joseph's face was more suggestion than detail. The baby Jesus was disproportionately large, and one of the sheep appeared to be missing an ear. By any objective standard, this was amateur work. But something made Arthur crouch down beside the little scene, his knees protesting the movement, to look more closely. Each figure had been sanded smooth. The wood surface worked until it felt soft under his fingertips. The paint, while simple, had been applied in multiple thin coats, the kind of patience that suggests someone who'd taken their time, who'd cared about doing it right even without the skill to make it perfect. And there were details: a tiny painted star on Mary's cloak, a careful line of stitching painted onto Joseph's robe, the faintest hint of a smile on the baby's face. This had taken someone hours, days, probably. Someone had sat with pieces of wood and sandpaper and paint, had worked and reworked these little figures, had poured an enormous amount of effort into creating something they must have known would be judged imperfect by anyone with even basic woodworking skills. Why? Why go to all that trouble? Arthur stood, his knees aching, and looked at the house itself. A single light was on in the front room, and through the window, he could see an elderly person sitting in an armchair. From this distance, Arthur couldn't make out details, but the figure seemed small, possibly frail, wrapped in blankets despite being indoors. The answer came to him with uncomfortable clarity. Someone had made this display because they wanted to, because despite their limited resources and limited skills and undoubtedly limited energy, they'd wanted to create something beautiful for the holiday. They'd wanted to participate in the community's tradition. They'd wanted to bring a little light into the darkness. Just like Margaret had said. Arthur felt something crack inside his chest, a long frozen thing beginning to thaw. He looked at the crude little nativity scene, at the simple strand of lights, at the humble house with its lone occupant, and he felt, for the first time in years, a genuine warmth that had nothing to do with temperature. This was what Christmas was supposed to be about. Not perfection, not technical excellence, not lights strung with mathematical precision or colors chosen according to proper theory. It was about love, about effort, about making something, anything, that said, "I care, and I tried, and I believe there should be light in the darkness." All the other houses he'd judged suddenly looked different in his memory. The crooked lights strung by a father balanced on a ladder while his children watched. The excessive display that made a whole family laugh at its own absurdity. The handmade ornaments that represented hours of careful work. The synchronized lights that someone had spent weeks programming. They'd all been acts of love. Imperfect, excessive, sometimes baffling acts of love, but love nonetheless. And he, Arthur Abernathy, master clockmaker, precision perfectionist, had walked past all of them seeing only flaws. He stood in the snow for a long time, staring at the humble little display, feeling tears prick at his eyes. When was the last time he'd cried? He couldn't remember. Not at Margaret's funeral, though he'd felt her loss like a physical wound. Not in all the years since. He'd held himself together, maintained his standards, refused to acknowledge anything that might crack his carefully constructed armor of criticism and dismissal. But here, on a cold December evening, standing before a scene carved by unskilled but devoted hands, Arthur felt that armor finally break. He reached up and touched his cheek. His glove came away damp. How long had he been so alone? How long had he held himself apart from the world, judging and finding fault, maintaining standards that had somehow turned from professional pride into personal isolation? Years. 8 years since Margaret died, but if he was honest, it had started before that. Slowly, imperceptibly, he'd let his perfectionism curdle into something meaner, something that pushed people away rather than drew them close. He thought of his workshop with its ticking clocks and its absence of any human sound. He thought of his days, each one structured and solitary and safe. He thought of the last time someone had invited him to dinner, to a party, to anything at all. It had been so long he couldn't remember, and suddenly that felt like the most terrible thing in the world. "Good evening." Arthur startled, turning to find a woman had approached without his noticing. She was perhaps 60, bundled in a worn coat, carrying a bag of groceries. She smiled at him, a kind expression that suggested she thought his interest in the display was genuine appreciation rather than critical judgment. "It's lovely, isn't it?" she said, nodding toward the nativity. My father made it. He's 87 now, lives alone since Mom passed. His hands shake something terrible and his eyes aren't what they were, but he wanted to do it. Took him most of the autumn. He was so worried it wouldn't be good enough, that people would think it was shabby. I told him people would love it because he made it with love, but I don't think he believed me. She gestured toward the window where the elderly figure sat. That's him there. He'll be watching to see if anyone stops to look. I'm his daughter Ellen. I stop by every day to check on him, bring him groceries and such. Are you the judge? Arthur nodded, not trusting his voice. Ellen's smile widened. Well then, I hope you'll be kind in your judgment. It's not fancy, I know, but it meant the world to him to be able to participate. Arthur finally found his voice. It's remarkable, he said quietly. The craftsmanship, the care. Ellen looked surprised, then pleased. Thank you, that means a lot. I'll tell him you said so. Merry Christmas. She walked up to the house, letting herself in, and Arthur could see her through the window, speaking to her father, gesturing back toward where Arthur stood. The old man's face lit up, visible even from the street. Arthur raised his hand in a small wave, and the old man waved back. The walk home seemed to take no time at all. Arthur barely noticed the cold, barely registered the continued snowfall. His mind was entirely occupied with what he'd seen, what he'd felt, what he'd finally understood. Back in his own house, warm and orderly and profoundly empty, Arthur made himself a cup of tea and sat down at his desk in the workshop. The clocks ticked around him, each one keeping perfect time, each one a masterpiece of precision and craft. They were beautiful, and he was proud of them, but they were also cold. Perfect, but cold. He pulled out his notebook, looked at all the criticisms he'd recorded, and set it aside. Then he withdrew a sheet of his good writing paper and began to compose his official judgment. Dear members of the Town Council and fellow citizens, I have completed my review of this year's Christmas light displays, and I write to you now with both my official judgment and a confession. My official judgment is this. The winner of this year's competition is the display at 47 Birch Lane, created by Mr. Harold Chen. My confession is this. I nearly missed it. I have spent this evening walking through our town with the eyes of a critic. I have noted crooked lights and clashing colors, questioned structural integrity and aesthetic choices. I have applied the standards of precision and technical excellence that have guided my professional life to decorations created not by professionals, but by neighbors, by friends, by families. In doing so, I have failed to see what was most important. The display at 47 Birch Lane is not perfect. The figures are crude. The workmanship shows the limitations of aging hands and failing eyesight. By objective standards, it is simple, perhaps even shabby. But I have never seen anything created with more love. Every figure in that small nativity scene represents hours of careful work. Every painted detail speaks to patience and devotion. The entire display is a testament to what can be created when someone believes, despite all obstacles, that there should be beauty and light in the world. I have learned tonight that perfection is not the measure of worth. Love is. Effort is. The courage to create something knowing it will be imperfect, but making it anyway because the world needs more light, more beauty, more expressions of hope. Every house I visited tonight embodied this truth. Every string of lights, no matter how crooked, was an act of hope. Every inflatable snowman, no matter how garish, was an act of joy. Every synchronized display, no matter how excessive, was an act of celebration. But because we are willing to try, I award the prize to Mr. Chen because his display moved me in a way I have not been moved in many years. It reminded me that our job as human beings is not to achieve perfection, but to create beauty and connection wherever we can, with whatever gifts we have, for as long as we are able. Thank you for entrusting me with this responsibility. It has taught me more than you could know. Respectfully, Arthur Abernathy. Arthur read over what he'd written, then carefully folded the letter and placed it in an envelope. He would deliver it to the town council office first thing in the morning. He sat for a long time afterward, listening to his clock's tick, but for once the sound didn't comfort him. The precision, the perfect mechanical order, felt hollow in a way it never had before. Through his workshop window, he could hear distant sounds, laughter from somewhere down the street, a car door closing, someone calling out good night to someone else. The ordinary sounds of a community he'd been living beside rather than within for longer than he cared to admit. It wasn't too late to change that, was it? Arthur stood and walked to his window, looking out at his own dark, undecorated house. He'd never seen the point of decorating just for himself, but perhaps that had been wrong thinking. Perhaps the point was never just for oneself. Perhaps the point was to say to the world, I am here. I believe in beauty. I want to participate in the collective creation of light. Tomorrow, he decided. Tomorrow he would visit the hardware store and purchase some lights. Nothing fancy, nothing excessive. Just enough to say that he too was part of this community, that he too believed in making something bright in the darkness. The next day dawned clear and cold, the fresh snow sparkling under a brilliant blue sky. Arthur delivered his letter to the town council office, where Margaret Thorne read it with tears in her eyes and clasped his hand warmly. The council would announce the winner at the Christmas Eve gathering in the town square. She told him. Would he come? Arthur, who had not attended a community gathering in 8 years, said yes. Word spread quickly through the small town. By afternoon, people were talking about Arthur's letter, about his choice, about his unexpected philosophical reflections on the true meaning of the competition. Several people stopped by his house to tell him they'd enjoyed his judgment, that it had made them think differently about their own decorations. Eleanor Morrison, who lived 3 doors down, brought him a plate of cookies. I'm so glad you've decided to be more sociable, she said with a warm smile. We've missed you, Arthur. It's nice to have you back. Back, as though he'd been somewhere and returned. In a way, he supposed he had. That evening, Arthur stood on his front porch, hanging a simple string of white lights along the railing. His fingers, stiff with age and cold, fumbled with the clips. The strand hung slightly crooked when he'd finished. He looked at it critically, started to adjust it, then stopped. It was good enough. It was better than nothing. It was a beginning. On Christmas Eve, Arthur walked to the town square where the community had gathered for the annual tree lighting and announcement of the light competition winner. He hadn't attended in so long that many of the younger families didn't know who he was. But the older residents remembered, and they welcomed him back with the particular warmth reserved for lost things found again. When his letter was read aloud, and the winner announced, Arthur watched Harold Chen's daughter Ellen help her elderly father onto the small platform. Harold looked overwhelmed and deeply moved, tears streaming down his weathered face. When he spoke, his voice was shaky but clear. I never thought, he said, that my little carvings would win anything. I just wanted to do my part, to be part of this community, to make something that said I was still here, still alive, still believing in something beautiful. Thank you. Thank you all. The crowd applauded, and Arthur found himself clapping along with them, his eyes stinging with tears he no longer tried to hide. Afterward, Ellen found him in the crowd. Thank you, she said simply. You've given my father more joy than you could possibly know. He's been alone too long. We've been worried about him. I understand, Arthur said quietly. I've been alone too long myself. Ellen smiled. Well then, we're having Christmas dinner tomorrow at my house. Dad will be there and my family. We'd love to have you join us if you'd like. It won't be fancy, but there'll be plenty of food and good company. Arthur felt something in his chest, something warm and unfamiliar and terribly fragile. Hope, perhaps. Connection, the possibility of not being quite so alone. I would like that very much, he said. Thank you. On Christmas morning, Arthur woke early as he always did, but instead of his usual tea and solitary silence, he found himself humming quietly as he moved around his kitchen. He'd accepted another invitation the night before to join the carolers who would be singing through the neighborhoods that evening. His voice was rusty, he'd warned them, but they'd assured him they would take anyone willing to try. In his workshop, the clocks ticked their perfect mechanical rhythms. But Arthur left the door open, and through it drifted the sound of children playing in the snow, someone shoveling their driveway, a dog barking with joy. the sounds of a community. His community. One he was, finally, beginning to rejoin. He looked at the crude little wooden figure he'd begun carving the previous evening, his first attempt at the craft. It was terrible, objectively speaking. The proportions were wrong. The details were clumsy. His hands didn't have the strength or steadiness they once did. But he would finish it anyway. He would paint it with care. And next Christmas, he would add it to his simple display of lights. Proof that even an old perfectionist could learn to value love over precision, connection over criticism, light over darkness. Through his window, the winter sun illuminated his modest home, and for the first time in years, Arthur looked at his life not with the critical eye of a judge, but with gratitude. There was still time. There was still light. There was still, he realized with quiet joy, so much still to love. If this story resonated with you, if Mr. Abernathy's journey from criticism to compassion touched something in your heart, please consider showing your support with a like, and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. Sleep well, and may you always remember that love, not perfection, is the true measure of what we create in this world.
The Tree That Nobody Wanted. Heartwarming Christmas sleep story. The lot was quiet now, bathed in the soft amber glow of string lights that swayed gently in the evening breeze. Arthur stood near the wooden shed at the far corner, his hands tucked deep into the pockets of his wool coat, watching the last light of Christmas Eve fade behind the buildings across the street. The sky had turned that particular shade of purple blue that only winter evenings could manage, deep and cold, and somehow comforting in its predictability. Snow had fallen earlier in the afternoon, not the heavy, wet kind that bent branches and made walking treacherous, but the light, dry powder that dusted everything like confectioner's sugar. It crunched softly under his boots as he moved between the rows of empty stands, metal frames that had held trees just hours before. The air carried the sharp, clean scent of pine sap mixed with wood smoke from someone's chimney nearby. From somewhere in the distance he could hear the faint sound of traffic on the main road, and, even fainter, the tinny echo of Christmas carols playing from a shop window. Arthur had run this lot for nearly 30 years. Each December he transformed this corner plot from an empty rectangle of cracked asphalt into something that felt almost magical. He knew it was temporary, knew it was commercial, but there was something about the trees that moved him. They were living things, after all, even if their time was limited. Each one had grown for years in a field somewhere, had felt rain and sun, had been shaped by wind and weather into its particular form, and now only one remained. It stood near the center of the lot, positioned under one of the brightest strands of lights, though the illumination did little to hide its obvious imperfections. The trunk leaned noticeably to the left, as if the tree had spent its entire life bending away from some persistent wind. About halfway up on what Arthur thought of as its right side, there was a significant bald spot where branches simply hadn't grown. The gap was impossible to miss. A patch of exposed trunk about the size of a dinner plate, surrounded by thinner, sparser growth that made the absence even more obvious. Arthur had noticed it the moment the delivery truck had arrived 3 weeks ago. The driver had shrugged apologetically, said something about genetic variation and growing conditions, offered to take it back. But Arthur had waved him off. The tree deserved a chance. Everything deserved a chance. Now, as he walked slowly toward it, Arthur found himself doing what he always did at the end of the season. He spoke to the trees, not loudly, and never when customers were around, but in these quiet moments it felt natural, comforting even. "Well," he said softly, stopping a few feet away, "it's just you and me now." The tree stood silent, of course, its remaining branches full and green, its needles still fresh despite weeks in the lot. Arthur had been careful to water it regularly, to keep the stand reservoir full, even as he knew with increasing certainty that this tree wouldn't sell. People wanted symmetry. They wanted perfection, or at least the illusion of it. They wanted a tree that would look magazine-ready, something they could photograph and post, something that would make their neighbors envious. This tree would make no one envious. Arthur reached out and touched one of the lower branches, feeling the needles prickle against his palm. The tree had come from a farm upstate, he knew, where it had grown for probably 7 or 8 years before being cut and trucked down to the city. 7 or 8 years of slow growth, of season cycling, of roots pulling nutrients from soil, of cells dividing in that patient, determined way that plants have. All of that life, all of that time, and now it stood here, unwanted on Christmas Eve. He thought about his own childhood trees. His family hadn't had much money. His father had worked at a factory, his mother had cleaned houses, and Christmas had always been simple. But his father had insisted on a tree every year, and more often than not, it had been imperfect. Too short or too tall, branches uneven, sometimes with bare patches that his mother would turn toward the wall and cover with extra tinsel. A tree with personality, his father used to say, standing back with his hands on his hips, admiring whatever asymmetrical specimen they'd managed to afford. That's what we've got, character. Not like those cookie-cutter ones the rich folks buy. Arthur smiled at the memory, though it carried a familiar ache. His father had been dead for 15 years now, his mother for 20. But their lessons remained embedded deep. Beauty wasn't just in perfection. Worth wasn't determined by flawlessness. The sound of tires on pavement pulled Arthur from his thoughts. Headlights swept across the lot as a car pulled up to the curb. He turned, squinting against the glare, and watched as a family emerged. A father, mother, 2 children who looked about 7 and 9. They were well-dressed, the kind of clothing that spoke of department stores and careful coordination. The father's coat was pristine, the mother's boots fashionable and clean. "You're still open?" The father called out, already moving toward the lot with purposeful strides. Arthur nodded, forcing warmth into his tired voice. "Last tree of the season. You're just in time." The family approached, the children running ahead, their excitement palpable. They stopped short when they saw the tree, their faces falling slightly. The father walked around it slowly, his expression skeptical. He reached out and touched the trunk, felt the lean, then stepped back and crossed his arms. "This is it?" he asked. "This is it," Arthur confirmed. The mother joined her husband, and together they examined the tree with the kind of scrutiny usually reserved for major purchases. The children had already spotted the bald patch and were giggling, whispering to each other. "It's lopsided," the older child announced. "It looks like it's leaning away from the wind," the father said. His tone caught somewhere between amusement and disappointment. Arthur moved closer, reaching out to adjust the tree's position in its stand, trying to minimize the lean. "It's got a strong base," he offered, "and the needles are fresh. It'll hold ornaments well." The mother tilted her head, considering, but Arthur could already see the answer in her expression. "I think we'll try the lot on Maple Street," she said gently. "I heard they got a late shipment, but thank you." They left as quickly as they'd arrived, the children's voices fading as they climbed back into the car. Arthur watched the taillights disappear around the corner, then turned back to the tree. He adjusted it again, trying to position it in a way that minimized its flaws, but there was no hiding what it was. He sat down on an old wooden stool near the shed, feeling the cold seep through his coat and into his bones. The temperature was dropping as night set in fully. His breath came out in visible clouds, and his fingers felt stiff even inside his gloves. The lot felt larger in the darkness, emptier, and Arthur felt the weight of the long day settling over him. There was something exhausting about this time of year. The joy was real. He'd seen it in the faces of families who found their perfect tree, in the excitement of children pointing and tugging at parents' sleeves, but underneath it all was a pressure he couldn't quite name, an insistence on perfection, on magazine-worthy presentations, on trees that would photograph well and impress guests. The season had become so much about appearance. He thought about the tree again, about belonging and rejection. Even trees, it seemed, needed the right home. They needed someone who could see past surface flaws to the potential beneath. How many things in life were like that? How many people spent their lives feeling like this tree, waiting for someone to recognize their worth despite their crooked places? The sound of boots on snow interrupted his reverie. Arthur looked up to see two young men approaching, probably in their early 20s, both grinning widely. They had the loose, easy energy of people who didn't take much too seriously. "Hey, man," one of them called out. "Please tell me you've still got trees." Arthur gestured toward the last one. "Just one left." They walked over, circling it with exaggerated inspection. One of them stopped at the bald spot, leaning in close. "Dude," he said, laughing, "does this thing come with a toupee?" His friend joined in the laughter. "It's like it's got male pattern baldness." Arthur tried to smile, tried to meet their humor halfway. "It's got character," he offered, "and I can show you how to position it so the thin side faces a wall, with the right decorations." "Nah, man," the first one said, still chuckling. "That's too much work. We'll hit up one of the big box stores. They've probably got some left." They departed with waves and wishes of Merry Christmas, their laughter echoing even after they disappeared from view. Arthur stood and walked back to the tree, reaching out to touch the bare patch of trunk. His fingers traced the rough bark, feeling protective in a way that surprised him with its intensity. "I'm sorry," he murmured. He sat back down on the stool, suddenly exhausted beyond measure. The cold was deeper now, seeping not just through his coat, but into his very center. He could see his breath, thick clouds that dissipated slowly in the still air. Around him, the lot was dotted with those empty metal stands, each one a ghost of a tree that had found its home. Only this one remained, unwanted. Arthur's thoughts drifted to the psychological concept he'd read about once, years ago, in a magazine at the dentist's office. Something about belonging being a fundamental human need, as basic as food or shelter. The article had discussed studies showing that people who felt they belonged were healthier, happier, more resilient. And those who didn't, who felt perpetually on the outside, suffered in ways both visible and invisible. Trees weren't people, of course, but Arthur couldn't shake the feeling that the principle applied regardless. This tree, through no fault of its own, had grown in a way that made it unacceptable to modern standards. And now it stood here, its very existence a kind of rejection. Another car pulled up, this one older and slightly beaten. An elderly woman emerged, moving slowly, her coat thin against the cold. She approached with the careful steps of someone conserving energy. "How much for the tree?" she asked before even reaching it. Arthur told her the price, the same he'd charged all season. She walked around the tree, her examination quick and businesslike. She noted the lean, the bald spot, the uneven distribution of branches. "I'll give you half that," she said. "No one else is going to buy it." "You might as well get something." Arthur felt something tighten in his chest. "The price is fair for the tree," he said quietly. "Fair?" The woman's eyebrows rose. "For a reject? Come on. You're going to mulch it anyway." "The tree deserves respect," Arthur said, his voice firmer than he'd intended. "The price stands." The woman muttered something about overpriced rejects and turned away, moving back to her car with the same careful steps. Arthur watched her go, then looked at the tree. He realized with sudden clarity that he'd rather mulch it himself than see it go to someone who viewed it with contempt. Worth wasn't something that could be diminished by flaw. Value wasn't determined by perfection. These were truths Arthur believed deeply, had believed since childhood, but they were truths the world seemed determined to forget. He thought about a concept he'd encountered years ago, a Japanese aesthetic philosophy called wabi-sabi. It was the acceptance and even celebration of imperfection, the recognition that things could be beautiful precisely because of their flaws, not despite them. The crack in a pottery bowl, the asymmetry of a handmade object, the worn patina of an old tool. These weren't defects to be hidden, but characteristics to be appreciated. Arthur, white old man, an elderly man in his late 60s with short, graying hair, wearing a warm wool coat and practical boots, with a kind and weathered face, a Hispanic old woman, an elderly woman with sharp eyes and gray hair and a bun, moving slowly and wearing a thin, worn-out coat against the cold. Western culture, especially modern Western culture, seemed to have lost this understanding. Everything had to be perfect, filtered, curated. Social media had only intensified this pressure, creating a world where appearances mattered more than substance, where surface beauty was the only currency that mattered. Arthur stood and began the process of closing down the lot. He moved slowly, methodically, turning off lights one strand at a time. Each time he flipped a switch, another section of the lot fell into darkness, the warm amber glow replaced by the colder blue-white of street lamps and moonlight. The transformation was striking. In darkness, the lot became peaceful, less exposed. The empty stands were less obvious, the absence of trees less glaring. He walked to the shed and retrieved the keys to the wood chipper. It was a necessary tool, one he used every season for unsold trees and discarded branches. But tonight, approaching it felt heavier than usual. He held the keys in his hand, thumb running over the worn metal, and looked back at the tree standing alone under the moon. Something made him hesitate. He walked back to it, standing close, and for a long moment just looked at it. Really looked at it, not cataloging its flaws, but seeing it whole. The needles were a deep, healthy green. The branches that did exist were full and strong. The scent of pine was rich and fresh. And that lean, that persistent tilt to the left, gave it a kind of dynamic quality, as if the tree were in motion, caught mid-gesture. "I tried," Arthur said aloud. "I really tried to find you a home." The tree stood silent in the darkness, its shadow long across the snow-dusted ground. A passing car's headlights swept across the lot, and for just a moment, the tree was illuminated from behind, creating a silhouette that was striking in its stark beauty. Then the car passed, and the tree returned to shadow. Arthur pulled the keys from his pocket, prepared to start the long process of breaking down the lot, when he heard the sound of another vehicle. He turned, expecting it to keep driving. It was late now, well past when most people would be shopping for trees. But the car, an older sedan with a dent in the passenger door, pulled up to the curb and stopped. Two people emerged, a young man and woman, probably in their late 20s. They moved with the careful exhaustion of people who'd been awake too long, worked too hard, run on empty too many times. The woman wore scrubs under her coat, a nurse or medical assistant, Arthur guessed. The man's clothes were rumpled, his hair uncombed. "I'm so sorry," the woman called out as they approached. "I know it's late. We both worked double shifts, and this was literally our only chance. Are you closed?" Arthur felt something warm unfold in his chest. "Not yet," he said. "Come on in." They walked into the lot with visible relief, their shoulders dropping slightly, as if they'd been carrying tension they could now release. The man looked around at the empty stands, then spotted the lone tree. "Is that the only one left?" he asked. Arthur nodded. "Last one of the season." They moved closer, and Arthur watched their faces, preparing himself for the familiar pattern of inspection, judgment, rejection. He felt protective again, that same fierce tenderness he'd experienced with the earlier customers. "It's our first Christmas," the woman said, almost to herself. "In our own place, we've been saving up. Just got a studio apartment," the man added. "It's tiny. We can barely turn around in there." They reached the tree and stopped, both of them going quiet. Arthur started to speak, to warn them about the imperfections, to offer to help them find another lot that might still be open. But something in their expressions stopped him. The woman's face had changed. Her eyes had widened, and she'd brought one hand up to her mouth. "Oh," she breathed. The man was staring too, his head tilted, a slow smile spreading across his tired face. "It's perfect," he said. Arthur blinked. "I should tell you it's got some issues. The trunk leans, and there's this bald spot." "No, you don't understand," the woman interrupted, turning to her partner with growing excitement. "Look at it, the flat side. It can go right against the wall." The man's eyes lit up with the same realization. "You're right. A regular tree would stick out too far. We'd be bumping into it constantly. But this one is perfect for our space," the woman finished. They circled the tree together, speaking rapidly now, pointing out features. The bald spot that Arthur had seen as a flaw, they saw as a solution to their cramped apartment. The lean that had made others laugh, they discussed as adding character. They talked about where it would go, how they'd angle it, what decorations they'd use. Arthur stood back, watching them, feeling something unfamiliar and powerful rising in his chest. It took him a moment to identify the sensation, and when he did, he realized it was a kind of joyful wonder. Not just happiness at making a sale, but something deeper. He was witnessing a fundamental truth manifesting in real time. This tree, with all its imperfections, was exactly right for these people. Not despite its flaws, but because of them. What had made it wrong for everyone else made it perfect for them. "How much?" the man asked, pulling out his wallet. Arthur told them the price, and this time, when he named it, it felt right. fair in a way that went beyond economics. The woman started to protest. "That seems like too much for a tree that's perfect for us," the man finished, gently touching her arm. "We pay full price for perfection." They insisted on paying full price, even though Arthur offered a discount. "It's the perfect tree for us," they repeated, and Arthur could hear that they truly meant it. This wasn't politeness or pity. They genuinely saw this tree as exactly what they needed. Arthur helped them carry it to their car. Despite their exhaustion, they moved with renewed energy, the tree between them as they walked carefully across the snowy lot. They were gentle with it, adjusting their grip to avoid damaging branches, talking to each other about how to secure it best on the roof. As Arthur helped tie the tree down with twine, he watched how they worked together. The woman would anticipate what the man needed, handing him rope before he asked. The man would check with her before tightening knots, making sure they agreed on the placement. It was a small thing, this teamwork over a tree, but it spoke to something larger, a compatibility, a rightness of fit that went beyond surface attributes. "Thank you so much," the woman said as they finished securing the tree. "You have no idea how much this means. We almost gave up on having a tree at all this year. I'm glad you found each other," Arthur said, and he meant it in a way that encompassed the tree, the couple, and this moment of perfect alignment. They drove away carefully, the tree secured on their roof, taillights glowing red in the darkness. Arthur stood in the empty lot and watched them go, watched until they turned the corner and disappeared from view. Then he sat back down on the stool, not because he was tired, though he was, but because he needed a moment to absorb what he just witnessed. The realization came slowly, building like dawn light, illuminating corners of his understanding that had been dim before. It wasn't about perfection. It had never been about perfection. It was about fit, about alignment, about finding the place where what you were matched, what was needed. That tree, with its crooked trunk and bald spot, would likely be loved more deeply than many of the perfect trees that had sold weeks ago, because it had found the home that needed exactly what it had to offer. Its flaws weren't problems to be overlooked. They were features that made it uniquely suited to its situation. Arthur thought about all the so-called perfect trees that had sold early in the season. Beautiful, symmetrical, full specimens that had gone to homes where they would be admired, photographed, praised. But would they be loved? Would they be appreciated with the kind of genuine joy he'd just witnessed? Maybe, probably even. But there was something special about the connection he'd just seen. That couple hadn't settled for the crooked tree because it was all that was left. They had recognized it as perfect for them. The distinction mattered. He thought about the psychology of belonging again, that article he'd read years ago. Belonging wasn't about being perfect. It was about being accepted, flaws and all. It was about finding the people or places or situations where what you were was not just tolerated, but celebrated. Where your differences weren't obstacles, but assets. How many people went through life feeling like that tree had probably felt, assuming trees could feel such. Things standing in the lot while person after person walked by, examined them, found them wanting. How many people hid their bald spots, tried to minimize their crooked places, attempted to present a version of themselves that matched some imagined standard of perfection? And how much energy was wasted in that effort? How much authenticity was sacrificed? How many genuine connections were missed because people were too busy trying to be flawless to recognize where they actually fit? Arthur's thoughts expanded outward, beyond trees and lots and Christmas Eve. He thought about his own life, about moments when he'd felt wrong or inadequate, times when he'd tried to force himself into spaces that didn't quite fit. And he thought about the times when he'd felt right, when he'd been around people who accepted him fully, when he'd been doing work that aligned with who he actually was. This lot, for instance. This was his fit. Not everyone would want to spend December standing in the cold, selling trees, talking to strangers. But for Arthur, it felt right. The seasonal nature of it, the connection to growing things, the chance to be part of people's holidays, it aligned with something fundamental in his nature. His crooked places, his own bald spots, whatever they were, mattered less here. Or rather, they mattered in a different way. They were part of what made him suited to this particular work. The night was fully dark now, the lot transformed into a landscape of shadows and streetlight. The empty stands looked like sculptures, abstract forms against the snow. The string lights were all off, conserving electricity, and the only illumination came from the moon, nearly full, hanging low in the sky. Arthur stood and began his final tasks. He needed to lock up the shed, secure the gate, make sure everything was ready for the post-season cleanup that would happen next week. But he moved slowly, taking his time, savoring the quiet. There was a peace in the empty lot that he'd never noticed before. All season it had been full of activity, noise, customers, transactions. Now, stripped bare, returned to its essential emptiness, it felt complete somehow, as if the fullness and the emptiness were both necessary parts of the cycle. He walked to the gate and pulled out his keys. The lot felt different to him now, charged with a significance he couldn't quite name. Something had shifted tonight. Some understanding had clicked into place. He wasn't sure he could articulate it clearly, even to himself, but he felt it in his bones. There was a place for everyone, for everything, flaws and all. The crooked tree wasn't less than the perfect ones. It was just different. And difference Arthur understood now with a clarity that felt almost spiritual. Wasn't a problem to be solved. It was an attribute to be matched. What made something wrong in one context could make it right in another. He locked the gate and walked to his truck, parked on the street nearby. His body ached with the familiar fatigue of a long season, but his mind felt oddly alert, energized by the evening's revelation. He climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine, letting it warm up while he sat in the darkness. Through his windshield, he could see the empty lot, the space where the tree had stood, now just another patch of snow-dusted pavement. But in his mind's eye he could see it clearly, the crooked trunk, the bald spot, the lean that gave it character. And he could see the faces of that young couple, lighting up with recognition and joy. Arthur pulled away from the curb and began driving home through quiet streets. The city was beautiful at this hour, dressed in its holiday lights, the streets mostly empty, the usual chaos replaced by a contemplative silence. Windows glowed warm against the cold night, and Arthur imagined the scenes inside those homes. Families gathering, trees standing in corners, the rituals of the season playing out in countless variations. He thought about all the trees from his lot, now distributed across the city in different homes, each one standing in a different living room, decorated according to different tastes, surrounded by different families. The perfect symmetrical ones, the slightly irregular ones, and that one beautifully crooked tree with its bald spot pressed flat against a wall in a tiny studio apartment. Which trees would be happiest? The question was absurd. Trees didn't have feelings, but Arthur entertained it anyway. And he found himself certain, with a certainty that had no logical basis, that the crooked tree would be among the most content. Because it hadn't just found a home, it had found the right home. The home that needed exactly what it had to offer. There was a lesson in that, Arthur thought, one that applied to more than just trees. In a world that increasingly demanded perfection, that filtered and curated and edited everything to match impossible standards, there was profound freedom in accepting imperfection, in recognizing that the right fit mattered more than flawlessness. He thought about the young couple again, about their tired faces and their genuine excitement. They hadn't been looking for perfection. They'd been looking for something that would work in their real life, in their actual space, with their authentic limitations. And when they'd found it, they'd recognized it immediately. Maybe that was the real skill, Arthur thought. Not becoming perfect, but learning to recognize when you'd found your right place. Learning to see when something or someone was exactly right for you, even if it wouldn't be right for anyone else. The streets grew quieter as Arthur drove toward his small house on the edge of the city. He passed other cars occasionally, saw other late-night travelers heading home or heading out. Everyone with their own stories, their own crooked places, their own search for belonging. And Arthur felt, as he drove, a deep sense of rightness, of purpose fulfilled. He'd spent the season helping trees find homes, and tonight, in the very last moment, he'd witnessed the most perfect match of all. That crooked, imperfect tree had found the one home in all the city where it was not just acceptable, but ideal. There was grace in that, beauty in the precision of the fit, a kind of magic that had nothing to do with perfection and everything to do with alignment. Arthur pulled into his driveway and turned off the engine. He sat for a moment in the darkness and the quiet, feeling the residual warmth from the heater, watching his breath fog the windows. He felt tired, deeply tired, in the way that comes at the end of a long season. But underneath the fatigue was something else, satisfaction, gratitude, a sense of having witnessed something meaningful. He climbed out of the truck and walked to his front door, his boots crunching on the thin layer of snow that covered his walkway. Inside, his own small tree waited, a modest specimen he'd brought home on the first day of the season. It stood in the corner of his living room, decorated simply with lights and a few ornaments collected over the years. Arthur hung up his coat and stood looking at his tree for a moment. It was a good tree, full and symmetrical, nothing remarkable about it. But it was his, and he'd chosen it, and that made it right. He made himself a cup of tea and sat in his armchair, letting the warmth seep into his cold hands. Outside his window, the street was quiet, the neighborhood settled in for the night. Somewhere across the city, in a tiny studio apartment, a young couple was probably decorating a crooked tree, pressing its flat side against the wall, hanging their ornaments with care and joy. Arthur smiled, sipped his tea, and felt a deep sense of peace settle over him. The season was over. The lot was empty. And the tree that nobody wanted had found the perfect home. There was a place for everyone, Arthur thought again. For everything, flaws and all, the trick was finding it. Or better yet, recognizing it when it found you. He finished his tea and prepared for bed, moving through his nighttime routine with the comfortable rhythm of habit. And as he laid down, as sleep began to pull him under, his last conscious thought was of that tree standing in its tiny apartment, its bald spot hidden against the wall, its crooked trunk leaning just right, finally perfectly home. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like, and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May your own crooked places find their perfect homes, and may you rest well tonight, knowing that somewhere, in the right place, you are exactly enough.
Decorating the House for Christmas. A cozy holiday sleep story. The world was different when she woke. Not in a sudden, jarring way, but in the manner that a deep, settled peace can alter the very texture of a morning. Alara had gone to sleep in the familiar quiet of a late autumn night, the sound of a distant owl her only company. But she awoke to a silence that was deeper, softer, a silence that seemed to have weight and substance. Before she even opened her eyes, she knew. It had snowed. She lay still for a long moment, tucked beneath the comforting weight of a down comforter, listening. The usual morning chorus was absent. There was no rattle of the mail truck making its early rounds down the lane, no distant hum of traffic from the main road a mile away. The world had been wrapped in a thick, insulating blanket of white, muffling every sharp edge and sound. It was as if the sky had gently placed a finger to its lips, hushing the entire valley. Slowly, Alara opened her eyes. The light in her bedroom was pale and diffuse, a soft, silvery glow that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. The ceiling above her, usually a simple expanse of white plaster, was now painted with the faint, dancing reflections of light bouncing off a pure, unbroken surface. She pushed herself up, her bare feet finding the cool, smooth wood of the floorboards. She padded to the window, her heart beating with a quiet, childlike anticipation that she only ever felt on mornings like this. Her cottage was small, nestled amongst a stand of old pine and birch trees, and her bedroom window looked out over the small garden she tended so carefully from spring to fall. Now the garden was gone, replaced by a landscape of soft, pillowy mounds. The stone bird bath was a perfect snow-covered mushroom. The skeletal branches of the rose bushes wore thick white sleeves, and the picket fence that bordered the property had transformed into a soft, undulating wave of white. Every surface, every line and angle, had been softened and made beautiful. The snow was still falling, not in a hurried, frantic blizzard, but in a slow, aimless drift of perfect, intricate flakes. They descended with a lazy grace, spiraling and turning in the still air before settling onto the already deep blanket below. It was mesmerizing, a silent, unending ballet. Alara pressed her forehead against the cool glass of the window pane, her breath misting the surface for a moment before fading away. She felt a profound sense of stillness settle over her, a feeling of being perfectly enclosed and safe within her small, warm home, while the world outside underwent its gentle transformation. This was the first true snowfall of the season. There had been flurries, of course, fleeting dustings of white that melted by noon, but this was different. This was a snow that had come to stay. It was a snow that signaled a change, a turning of the page from the muted browns and grays of late autumn to the deep, quiet sleep of winter. And for Alara, it signaled something else entirely. A librarian by trade, she lived a life ordered by the quiet turning of pages and the gentle rhythms of her small town. Her days were filled with the scent of old paper and binding glue, the soft rustle of people lost in stories. She loved her life, cherished its predictable comforts. But there were moments like this, that called for a break in the routine, for a day dedicated not to the stories of others, but to the quiet story of her own life, of her own home. She moved from the bedroom and down the short hallway into the main living space of the cottage. It was one large room, with a vaulted ceiling and exposed wooden beams from which her grandfather had hung dried herbs decades ago. A comfortable, slightly overstuffed sofa faced a stone fireplace, and bookshelves filled with volumes of every shape and size lined two of the walls. A cozy window seat, piled high with knitted cushions, looked out the large front window, offering the best view of the lane and the woods beyond. It was her sanctuary, a space curated not with a designer's eye, but with a lifetime of love and memory. Her grandmother had lived here before her, and the cottage still held the gentle echo of her presence. Alara moved into the small kitchen area and filled the kettle, its familiar weight a comfort in her hands. As the water heated, she stood by the front window, gazing out at the snow-laden branches of the massive blue spruce that stood like a sentinel at the edge of her property. Its boughs were heavy with white, each layer of needles outlined in perfect detail. It looked ancient and wise, a true king of the winter forest. And in that moment, watching that magnificent tree, the decision bloomed within her, as quiet and natural as the falling snow. Today was the day. It was not a day for errands or for cataloging new arrivals at the library. It was not a day for productivity or for crossing items off a list. It was a day to be set aside, to be made special. Today she would decorate for Christmas. It was a tradition she held dear, a ritual performed alone each year, not out of loneliness, but out of a deep-seated need for quiet reflection. Her grandmother had always said that decorating the house was like writing a letter to winter, welcoming it in and making it cozy. It was an act of creating light and warmth in the darkest time of the year. The thought sent a gentle hum of warmth through her, a feeling that had nothing to do with the kettle that was just beginning to whistle. She poured the hot water over a spoonful of loose-leaf tea in her favorite mug, a sturdy ceramic piece glazed in the colors of a stormy sea. The steam rose to meet her, carrying the fragrant scent of bergamot and black tea. She wrapped her hands around the mug's warmth and returned to the window seat. The snow continued its silent descent. A cardinal, a startling slash of crimson against the white, landed on a branch of the spruce, shaking loose a small shower of powdery snow. The world was so still, so peaceful. The decision felt absolutely right. It felt like the only thing to do. She would spend the day in a slow, deliberate conversation with memory, with tradition, with the very spirit of this house. She would embark on the quiet, sacred pilgrimage to the attic and bring down the boxes that held the ghosts of Christmases past. She would transform this already beloved space into a haven of festive light and gentle magic. She took a slow sip of her tea, the warmth spreading through her chest, and smiled. The day had found its purpose. The decision, once made, settled into her with a comfortable weight, like a familiar, well-loved blanket. There was no rush, no sense of urgency. The day stretched before her, a clean, unmarked page, and she was in no hurry to fill it. The magic of this ritual was in its slowness, in the deliberate, mindful pace she allowed herself to adopt. This was an act of slow living, a gentle rebellion against the frenetic pace the holidays often seemed to demand of the outside world. Here, in her quiet cottage, time would move at the speed of falling snow. She finished her tea, rinsing the mug and placing it carefully in the drying rack. She moved through the cottage, her movements unhurried, preparing her space. She tidied the stack of books on her bedside table, plumped the cushions on the sofa, and swept the hearth, even though there was no fire lit yet. These small acts of order were part of the process, like clearing a space in a garden before planting new seeds. She was preparing the canvas before beginning to paint. When the living room felt calm and ready, she turned her attention to the small, unassuming square of plywood set into the ceiling of the hallway. The attic. It was less a room and more a repository of time, a dusty archive of a family's life. The journey to it was always the same, a sequence of small, familiar actions that felt almost ceremonial. First, she retrieved the old wooden pole that leaned in the corner of the coat closet. Its end was fitted with a simple brass hook, worn smooth and shiny from years of use. Her grandfather had fashioned it himself, and holding its sturdy weight in her hands was like holding a tangible piece of him. She positioned herself directly beneath the attic door and reached up with the pole, fitting the hook into the small metal ring. A firm, steady pull, and the spring-loaded door gave way with a soft groan. unfolding the slatted wooden ladder that descended to the hallway floor with a series of gentle rhythmic clunks. The moment the door opened, the air in the hallway changed. A different scent spilled down, the unique perfume of the attic. It was a dry, clean smell, a complex blend of old sun-baked cedar planks, brittle paper from stacks of forgotten newspapers, and the faint, almost sweet scent of dust itself. It was the smell of time, of things carefully stored and patiently waiting. She stood at the bottom of the ladder for a moment, breathing it in. It was a scent that instantly transported her back to childhood, to rainy afternoons spent up there with her grandmother, sorting through old photographs and trying on vintage hats. The attic wasn't a place of forgotten things, but a library of memories, and today she was checking out a very specific collection. With a deep, cleansing breath, she began to climb. The wooden rungs were solid beneath her feet, the slight creak of each step a familiar sound. The air grew cooler as she ascended, the warmth of the cottage receding below her. She reached the top and hoisted herself onto the floorboards, her body moving with an easy, practiced grace. She paused, allowing her eyes to adjust to the dim light. The only illumination came from a single circular window set into the far gable end of the house. It was like a ship's porthole, and through its dusty glass, she could see the swirling, hypnotic dance of the falling snow. The light it admitted was soft and ethereal, casting long, gentle shadows across the space and illuminating the millions of dust motes that hung suspended in the air, a silent, glittering galaxy. The attic was tidy, a testament to her grandmother's orderly nature. Old furniture, shrouded in white cotton dust sheets, stood like silent ghosts along one wall. A steamer trunk, covered in faded travel stickers from places like Florence and Vienna, sat beneath the window. Stacked neatly against the slanted roof were boxes of all shapes and sizes, their contents a mystery to be unraveled another day. But Alara knew exactly where to look. In the far corner, set apart from the rest, was a neat stack of 5 sturdy cardboard boxes. They were different from the others, larger, more robust, and sealed with a care that suggested their contents were precious. On the side of each box, written in her grandmother's elegant looping cursive, was a single word: Christmas. Ilara's heart gave a little flutter of affection and anticipation. Her grandmother had been a woman who understood the importance of ritual. She hadn't just stored the decorations. She had curated them, protected them, given them their own special place of honor even in their dormant state. She ran her hand over the top box. The cardboard was cool and slightly rough beneath her fingertips. She could feel the faint indentations of the script, a braille of memory. There was Christmas tree, and Christmas lights and tinsel, and Christmas mantle and wreaths. And then there were 2 boxes simply labeled Christmas ornaments. Those were the real treasure chests. One by one, she carefully slid the boxes toward the opening in the floor. They were heavy, not just with their physical contents, but with the accumulated weight of years, of memories, of every holiday season they had ever witnessed. She worked slowly, methodically, her breathing steady in the cool, quiet air. There was a reverence to her movements, a sense of handling something sacred. She slid the first box, Christmas lights and tinsel, to the edge of the opening and carefully lowered it down the ladder, guiding it from above until it rested safely on the hallway floor. She did the same with the others, creating a small, promising stack below. She saved the 2 ornament boxes for last. As she handled them, she could hear the faint, muffled clinking from within, the gentle sound of glass and metal shifting against their tissue paper nests. It was a sound that was pure Christmas, a sound that promised magic and light. Once all the boxes were safely down, she remained in the attic for a final moment. She walked to the small round window and wiped a clean circle in the dust with the sleeve of her sweater. She peered out at the transformed world, at the soft, silent blanket covering everything. From this high vantage point, the cottage felt like a ship adrift on a vast, white sea. It was a feeling of perfect, peaceful isolation. A deep sense of gratitude washed over her. Gratitude for this house, this sanctuary. Gratitude for the grandmother who had filled it with so much love and had passed down these quiet, meaningful traditions. And gratitude for this day, this snow, this perfect opportunity to retreat from the world and create a small pocket of warmth and light all her own. With one last look, she turned, descended the ladder, and with a gentle push, folded it back into the ceiling, sealing the quiet, dusty world of the attic away for another time. The pilgrimage was complete. The real ceremony was about to begin. Down in the warmth and light of the living room, the boxes stood like a collection of mysterious gifts waiting to be opened. The air still carried a faint, cool scent from the attic, which now mingled with the ambient warmth of the cottage, creating a unique fragrance of old paper, cedar, and home. Ilara felt a pleasant hum of energy, the quiet excitement that comes from embarking on a beloved task. She decided to start with the boxes labeled Christmas ornaments. They were the heart of the collection, the keepers of the most potent memories. She knelt on the soft rug before the fireplace and carefully pulled the first box toward her. She ran her fingers over her grandmother's handwriting, a script as familiar and comforting as a favorite melody. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, she lifted the lid. The scent that rose from the box was immediate and powerful. It was the smell of Christmases past, a faint, lingering hint of pine from decades of proximity to fresh trees, the dry, papery scent of old tissue paper, and a subtle, almost spicy aroma from the cinnamon-scented pine cones that were always part of the decor. It was a perfume of pure nostalgia. Inside, the box was a sea of white tissue paper, each precious item individually wrapped and nestled against its neighbors. It was a testament to the care and love with which these objects had been treated year after year. This was not a task to be rushed. Each small package deserved its own moment, its own quiet unveiling. Ilara reached in and lifted out the first one. It was small and light, the paper crinkling softly in her hands. She carefully unfolded the delicate layers, her movements gentle and precise. Revealed in her palm was a tiny, spun-glass bird. Its delicate tail fanned out like a piece of frozen lace. It was impossibly fragile, shimmering with an iridescent light as she turned it in her hand. This was one of the oldest ornaments, one her grandmother had cherished. She remembered her grandmother lifting her up as a small child, letting her be the one to place the glass bird on a high branch, her tiny fingers clumsy and careful. Her grandmother's hands had been steady on her waist, her voice a low, encouraging murmur. "Gently now, Ilara. She needs a safe place to watch over the room." Holding the bird now, Ilara could almost feel the phantom sensation of those strong, gentle hands, could almost hear the soft cadence of her voice. She set the bird carefully aside on a piece of velvet she had laid out on the coffee table, a safe harbor for the unwrapped treasures. The next parcel was heavier, more substantial. As she unwrapped it, a familiar lumpy shape began to emerge. A smile touched her lips before she even saw it completely. It was a snowman, clumsily fashioned from air-dry clay, its surface pockmarked with the small fingerprints of its creator. Its eyes were two uneven black dots, its carrot nose was a bit crooked, and its smile was a wobbly, incised line. A faded red ribbon was tied around its neck as a scarf. She had made this in her second-grade art class, and she remembered being impossibly proud of it. She had presented it to her parents as if it were a masterpiece, and they had treated it as such, giving it a place of honor on the tree every single year. She traced the shape of one of her own fingerprints, now preserved forever in the hardened clay. It was a direct link to the little girl she had been, a girl who believed in the magic of Christmas with her entire being. She continued her slow, meditative excavation of the box. Each ornament was a key that unlocked a different door in the corridors of her memory. There was a beautiful, hand-painted wooden nutcracker, a gift from her father after he took her to see the ballet for the first time. She remembered the awe she felt, the soaring music, the dancers who seemed to float across the stage. The nutcracker's painted jaw was slightly chipped on one corner, a tiny imperfection that only made it more dear. There was a hollow silver bell that produced the most delicate, ethereal chime when she shook it. This one marked her first Christmas living in the cottage alone after her grandmother had passed. A friend had given it to her, saying, "So you'll always have a little bit of magic." That first year had been difficult, the traditions feeling hollow and heavy with absence. But hanging that bell, Hearing its tiny, hopeful sound fill the quiet room had felt like a small step forward, a promise that new memories could be made, that joy could coexist with sorrow. She unwrapped a string of small wooden beads painted with cheerful red and white stripes, a garland she and her mother had made one snowy afternoon, sitting at the kitchen table with paints and brushes, their hands messy and their laughter filling the house. She could almost smell the acrylic paint and the hot chocolate her mother had made for them. And then she found it, nestled at the very bottom of the box, wrapped in an extra layer of soft, yellowed tissue paper. She knew what it was by its distinctive spherical shape and its reassuring weight. As she peeled back the final layer, it caught the soft light from the window and glowed with a deep, ruby-red warmth. It was a simple, unadorned glass bauble, but its surface was imperfect, showing the faint waves and bubbles of old, hand-blown glass. This had been her grandmother's favorite. She had called it her heart ornament. "It's not the fanciest, Ilara," she used to say, her fingers gently polishing its surface with a soft cloth, "but it holds the light better than any of the others. See how it glows from the inside out? That's what a happy heart looks like." Ilara held the red bauble in both hands, its surface cool and smooth against her palms. It felt sacred, a direct connection to the woman who had shaped so much of her world. She saw her grandmother, S face in her mind, S.I. The kind eyes crinkled at the corners, the gentle smile. The memory was so clear, so vivid, that a wave of emotion washed over her, a feeling that was a complex mix of love, loss, and profound gratitude. It was not a sad feeling, but a deeply poignant one. It was the bittersweet ache of loving someone who is no longer physically present, but whose presence is still felt in 1,000 small, significant ways, in the pages of a book, in the scent of a recipe, in the warm glow of a red glass ornament. She carefully placed the heart ornament with the others on the velvet cloth. The coffee table was now covered in a sparkling array of treasures, each one a silent storyteller. She had only opened one of the ornament boxes, but already the room felt fuller, populated by the gentle ghosts of Christmases past. The air was thick with unspoken stories and dormant joy, just waiting for the tree to awaken them. The snow continued to fall outside, a silent, steady curtain, and inside, surrounded by her history, Ilara felt a deep and abiding sense of peace. This, she thought, was the true beginning of Christmas. With the first box of ornaments unpacked and their stories gently awakened, the living room now felt charged with a quiet, expectant energy. The colorful collection on the coffee table seemed to be waiting, their sparkling surfaces anticipating their yearly return to prominence. It was time for the centerpiece, the grand stage upon which these small actors would play their parts. It was time for the tree. Ilara rose from her place on the floor, stretching her legs. She walked to the back door of the cottage, which opened onto a small covered porch where she kept her firewood stacked and her gardening boots lined up in a neat row. Leaning against the wall of the house, protected from the elements, was the Christmas tree. She had chosen it the previous weekend from a local tree farm run by an old man with a kind face and hands as weathered as tree bark. It had been a crisp, cold day, the air smelling of frost and damp earth. She had walked the rows of evergreens, running her hands over their needles, searching for the one that felt right. She wasn't looking for perfection, not a tree that was perfectly symmetrical or impossibly dense. She was looking for character, and she had found it in this beautiful Fraser fir. It was tall, but not too wide, just right for her small cottage, with strong, upswept branches and a slightly whimsical tilt to its very top, as if it were perpetually curious. Now she slid open the glass door, and a rush of cold, clean air swirled into the room, carrying with it the scent of snow and damp wood. The porch was dusted with a fine layer of powder that had blown in under the eaves, and the tree itself had a light frosting of white on its needles. It looked magnificent. Bringing it inside was always a gentle, slightly clumsy dance. She had laid an old sheet on the floor, creating a path from the door to the chosen spot in the living room, right beside the large front window. She grasped the trunk of the tree, its bark rough and solid in her hands. She took a deep breath and began to maneuver it through the doorway. The branches, stiff with cold, scraped softly against the doorframe, releasing an immediate, glorious burst of fragrance. The room was instantly filled with the sharp, resinous, and deeply comforting scent of fresh pine. It was the smell of the deep woods, of winter, of Christmas itself. It was a scent that bypassed thought and went straight to the heart, awakening a primal sense of festive anticipation. It was, Ilara thought, the official scent of the season's beginning. She wrestled it gently through the door, needles brushing against her sweater and leaving tiny green flecks on the fabric. She guided it across the sheet, its base bumping softly along the floor, and finally brought it to a rest in the center of its designated space. The room suddenly seemed smaller, fuller, now that this piece of the forest was standing within its walls. The next task was to get it into its stand. This was the one part of the process that could be a little tricky to do alone, but over the years she had developed a system. The stand was old, made of heavy, dark green cast iron, with a deep well for water and 4 sturdy screws to hold the trunk in place. It had belonged to her grandparents and had probably held 50 Christmas trees in its lifetime. It was another piece of the family history, solid and dependable. She laid the tree on its side and, with a bit of effort, lifted the base of the trunk and settled it into the stand, tightening the screws just enough to hold it loosely. Then came the moment of truth. Grasping the trunk, she slowly, carefully, began to lift the tree into its upright position. It was heavier than it looked, a solid, living thing. With a final push, it was vertical, its top branches brushing against the high ceiling. It stood there, slightly askew, a wild, beautiful presence in her cozy, ordered room. She spent the next 10 minutes in a slow, circling dance around it, adjusting the screws, stepping back to check its angle, nudging the base with her foot, until it stood perfectly straight and tall. The process was a meditation in itself, a quiet negotiation between the wildness of the tree and the geometry of the room. Finally, it was perfect. She stood back, her hands on her hips, and admired her work. The bare tree was beautiful in its own right. Its branches reached out, creating an intricate, layered silhouette. The needles were a deep, rich green with a silvery underside that seemed to capture and hold the soft light from the window. It was waiting, a blank canvas of potential. Ilara went to the kitchen and returned with a large watering can, filled to the brim. She knelt down and carefully poured the cool water into the stand's reservoir. The tree was thirsty after its time at the farm, and it drank greedily, the gurgling sound a satisfying sign of its vitality. As she poured, she noticed a few drops of clear, sticky sap had oozed from the cut base of the trunk. She touched it with her fingertip. It was tacky and smelled intensely of pine. She wiped her finger on an old cloth, but the scent lingered on her skin, a fragrant reminder of her work. For a long time, she simply sat on the floor, leaning against the arm of the sofa, and looked at the tree. It changed the entire feel of the room. It brought the life of the outdoors inside, a symbol of resilience and endurance. The evergreen, a promise of life continuing even in the dead of winter. A steadfast beacon of hope in the darkest months. Her grandmother had taught her that. "The other trees sleep, Ilara," she'd said, "but the fir tree stays awake to remind us that spring will always come back." The branches were beginning to relax in the warmth of the cottage, slowly unfurling and settling into their natural shape. They seemed to be stretching, making themselves at home, and Ilara felt a deep sense of connection to this tree, this temporary guest that would become the heart of her home for the next few weeks. She had chosen it, brought it into her sanctuary, and was about to adorn it with her most cherished memories. It was a partnership, a collaboration in the creation of holiday magic. The snow fell softly outside the window, and the green branches of the fir tree stood silent and waiting, ready for the first layer of light. The tree stood tall and expectant, its pine scent now a constant, pleasant background note in the room. The next phase of the ritual was one of quiet transformation, the weaving of light into the dark green branches. For Ilara, this was perhaps the most magical step, the moment when the tree truly began to come alive. She retrieved the box labeled Christmas Lights and Tinsel. Lifting the lid, she was met with a familiar, orderly sight. Her grandmother, and now she, had a specific method for storing the lights to minimize the dreaded annual tangle. Each string was carefully wrapped around a thick piece of cardboard, the plug tucked neatly into a slit at the end. It was a simple trick, but one that transformed a potentially frustrating task into a smooth, satisfying one. She pulled out the first cardboard rectangle and began to unwind the string of lights. They were the classic warm white kind, with small bulbs that promised a soft golden glow rather than a harsh bright glare. The wire was a deep forest green, designed to disappear amongst the needles. As she unwound them, the string of tiny glass bulbs made a soft, clinking sound, like delicate frozen chimes. She laid out all 4 strings of lights on the rug, a serpentine collection of green wire and dormant sparks. The next step was crucial: the testing. She took the plug of the first string and walked over to the wall outlet near the window. She pushed it in, and with a soft click, the entire length of the string illuminated, casting a warm, inviting pool of light on the wooden floor. Every single bulb was working. A small smile of satisfaction touched her lips. She unplugged it and proceeded to test the other 3, and by some small holiday miracle, they all lit up perfectly. There would be no tedious searching for the one faulty bulb that broke the circuit, no frustrating interruptions. The path was clear. Now came the part that required patience and a gentle touch. She had learned from her grandmother that the secret to a beautifully lit tree was to work from the inside out. You didn't just drape the lights on the surface of the branches, you wove them in, giving the tree a sense of inner luminosity, a glow that seemed to emanate from its very core. She took the first string of lights and started near the bottom of the tree, close to the trunk. She pushed the end of the string deep into the dense foliage until her fingers brushed against the rough bark of the trunk. Then she began her slow, methodical work. She wrapped the lights around the trunk itself for a few turns before working her way out along a main branch, winding the wire around and around, securing it on the smaller stems. When she reached the tip of that branch, she looped back toward the trunk and then chose another branch, repeating the process. Her movements were slow and deliberate, a form of active meditation. Her world narrowed to the task at hand, the feel of the pliable green wire in her fingers, the slightly prickly texture of the pine needles against her skin, the gentle clinking of the bulbs as she moved. She was completely absorbed in the rhythmic, repetitive motion of weaving. Now and then she would pause and step back, assessing her progress, ensuring the lights were distributed evenly, creating a balanced web of potential light. She worked her way up the tree, section by section, her arms aching slightly from being held aloft. But it was a pleasant, satisfying ache. The scent of the fir was strong, released anew every time she disturbed a branch. It clung to her clothes and her hair, and she breathed it in deeply, feeling it calm and center her. Finally, after what felt like a long, peaceful stretch of time, she had woven the last string of lights around the top section of the tree, leaving the plug dangling at the back. All 4 strings were now intertwined with the branches, their little bulbs nestled amongst the green needles like dormant fireflies. The tree looked much the same as it had before, just slightly more cluttered with the dark green wires. The magic was still hidden. The sky outside was beginning to fade, the brilliant white of the afternoon softening into the dusky gray of early evening. The timing was perfect. This moment, the first lighting of the tree, deserved the reverence of twilight. Alara walked over to the main lamp in her living room and switched it off. She did the same with the small reading lamp by her armchair. The room was plunged into a deep, shadowy quiet, illuminated only by the pale bluish light filtering in through the snow-covered windows. The world outside was hushed and dim, and her living room was a cozy, shadowed cave. She took the 4 plugs and fitted them into a power strip, her heart beating with the same anticipation she felt every year. She took a deep breath, as if she were about to make a wish, and then she flicked the switch. In an instant, the tree was transformed. 160 tiny points of light bloomed into existence, a silent, breathtaking explosion of warmth. The light was soft and golden, a honeyed glow that pushed back the shadows and filled the room with an atmosphere of profound peace and welcome. Because she had woven the lights so deeply, the tree didn't just look like it was decorated with lights. It looked like it was made of light. The glow came from within, catching the silvery undersides of the needles and making the entire tree shimmer with an inner radiance. The effect on the room was just as dramatic. The warm light cast a web of intricate dancing shadows on the ceiling and walls. The familiar shapes of her furniture, her bookshelves, her whole world were softened and made more beautiful, bathed in this gentle, magical glow. It was a light that didn't just illuminate, it enchanted. Ilara sank onto the sofa, her hands resting in her lap, and simply gazed at it. The tree was no longer just a tree, it was a beacon, a warm and welcoming presence. It was the physical embodiment of hygge, the Danish concept of cozy contentment. It was shelter, it was comfort, it was light in the darkness. She sat there for a long, long time, watching the tree breathe its golden light into the deepening twilight, feeling the quiet, simple joy of the moment seep into her very bones. The first and most essential layer of magic was now in place. The stage was lit, and it was time for the players to make their entrance. The tree stood in the corner of the room, a radiant constellation of warm, golden light. Its inner glow was a comforting, living presence in the deepening twilight, and Ilara felt she could sit and watch it for hours. But its branches were still bare, waiting for their history, for their stories. The collection of unwrapped ornaments on the coffee table shimmered in the new light, their colors enriched, their glass surfaces reflecting 100 tiny stars. It was time for the heart of the ceremony, the slow and loving process of adorning the branches. This was Ilara's favorite part. It was a conversation between the past and the present, a quiet, solitary celebration of family, of memory, and of the simple beauty of beloved objects. She put on a record, a collection of instrumental classical Christmas carols played on a gentle piano. The soft, familiar melodies filled the quiet room, a perfect soundtrack for her meditative task. She picked up the first ornament to be hung, the clumsy clay snowman she had made in second grade. She held it in her palm, its familiar lumpy weight a connection to her younger self. She chose a sturdy branch near the front of the tree, at a child's eye level. As she hung it, carefully looping its faded ribbon over the branch, she smiled. It was a symbol of pure, uncritical childhood creativity, a reminder that the value of a thing is not in its perfection, but in the love with which it was made. Next, she chose the hand-painted wooden nutcracker. She found a prominent spot for him, a place where he could stand tall and proud, as if guarding the tree. The light from a nearby bulb caught the glossy paint on his uniform, making him seem almost animated. She remembered the magic of the ballet, the feeling of being transported to another world, and she felt a wave of love for her father, for his quiet way of showing her the beauty in the world. She moved around the tree in a slow, graceful dance, selecting each ornament with intention. She didn't just hang them randomly. She curated them, balancing colors and shapes, heavy ornaments on the stronger lower branches, and lighter, more delicate ones near the tips. Each placement was a small creative decision. She picked up the delicate spun glass bird. Its fragility demanded a safe, protected spot. She found a place for it deep within the branches, nestled near the trunk where it was least likely to be brushed against. The light from a nearby bulb shone through its translucent body, making it glow as if it had a tiny captured star inside. It was her grandmother's silent sentinel, watching over the room just as she had said. One by one, the stories found their places on the tree. A small knitted stocking, no bigger than her thumb, that had been on her own very first Christmas tree. A ridiculously cheerful felt reindeer with googly eyes that always made her laugh. A gift from a college roommate during a stressful finals week. A sand dollar, painstakingly painted with a tiny nativity scene that her family had bought on a memorable beach vacation one year when they decided to trade snow for sand. Hanging it, she could almost smell the salt in the air and feel the warm sun on her skin. She reached for the hollow silver bell, the one that marked her first Christmas alone in the cottage. As she lifted it, it gave a soft, clear chime, a sound that cut through the piano music with a pure, sweet note. She hung it on the tip of a branch near the window where it could catch the morning light. It was a symbol of her own resilience, of her ability to create her own traditions. to find her own joy. It was a bell of independence and hope. The process was rhythmic and deeply calming. Reach for an ornament. Hold it and remember its story. Find the perfect branch. Hang it with care. Step back and admire. The repetition was a balm to the soul, a way of being fully present in the moment while simultaneously traveling through time. The tree was slowly being filled, each new addition adding another layer to the beautiful composite story it was telling. It was becoming her family tree, in the most literal sense. The garlands of painted wooden beads, a memory of a laughing afternoon with her mother, were draped in graceful loops, connecting different sections of the tree, just as her mother's love connected all the parts of their family. Finally, only one ornament remained on the velvet cloth. It was the simple, ruby-red glass bauble, her grandmother's heart ornament. This one was special. It deserved the most important place. Ilara held it in her cupped hands, warming the cool glass with her palms. It seemed to absorb the light from the tree, its deep red color becoming a rich, luminous glow. There was one spot, right in the center of the tree, at perfect heart level, where the branches parted just enough to create a natural frame. It was the perfect place. She reached in and carefully hung the red bauble, turning it slightly until it caught the light in just the right way. It hung there, glowing with a soft, steady warmth, the quiet, beating heart of the entire tree. With the last ornament in place, Ilara stepped back, a deep sigh of satisfaction escaping her lips. The work was done. The tree was complete. It was magnificent. It was no longer just a fir tree from a farm, decorated with lights and objects. It was a living monument to her life, to her family, to love and memory. Each ornament was a tiny point of light, not just from the bulbs, but from the stories they held. The clumsy snowman, the elegant bird, the brave nutcracker, the hopeful bell, and the glowing red heart. They were all there, a harmonious chorus of memories, all singing the same quiet, beautiful song. The piano music swelled and faded, and in the warm, gentle light of her creation, Ilara felt a sense of peace so deep and complete, it felt like a blessing. The tree was a finished masterpiece, a beacon of warmth and memory that had completely transformed the main room. But the spirit of Christmas, Ilara felt, shouldn't be confined to a single corner. It should be woven through the entire home, a gentle and pervasive sense of comfort and joy. The decorating was not yet complete. The festive feeling needed to spread, to touch every part of her small sanctuary. She turned her attention to the box labeled Christmas Mantle and Wreaths. Inside, nestled in fragrant tissue paper, were the other elements of her holiday decor. First, she pulled out a long, rustic garland she had made herself over several autumn evenings. It was a simple, beautiful thing, crafted from thin slices of orange that she had dried in a low oven until they were like pieces of stained glass, interspersed with fragrant cinnamon sticks and star anise, all strung together on a piece of natural twine. As she lifted it from the box, the garland released a wonderful, spicy, sweet fragrance that mingled with the fresh scent of the pine tree. It was a warm, comforting aroma, the smell of holiday baking and mulled wine. She carried it over to the stone fireplace. The mantelpiece was a thick, rough-hewn beam of oak, cool and solid to the touch. She carefully draped the garland across its length, letting the ends hang down on either side. The deep, warm tones of the dried orange and dark spices looked beautiful against the pale, cool stone. The simplicity of it felt right for the cottage, natural and unassuming. Next, she found 4 thick, cream-colored pillar candles. They were unscented, as she didn't want anything to compete with the natural aromas of the pine and the garland. She placed them along the mantelpiece, interspersed between the loops of the orange slices. She wouldn't light them yet, that was a ritual for the evenings to come. But their simple, solid presence added to the feeling of warmth and stability. They were promises of future light. From the depths of the box, she retrieved the wreath for the front door. Like the garland, it was handmade and natural. Its base was a circle of woven twigs and grapevines adorned with an assortment of pine cones she had collected from the woods behind her house, a few sprigs of dried eucalyptus, and clusters of faux holly berries that provided a cheerful splash of red. A simple wide bough made of burlap ribbon completed the rustic woodland look. She carried the wreath to the front of the cottage. Opening the door, she was greeted by a gust of cold, snow-scented air and the profound, muffled silence of the evening. The snow was still falling, thick and gentle now in the gathering darkness. Her small porch light cast a golden circle onto the newly fallen snow, making it sparkle as if dusted with diamonds. She hung the wreath on the sturdy iron hook in the center of her deep green door. It looked perfect there, a symbol of welcome and of the turning of the seasons. The circle with no beginning and no end represented eternity and the unending cycle of life. Another piece of wisdom her grandmother had shared. Closing the door, she felt as if she had just placed a seal of contentment on her home, marking it as a place of warmth and shelter against the winter chill. Back inside, she took out the final items from the box, a small antique wooden bowl and a collection of vintage-style glass ornaments shaped like pine cones and acorns, dusted with a fine silvery glitter. She arranged them in the bowl and placed it in the center of her small dining table. It was a simple, elegant touch that extended the festive theme into that corner of the room. The physical work of decorating was now complete. Every box was empty, every treasure in its place. The entire living space now hummed with a quiet, festive energy. The light from the tree cast a warm glow on the stone of the fireplace, the dark wood of the bookshelves, and the sparkling glass on the dining table. The air was a rich and complex perfume of pine, orange, cinnamon, and old beloved things. She had successfully created a cocoon, a haven of sensory delight. Now it was time for her reward. It was part of the ritual, the final act of the day-long ceremony. She went into her kitchen and took out a small saucepan. She poured in rich, whole milk, a generous spoonful of dark cocoa powder, a pinch of sugar, and a dash of vanilla. As she stirred it over a low flame, the scent of chocolate began to bloom, a sweet and decadent counterpoint to the other aromas in the room. She watched the liquid warm, the cocoa dissolving into a smooth, velvety brown. When it was steaming, she poured the hot chocolate into her favorite sea-colored mug. From the spice rack, she took a whole nutmeg and a small grater, and she shaved a light dusting of the fragrant spice over the surface of the hot chocolate. With the warm, heavy mug cupped in both hands, she walked back into the living room. She settled herself deep into the cushions of her favorite armchair, the one with the worn, soft fabric that seemed to molded perfectly to her shape. She tucked her feet beneath her and leaned back, letting out a long, slow breath of pure contentment. The transformation was complete. Her sanctuary was ready. The sun had long since disappeared, and the world outside the windows was a deep velvet blue, almost black. The snow was still falling, a relentless but gentle cascade, and the light from the porch lamp showed it accumulating in soft drifts against the fence. The cottage felt like the warmest, safest place on earth, a tiny island of golden light and fragrant warmth in the midst of a vast, silent, snowy wilderness. Alara sat in her armchair, the only light in the room coming from the soft, constant glow of the Christmas tree. The piano music on the record player had finished, and the only sounds were the faint whisper of the falling snow against the window panes and the quiet, steady rhythm of her own breathing. She took a slow sip of her hot chocolate. The liquid was warm and rich, the deep flavor of the dark chocolate perfectly balanced by the sweet, aromatic dusting of nutmeg. The warmth spread from her chest all the way to her fingertips and toes, a delicious internal coziness that mirrored the comfort of the room around her. Her work was done. The attic was closed, the boxes were empty and stacked neatly by the door, ready to be returned to their dormant state. The tree stood resplendent, a dazzling chronicle of her life, adorned with the physical manifestations of her most cherished memories. The mantelpiece was a rustic, fragrant altar to the season, and the wreath on the door was a silent welcome to all the peace and quiet joy that winter offered. She let her gaze wander slowly around the room, taking in every detail. She looked at the clumsy clay snowman, its lopsided grin seeming to glow in the warm light. She saw the glint of the spun glass bird, hidden deep within the branches. Her eyes found the proud, upright form of the nutcracker, and then the delicate, hopeful shimmer of the silver bell. Finally, her gaze settled on the ruby-red heart ornament hanging in the very center of the tree, glowing with a deep and steady warmth, as if it were a real beating heart pumping life and love into the entire room. A profound sense of peace settled over her, so deep and complete it felt like a physical presence, a warm weight on her shoulders. This feeling, she knew, was Hygge. It was the feeling of being completely safe, comfortable, and at ease. It was the joy found not in grand gestures or exciting events, but in the small, simple, perfect moments. It was the warmth of the lights, the comfort of the chair, the delicious taste of the hot chocolate, the beauty of the falling snow. It was a feeling of being shielded from the worries of the world, of being allowed to let her guard down completely. She reflected on the day, on the slow, deliberate journey she had taken. The pilgrimage to the attic, the unboxing of memories, the gentle dance of bringing the tree inside, the meditative weaving of lights, the mindful placement of each and every ornament. It hadn't been a chore. It had been a form of therapy, a ritual of self-care. By creating this sanctuary around her, she had also tended to the sanctuary within herself. The repetitive, gentle tasks had calmed her mind, and the connection with her past had nourished her soul. She thought of her grandmother, and the feeling was not one of sadness, but of deep, abiding connection. The traditions her grandmother had passed down were not just actions to be repeated. They were a form of love, a way of staying connected across time and space. By performing this ritual, Alara was keeping her grandmother's spirit alive, not just in the house, but within herself. Every ornament, every placement, was a continuation of a conversation started long ago. The snow fell, the tree glowed, the cottage was a haven of perfect, quiet peace. Alara finished the last of her hot chocolate, the sweet warmth a final, comforting note. She felt her eyelids growing heavy, her body relaxed and ready for rest. She knew she would sleep deeply tonight, cradled in the warm, golden light of the sanctuary she had so lovingly created. In this small corner of the world, all was right. The past was honored, the present was peaceful, and the future, like the fresh, unmarked snow outside, was full of quiet possibility. Everything was exactly as it should be. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like, and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. Wrapping Christmas Presents, a cozy ASMR sleep story for deep sleep. In the quiet hours of a December night, under the soft glow of the Christmas tree, there is a special kind of peace to be found. It lives in the crisp fold of paper, the smooth glide of scissors, and the gentle curl of a ribbon. This is a story about that peace. The day has finally released its hold on you. All the rushing and planning, the errands and obligations, the cheerful chaos that fills December days, all of it has settled into silence. The house around you breathes differently now, in the deep hours of evening. The furnace hums its low, steady song. Outside your window, the December cold presses against the glass, but inside, the warmth wraps around you like an old, familiar blanket. You stand at the threshold between the hallway and the living room, your hand resting gently on the doorframe, and you pause there for a moment, taking in the scene before you. The Christmas tree stands in its usual corner, but at this hour, it transforms into something more than decoration. It becomes a beacon, a lighthouse of colored light in the darkness. You haven't turned on the overhead lights or even the table lamps. The only illumination comes from those small bulbs nestled among the branches, red, green, gold, and blue, each one casting its own gentle sphere of color into the room. The lights reflect off the ornaments, bounce off the windows, and create pools of soft radiance on the walls and ceiling. It's as if the tree is breathing light into the space, and that light has a texture, a warmth, a presence all its own. You've been thinking about this moment all day. Among the meetings and the cooking, the phone calls and the preparations, you've held this quiet intention in the back of your mind. Tonight, you would wrap the presents, not hurriedly in the morning before work, not squeezed into a spare 15 minutes, but properly, peacefully, in the sanctuary of this late-night quiet. There's something sacred about choosing to do this now, when no one will interrupt you, when the world outside has gone still, when you can give yourself completely to this simple, satisfying task. You move into the living room, your footsteps muffled by the carpet. The room feels different at night, more intimate, as if the darkness around the edges has drawn the space inward, making it smaller and more protected. The tree's lights pulse gently, not in any programmed pattern, but in the organic way that older strands of light seem to breathe, growing slightly brighter and dimmer as the electrical current flows through them. This gentle fluctuation makes the entire room feel alive, as if the space itself is keeping you company. You've already gathered everything you need earlier in the evening, stacking it all in the corner near the tree. Now you kneel on the carpet and begin to arrange your workspace. The rolls of wrapping paper come first. You have 3 different patterns, each one chosen with care. There's a deep forest green with a subtle pattern of gold pine boughs, a cream-colored paper printed with delicate red cardinals perched on winter branches, and a silvery blue that reminds you of fresh snow under moonlight. You lean each roll against the wall, watching how the tree lights play across their surfaces, making the patterns shift and shimmer. Next to the paper, you place your scissors. They're good scissors, the kind you save for wrapping because they cut so cleanly, so smoothly, that using them is almost meditative. The metal blades catch the light and throw small reflections onto the wall, little dancing points of brightness that move when you shift position. The weight of the scissors in your hand is perfect, balanced, the handles fitting your fingers as if they were made for you. You set them down carefully on the carpet, within easy reach. The tape dispenser comes next, a heavy plastic model that sits solidly on the floor and dispenses tape with a quiet, satisfying pull and tear. You've loaded it with fresh tape, and you can see the end of it now, folded back on itself, ready for you to grab when you need it. The sound that tape makes, that soft, slightly sticky whisper as it pulls free, followed by the decisive snap as it tears, is one of the small pleasures you're anticipating. The ribbons are stored in a large wicker basket, and you pull them all out now, letting them tumble onto the carpet beside you. Satin ribbons in jewel tones, gross grain ribbons with their subtle ridges, thin strands of gold and silver cord, wider bands of velvet in deep burgundy and hunter green. They pool around you like a small celebration of color and texture, each one promising to become the finishing touch on a carefully wrapped gift. You run your fingers through them, feeling the differences in their surfaces, hearing the gentle rustle they make as they slide over one another. Finally, you retrieve the gifts themselves. They've been hidden away in the back of your closet, accumulating over the past weeks as you found the perfect thing for each person on your list. You bring them out now and stack them beside you. Boxes of different sizes and shapes, some in brown cardboard, others in white retail boxes, a few wrapped in tissue paper from the store. Each one represents a thought, a moment of connection, a hope that you've chosen something that will bring joy. Looking at them now, still unwrapped, they're full of potential, and you feel a quiet excitement about transforming them into beautiful packages. You shift your position, settling yourself more comfortably on the floor. You tuck your legs to the side, adjusting until you find that perfect balance between relaxation and readiness. The carpet is soft beneath you, and the tree is close enough that you can feel the faint warmth radiating from its lights. You take a slow, deep breath, letting your shoulders drop, feeling the last of the day's tension drain away. This is your time now. This is your peaceful work. You reach for the first gift, a medium-sized box, rectangular and sturdy. It fits nicely in both your hands, and you turn it over once, twice, feeling its weight, considering which paper will suit it best. Your eyes move between the 3 rolls of wrapping paper, and you find yourself drawn to the forest green with its gold pine boughs. There's something classic about it, something that speaks to the tradition of this season, to the evergreen trees outside and the one here in your living room. You nod slightly to yourself, decision made, and you pull the roll of green paper toward you. The wrapping paper roll is full and heavy, the paper wound tightly around the cardboard tube at its center. You hold it with both hands and begin to unroll it, slowly at first, listening to the sound it makes. The paper whispers as it releases from itself, a soft, continuous rustle that reminds you of leaves in a gentle breeze or the turning of pages in an old book. You guide it down onto the carpet, watching as the pattern reveals itself inch by inch, the gold pine boughs catching the colored light from the tree and seeming to glow from within. When you have enough paper unrolled, you set the roll aside and smooth the paper flat with your palms. The texture is satisfying under your hands, not too thin, not too thick, with just enough body to hold a crisp fold. The surface is slightly glossy, which makes the pattern stand out, and as your hands move across it, you hear the faintest crinkle, a sound so small it's almost more of a feeling than a noise. You take a moment to appreciate this simple thing. Good paper, beautiful in its own right, waiting to be shaped into something even more special. You place the box in the center of the unrolled paper, positioning it carefully. There's a geometry to wrapping a gift properly, a series of proportions and measurements that, when done right, result in perfectly aligned edges and corners that meet with precision. You've wrapped enough gifts over the years that this geometry is intuitive now, but you still take your time, eyeing the distances, making small adjustments to get everything just right. You pull one edge of the paper up and over the box, checking the length. It reaches just past the center of the box's top surface. Perfect. You make a mental note of where to cut. The scissors are cold in your hand as you pick them up, the metal handles smooth and slightly weighty. You position the blades against the paper, right at the edge where it meets the carpet, and you pause for just a heartbeat, appreciating this moment before the cut, when everything is still potential. Then you close the blades and begin to move them through the paper. The sound is exquisite. It's a smooth, continuous whisper, a clean slice that seems to vibrate through the scissors and into your hand. The paper offers just the slightest resistance, enough to let you know you're cutting through something substantial, but not so much that you have to force it. The scissors glide along and the paper falls away in a perfectly straight line, the edge clean and sure. You can feel the minute vibrations traveling through the metal, and there's something deeply satisfying about this. The precision of it, the decisiveness, the way the tool performs exactly as it should. When you reach the end of your cutting line, you continue the motion upward, lifting the scissors away, and the paper makes one final soft sound as the two pieces separate completely. You set the scissors down and run your finger along the edge you've just cut. It's perfect, straight and smooth, no ragged bits or torn places. This pleases you more than such a small thing probably should, but you allow yourself to feel that pleasure without judgment. Tonight is about finding joy in the details. Now comes the wrapping itself, the transformation of flat paper into a three-dimensional embrace of the gift. You lift one long edge of the paper and fold it up and over the box, bringing it to rest along the top center. The paper drapes over the edge naturally, falling into place with a soft sound like a sigh. You hold it there with one hand, while your other hand reaches for the tape dispenser. The tape dispenser sits on the carpet beside you, steady and ready. You grasp the end of the tape where you've left it folded back, and you pull. The tape releases from the roll with a gentle resistance, stretching out in a thin, clear ribbon. There's a sound to this pulling, a quiet, sustained hum, almost musical, with a slightly sticky quality that makes it unique among all the other sounds in the world. You pull out enough tape for this first edge, about 6 inches, and then you use your thumb to press down on the dispenser's blade, tearing the tape free with a decisive snap. The sound is sharp but not harsh, punctuation rather than disruption, and it marks the completion of one small step in the process. You center the tape over the seam where the two edges of paper meet, and you press it down slowly, starting from the middle and smoothing outward toward both ends. The tape adheres with a faint, satisfying sound, a whisper of plastic meeting paper, and you can feel through your fingertips the exact moment when the bond takes hold. You press firmly, making sure the tape is secure, eliminating any air bubbles, creating a seal that's invisible but certain. When you lift your hand away, the paper stays exactly where you've placed it, and there's a small thrill of accomplishment in this simple success. You rotate the box, turning it so that one of the open ends faces you. This is where the real artistry comes in, where the flat paper must be coaxed and folded into neat triangular flaps that tuck against the box's ends. You've done this hundreds of times, but you never rush through it. Each fold deserves attention, each crease merits care. You take the paper at the top of the open end and press it down against the box's side, creating a fold that runs along the edge. The paper resists slightly, wanting to maintain its flatness, but you persuade it gently, pressing with your palm, and you feel the moment when it accepts the fold and holds it. The crease you've created is sharp and clean, a crisp line that divides folded from unfolded. You run your fingernail along it, reinforcing the crease, hearing the faint scritch of nail on paper, feeling the ridge rise up under your touch. Now the sides. You press each side of the paper inward, creating two triangular flaps that angle toward the center of the box's end. These folds require a bit more precision. You want the triangles to be symmetrical, their points meeting in the middle, their edges parallel to the box's sides. You work slowly, adjusting each fold until it's just right, and then you crease them firmly, hearing that satisfying crisp sound each time you press a new fold into being. The paper is starting to look less like a flat sheet and more like an intentional wrapper, shaped and purposed, and beginning to fulfill its destiny of making this gift beautiful. The bottom flap comes next. You fold it up and over the two triangular sides, covering them, and you take a moment to adjust it so that it's centered, so that the margins on either side are equal. Then you reach for the tape again, pulling out another length with that same gentle, sticky hum, tearing it free with that same satisfying snap. You secure the bottom flap with a strip of tape placed horizontally across the center, pressing it down firmly, sealing this end closed. One end done, one to go. You rotate the box again, and you repeat the entire process on the other end. The top fold pressed down and creased, the side folds creating their triangular geometry, the bottom flap covering it all, the tape sealing it secure. Your hands move with increasing confidence now, the muscle memory taking over, allowing your mind to drift into a pleasant, unfocused state. You're not thinking about your to-do list or your obligations or anything beyond this moment, this task, this box being wrapped in this paper under the glow of these lights. When you've taped the final flap, you set the scissors down and lift the wrapped gift, turning it over in your hands. The paper hugs the box snugly. Every edge is crisp, every corner is sharp, and the seams are invisible under their tape. The gold pine boughs catch the light from the tree, seeming to shimmer and shift as you move the package. You feel a quiet pride looking at it. This is good work, careful work, work done with attention and intention. You set the wrapped gift aside, starting what will become a pile of finished packages, and you allow yourself a small smile. The rhythm has been established now. You reach for the next gift, and your hands already know what to do. This one is smaller, a square box that might contain jewelry or a small electronic device. For this one, you choose the cream-colored paper with its red cardinals. You unroll the paper, listening to its whisper, feeling its texture under your palms. You position the box, measure the paper, and reach for the scissors. Again, that beautiful sound. The smooth glide of metal through paper, the clean slice, the sense of precision and purpose. You're moving a bit more quickly now, not rushing but finding a natural pace, a tempo that feels right for this work. Fold, crease, tape, turn. Each step flows into the next. Your hands know where to go, how much pressure to apply, when to smooth and when to press firmly. The sounds layer over one another, the whisper of paper, the snap of tape, the crinkle of folds, the soft thud of the wrapped gift being set aside, creating a gentle symphony of productive solitude. The third gift is an awkward shape, a cylindrical container that once held cookies or popcorn, now repurposed to hold something you've chosen with care. Wrapping cylinders requires a different approach, and you pause for a moment to consider your strategy. You decide to wrap it like a candy, with the paper twisted at both ends. You cut a long rectangle of the silvery blue paper, enough to wrap around the cylinder with generous overlap on both ends. As you roll the cylinder across the paper, you hear the paper sliding against the metal container, a soft brushing sound that's almost soothing. You secure the seam with tape, and then you gather the excess paper at one end, twisting it closed like the end of a party favor. The paper crinkles and crackles as you twist it, gathering into neat spirals, and you can feel the texture changing under your fingers as the smooth paper becomes compressed and crimped. You tie off the twisted end with a length of gold cord, wrapping it around several times and knotting it securely. The cord cuts into the paper slightly, holding everything in place, and the effect is charming, festive and handmade in the best possible way. You repeat the process on the other end, twisting and tying, and when you're done, You hold up the finished product. It looks like a giant piece of candy, whimsical and sweet, and you can almost imagine the delight on the recipient's face when they see it. This one you're especially proud of. It required adaptation, creativity, a willingness to try a different approach. And it worked. As you set the cylindrical gift aside and reach for the next one, you realize you've found your flow. This is the state you've been seeking without quite knowing it, a state where time becomes elastic, where the boundary between yourself and the task dissolves, where there's nothing but this moment, this action, this satisfying repetition of simple movements that create something beautiful. Your breathing has slowed and deepened. Your shoulders are relaxed. The slight tension you didn't even realize you were carrying in your jaw has released. You are entirely present, entirely here, entirely engaged in this peaceful work. The pile of unwrapped gifts is diminishing. The pile of wrapped gifts is growing. Between the two, you sit in the warm glow of the Christmas tree, your hands moving through the familiar motions, your ears attuned to the small sounds, your eyes registering the play of colored light on metallic paper. Each gift is a small meditation. Each fold is a moment of mindfulness. Each piece of tape is an act of care. You pick up a small flat box, perhaps a book or a board game, and you select the forest green paper again. As you unroll it, you think about who this gift is for, not in a specific named way, but in a general sense of connection. Someone you care about will receive this. Someone you've chosen to remember and honor with a gift. The act of wrapping becomes a way of extending that care, of taking the time to make the presentation as thoughtful as the selection. The wrapping is part of the gift, you realize, not because it's fancy or expensive, but because it represents time, attention, the willingness to do something carefully and well. The scissors slide through the paper with their characteristic whisper slice. You fold the edges with precision, creating those perfect mitered corners that make a flat package look professionally done. The tape dispenses with its quiet hum and tears with its decisive snap. Your hands work steadily, confidently, and you find yourself humming softly under your breath. No particular tune, just a low, contented sound that rises and falls with your breathing. Another gift, another choice of paper. The cream with the red cardinals this time, the pattern delicate and charming. You notice details you missed before, the way the artist has rendered the bird's feathers, the subtle shading on the branches they perch on, the tiny pine cones scattered throughout the design. It occurs to you that someone spent time creating this pattern, making choices about composition and color, trying to capture something about winter and nature and the season. And now you're using their creation to wrap your gifts, adding your own layer of care and creativity to theirs. It's a collaboration of sorts, spanning space and time, both of you working to make something ordinary into something special. The sounds continue their gentle symphony, the rustle of paper unrolling, the slice of scissors cutting, the whisper of paper sliding over paper as you position and adjust, the crinkle of folds being creased, the hum and snap of tape dispensing and tearing, the soft thud of each completed package being added to the growing pile. These sounds don't disrupt the silence of the house. They enhance it, give it texture and depth, make it feel less like absence and more like presence. You're wrapping a larger box now, something substantial and rectangular, and it requires more paper, more tape, more attention to keep everything aligned and smooth. You take your time, unrolling a generous length of paper, positioning the box precisely in the center. The weight of the box presses the paper down into the carpet slightly, and you can see the slight indentation it creates. You bring the edges up and over, and this time you need 2 pieces of tape to secure the seam properly. The tape gleams in the tree light, 2 parallel strips holding everything in place. The ends of this larger box require more complex folding, more triangular flaps, more tucking and adjusting, more careful attention to make sure everything lies flat and neat. Your fingers work the paper with increasing skill, coaxing it into place, pressing creases firmly, creating those sharp edges that define a well-wrapped package. This one takes longer, requires more focus, and when it's finally done, you feel a deeper sense of accomplishment. You've met a challenge and mastered it. The large box sits before you, perfectly wrapped, and you run your hand over its surface, feeling the smoothness of the paper, the crispness of the folds, the security of the taped seams. Into the pile it goes, joining its smaller companions. You're past the halfway point now. The stack of unwrapped gifts has grown smaller than the stack of wrapped ones, and you can see the end approaching, not with disappointment, but with the satisfaction of knowing you'll complete what you set out to do. You pause for a moment, stretching slightly, rolling your shoulders, flexing your fingers. The carpet has left slight impressions on your knees and shins, and you shift your position, finding a new comfortable arrangement. You glance up at the Christmas tree, really looking at it for the first time since you started wrapping. The lights seem to pulse with that gentle, living rhythm, and the ornaments hang at various heights and angles, each one catching and reflecting the light in its own way. There's a glass snowflake that sends tiny rainbows dancing across the wall. There's a wooden nutcracker that seems to smile down at you. There's a felt bird with real feathers on its tail that sways gently in the warm air rising from the lights. The tree fills the room with more than light. It fills it with a sense of season, of tradition, of continuity with all the other Decembers you've known and all the ones yet to come. Sitting here, wrapping gifts in its glow, you feel connected to something larger than yourself, to the long human history of giving gifts, of marking the winter season with light and celebration, of finding warmth and meaning in the darkest time of the year. You return your attention to the remaining unwrapped gifts. The pile is small now, just 4 or 5 more to go, and you feel both eager to finish and reluctant to let this peaceful time end. You choose the next gift and the next paper, the silvery blue this time, cool and luminous, and you begin again. Unroll, position, cut, fold, tape. The rhythm is so ingrained now that your hands barely need your conscious guidance. They know what to do, and you're free to simply experience the sensations, the sounds, the gentle satisfaction of productive work done well. One of the remaining gifts is oddly shaped, a triangle that might be a scarf or a piece of art. You decide to use a gift bag for this one rather than trying to wrap it conventionally. You have several bags stored away, and you retrieve one now, a sturdy bag in deep red with rope handles. You nestle the gift inside, surrounding it with tissue paper, and you take your time arranging the tissue so it blooms out of the top of the bag in artful peaks and valleys. The tissue paper crinkles and rustles as you shape it, each sheet layering over the others, creating texture and visual interest. When you're satisfied with the arrangement, you step back slightly and assess your work. The bag looks beautiful, festive and full, and you add it to your pile of completed packages. 2 more gifts remain. They're small, both of them, boxes that fit easily in your palm. For these final gifts, you choose special paper, the cream with the cardinals, which you've been rationing slightly because you love it so much. You cut 2 precise rectangles, just large enough for each box with minimal waste. These small packages wrap quickly, almost too quickly, and you find yourself slowing down deliberately, not wanting to rush through these last steps. The final piece of tape tears free with its sharp little snap. The final fold presses into place with a crisp whisper. The final wrapped gift is placed atop the pile, completing your evening's work. You sit back on your heels and survey what you've accomplished. Before you, arranged in a loose pile on the carpet, are all your gifts, now transformed. What were plain cardboard boxes and awkward shapes are now beautiful packages, each one wrapped with care, each one a small work of art. The 3 different papers create variety: forest green with gold, cream with cardinals, silvery blue. But they also harmonize, the colors and patterns complementing each other, creating a cohesive collection. The tree lights play across the wrapped surfaces, making the metallic elements shimmer, bringing out the colors, casting gentle shadows that define the shapes and folds. But you're not quite finished. Wrapped packages are beautiful, but they're not complete. They need their final touch, their crowning detail, their signature flourish. They need ribbons and bows. You reach for the wicker basket where you've kept the ribbons, pulling it closer. The ribbons tumble and flow as you move the basket, making soft, rustling sounds, catching the light, displaying their range of colors and textures. You run your hands through them, feeling the different materials slide over and under your fingers. The satin ribbons are the smoothest, cool and slippery, almost liquid in the way they move. The grosgrain ribbons have a subtle texture, tiny ridges running across their width, giving them more body and structure. The velvet ribbons are the most luxurious, thick and soft, with a nap that changes color depending on which direction you stroke it. You begin to sort them, not methodically but intuitively, grouping colors that might work well together, setting aside ribbons that seem right for particular packages. You hold different ribbons up against different wrapped gifts, comparing, considering, making aesthetic decisions that feel important, even though you know they're purely decorative. This ribbon is too bright for this paper. This one is perfect. This one almost works, but not quite. This one, yes, this is the one. You choose a length of deep green satin ribbon for the first package, the large one wrapped in forest green paper. You want something that will complement rather than contrast, something elegant and understated. You measure the ribbon by eye, wrapping it around the package once to check the length, then cutting it with your scissors. The scissors slice through the ribbon differently than they slice through paper. There's more resistance, a slightly different sound, and you have to angle the blades carefully to get a clean cut that won't fray. You position the ribbon around the package, centering it, bringing the two ends together on top. Then comes the bow, and this requires a particular kind of attention, a specific sequence of movements that you've learned over years of practice. You cross the right end over the left, then bring it under and through, pulling it snug but not tight. This creates the first knot, the foundation of the bow. You can feel the ribbon sliding against itself, hear the soft whisper of satin on satin, and you adjust the tension until it's just right, secure enough to hold, loose enough to keep the ribbon from crushing or creasing. Now for the loops. You take the right end of the ribbon and fold it back on itself, creating a loop that you hold between your thumb and forefinger. Then you take the left end and wrap it around the center of this first loop, bringing it forward and pushing it through the gap beneath to create a second loop on the other side. This is the moment that requires the most care. You have to hold everything in place while simultaneously pulling the second loop through. And if you let go or pull too hard, the whole thing will collapse into a tangle. But your hands know this dance. You hold and pull, adjust and tighten, and suddenly the bow blossoms into being. 2 loops and 2 tails, symmetrical and perfect. You take a moment to adjust the loops, fluffing them slightly, making sure they're the same size, angling them for maximum visual appeal. Then you trim the tails at matching angles, cutting each one in a diagonal that creates a crisp, finished edge. The bow sits atop the wrapped package like a small sculpture, 3-dimensional and elegant, and you feel a surge of satisfaction looking at it. This is what transforms a wrapped gift into something truly special, you think. The ribbon adds a sense of luxury, of care taken, of time invested. It says that this gift matters, that the recipient matters, that you cared enough to do it right. You reach for the next package and the next ribbon. This time you choose a thinner ribbon in gold, pairing it with the silvery blue paper for a contrast that feels festive and bright. You wrap it around the package twice, creating 2 parallel bands, and you tie them both into a single bow at their intersection point. The effect is more modern, more architectural, and you like the way the gold catches the tree lights and seems to glow from within. Package after package, you add ribbons and bows. You experiment with different styles. Some bows are large and puffy, others are smaller and more reserved. You add double ribbons to some packages, wrapping them perpendicular to each other so they cross on top, creating a point of intersection where you tie a bow that incorporates all 4 ends. You use the narrow gold cord to wrap around the cylindrical package, tying it into multiple small bows spaced evenly along the length, so the whole package looks like a string of golden ornaments. For one special package, you choose the burgundy velvet ribbon, cutting a generous length and tying it into a bow so full and lush it's almost ridiculous in its opulence. The velvet has a depth to it that the satin and grosgrain lack, a richness that makes the package look regal. You stroke the ribbon with your fingertip, feeling the softness, admiring the way the nap catches the light. And then comes the magic, the final detail that elevates the ribbon from beautiful to enchanting. You pick up your scissors again, opening the blades wide, and you lay one of the ribbon tails across the flat back of the lower blade. Then, with your thumb pressing the ribbon against the blade, you pull the scissors along the length of the tail in one smooth, decisive motion. The ribbon responds immediately, curling back on itself in a perfect spiral. It's like magic, like coaxing something alive from something inanimate. And even though you've done this hundreds of times, it still delights you. You curl the other tail, then move to the next package and curl those ribbons too. Some curl tightly into springy spirals, others curl more loosely, in graceful waves. Each ribbon has its own personality, its own way of responding to the scissors, and you adjust your pressure and speed to bring out the best in each one. Soon, nearly every package sports curled ribbons, and the effect is whimsical and wonderful. The curls spring out in all directions, catching the light, adding movement and life to the static packages. You add the final touches now, small embellishments that you've saved for this moment. You have a collection of gift tags, simple rectangles of cardstock in cream and craft paper, and you select one for each package, writing brief messages in your neatest handwriting. Not names, you'll add those later, but simple words: joy, peace, love, wonder. Each word feels like a tiny blessing, a wish embedded in the gift itself. You tie the tags onto the ribbons with thin pieces of twine, knotting them securely so they won't slip off. The tags hang at various angles, swaying slightly when you move the packages, adding another layer of visual interest. For a few packages, you tuck small sprigs of artificial greenery under the ribbons, tiny pine branches or holly leaves that you find in your craft supplies. They nestle against the ribbons naturally, as if they grew there, and they add an organic element that balances all the manufactured prettiness of paper and ribbon. One package, wrapped in the cream paper with cardinals, receives an extra special touch. You have a small pine cone gathered from a walk weeks ago and saved without quite knowing why. Now you know. You tuck it under the burgundy velvet ribbon, wedging it securely so it won't fall off, and you step back to admire the effect. The natural brown of the pine cone, the deep red of the velvet, the cream and red of the paper, they all work together to create something that looks like it could be featured in a magazine. But better than that, because it's real, because you made it, because it's infused with your time and attention and care. The pile of completed packages has transformed. What was already beautiful is now extraordinary. Each package is unique, yet they all belong together, a family of gifts united by the care with which they were created. The ribbons add dimension and movement. The curls add whimsy. The tags add meaning. The small natural elements add a connection to the world beyond this warm room. Together, they create a tableau that's almost too pretty to disturb, and you find yourself reluctant to move them, wanting to preserve this moment, this arrangement, this proof of your evening's work. You sit back fully now, shifting from your knees to a cross-legged position, and you simply look. The Christmas tree glows behind and beside the pile of gifts, its lights creating a backdrop of color and warmth. The gifts themselves seem to glow in response, their metallic papers catching and reflecting the light, their ribbons gleaming, their surfaces smooth and crisp and perfect. The room around you is still dark, still silent, except for the gentle hum of the furnace and the quiet sounds of the house settling. But it feels full now, full of light and color and beauty and promise. You think about the people who will receive these gifts. Not specifically, you don't let your mind catalog names and faces and relationships, but generally, warmly, with a sense of connection and affection. These packages represent your love made tangible. They represent time you chose to spend thinking about others, resources you chose to allocate to their happiness, care you chose to express through selection and presentation. The gifts themselves, whatever they contain, are only part of the equation. The wrapping, the ribbons, the tags, the tiny embellishments, these are all part of how you say, without words, that someone matters to you. There's something profound in this realization, something that settles into your chest with a gentle weight. In a world that often feels rushed and transactional, this act of wrapping gifts slowly and beautifully is a form of resistance, a quiet insistence that some things deserve time, that care cannot be rushed, that beauty has value even when it will only last until the paper is torn away. The recipients might not know how long you spent on each package, might not realize the thought that went into each ribbon choice, but that doesn't matter. You know. And the knowing changes the gift, makes it more than an object in a box, makes it a carrier of intention and love. You reach out and straighten one package that's listing slightly to the side, adjusting it so it sits square and stable. As you do, your hand brushes against the ribbon, and you feel the cool slip of satin under your fingers. The packages are cool to the touch now. They've been sitting here for over an hour, absorbing the ambient temperature of the room. And there's something pleasant about the coolness, something that makes them feel fresh and crisp and ready for their eventual recipients. The clock on the mantel chimes softly. You hadn't noticed the hour approaching, and you glance over to see that it's much later than you thought. Time has done that fluid, elastic thing it does when you're fully absorbed in a task, stretching some moments and compressing others until you've lost track of its passage entirely. You've been sitting here for 2 hours, maybe 3, and yet it feels like no time at all, and also like a small eternity, a pocket of peace carved out of the regular flow of days. You should probably go to bed. Morning will come with its obligations and schedules, and you'll need rest to meet them. But you're not quite ready to leave this space, this moment, this feeling of completion and satisfaction. Instead, you continue sitting, looking at what you've created, letting the sense of accomplishment wash over you in gentle waves. The pile of gifts sits before you like a small mountain range, each package a peak of different height and shape, valleys of shadow between them where the tree light doesn't quite reach. The ribbons cascade down the sides of packages or spring up in exuberant curls. The papers catch the light at different angles, some surfaces bright, others shadowed, creating a dynamic landscape that changes slightly every time you shift your position. You notice small imperfections now, a corner that's not quite as sharp as the others, a piece of tape that's slightly visible, a ribbon tail that's a bit shorter than its companion. But these imperfections don't bother you. If anything, they make the gifts more real, more authentic, more clearly the work of human hands rather than machines. They're evidence of your effort, your presence, your willingness to try for beauty, even if the result isn't perfect. You think about the wrapping paper that will be torn away, the ribbons that will be untied, the bows that will be dismantled. There's a bittersweet quality to this thought. All this work, all this care, all this beauty will be destroyed in moments of eager unwrapping. But then you remember the joy of unwrapping a beautifully presented gift, the anticipation that builds as you slide off the ribbon, the pleasure of discovering what's underneath. The way a beautifully wrapped gift makes you feel valued and special. The wrapping serves its purpose in being unwrapped. Its beauty is not diminished by its impermanence. If anything, the fact that it's temporary makes it more precious, more valuable, more worth the effort you've invested. This thought connects to something larger, something about the nature of time and effort and care. So much of what we do is temporary. So much of what we create will be unmade. The meals we cook will be eaten. The spaces we clean will become messy again. The words we speak will fade into memory. And yet we continue to do these things, continue to invest care and attention and time in them, because the doing itself matters, because the care itself is the point. Because the act of creating beauty or comfort or connection is valuable regardless of how long it lasts. You've created something beautiful tonight. It will last for days or weeks, until the gifts are given and opened, and then it will be gone, discarded or recycled, returned to the world in a different form. But right now, in this moment, it exists in its full glory, and you exist alongside it, both of you illuminated by the gentle glow of the Christmas tree, both of you participating in the quiet magic of this season. The tree's lights pulse gently, that organic rhythm that seems almost like breathing. You find your own breath synchronizing with it, slow and deep and easy. Your body feels heavy in the best possible way, weighted down by relaxation and satisfaction and the pleasant exhaustion that comes from focused work. Your hands rest loosely in your lap, and you can still feel the ghost sensations of the evening, the texture of paper, the coolness of scissors, the slip of ribbon, the pressure of pressing creases sharp. You realize that you've been humming again, so quietly that you barely notice it, a soft, wordless melody that rises and falls with your breathing. The house is so quiet that you can hear yourself, and you don't stop, letting the sound continue, adding your voice to the symphony of small noises that fills this peaceful space. Outside, the December night presses close. If you got up and walked to the window, you might see stars in the cold sky, or clouds moving across the darkness, or perhaps the first flakes of new snow drifting down. But you don't get up. You stay where you are, sitting on the soft carpet, surrounded by the fruits of your labor, held in the warm embrace of the tree's glow. Your mind drifts pleasantly, not fixing on any particular thought, but wandering through memories and associations. Other Decembers, other gift-wrapping sessions, other quiet nights sitting near lighted trees. The continuity of these experiences, the way they stack up over the years, creating a foundation of tradition and meaning. You think about being a child and watching adults wrap presents, fascinated by the transformation of plain boxes into beautiful packages. You think about the first time you wrapped a gift yourself, the awkward folds and excessive tape, the result more enthusiastic than elegant. You think about how the skill developed over time, how your hands learned the movements, how the process became meditative rather than frustrating. And you think about future Decembers, years stretching ahead, each one holding its own potential for these quiet moments of creation and care. The thought fills you with a gentle happiness, a sense that this right here, this simple act of wrapping gifts by tree light, is part of what makes life rich and meaningful. Not the grand gestures or the dramatic moments, but these small rituals, these chosen acts of care, these decisions to do something slowly and well, even when no one is watching, even when a faster, easier way exists. The pile of gifts seems to glow with its own light now. Or maybe that's just the tree light reflecting off all those metallic surfaces, bouncing between packages, amplifying itself until the whole collection seems luminous. The ribbons throw small shadows that dance and shift as the tree lights pulse. The papers rustle ever so slightly in the warm air currents rising from the lights. Everything is alive in its own quiet way, participating in this moment, bearing witness to your work. You feel a wave of gratitude wash over you, unprompted and unexpected. Gratitude for this house that shelters you, for this room that holds you, for this tree that lights your darkness. Gratitude for the people in your life who will receive these gifts, for the connections that make gift-giving meaningful. Gratitude for the simple materials, paper and ribbon and tape, that allowed you to create something beautiful. Gratitude for your own hands and their ability to execute these small tasks with care. Gratitude for the quiet, for the peace, for the gentle passage of time in this protected space. The feeling swells and peaks and then settles, leaving behind a sense of contentment so complete it's almost tangible. A warmth in your chest that has nothing to do with the room's temperature. You sit with this feeling, honoring it, not trying to analyze or extend or capture it, just allowing it to exist and fill you, and eventually, gradually, gently, recede into a general sense of well-being. You know you should get up soon. You should turn off the tree lights, put away the wrapping supplies, carry the gifts to wherever they'll wait until it's time to give them. You should climb the stairs to your bedroom, brush your teeth, change into pajamas, slide between cool sheets. You should do all the practical things that need doing. But not yet. Not quite yet. For now, you remain where you are, sitting on the floor beside your pile of beautifully wrapped gifts, bathed in the colored glow of the Christmas tree. Your breathing is slow and deep. Your body is relaxed. Your mind is quiet and calm. The house around you is silent. The world outside is distant. Everything has contracted to this room, this moment, this feeling of peaceful completion. You let your gaze wander over the gifts one more time, taking in the whole collection rather than individual packages, the variety of sizes and shapes, the harmonious mix of papers and ribbons, the small details that make each one unique, the overall effect of abundance and care and beauty. This is what you created tonight. This is the tangible result of your time and attention. And it's good. It's very good. Your eyelids are growing heavy now, your body's natural rhythms asserting themselves after the focused work and the late hour. You blink slowly, once, twice, and when you open your eyes the second time, the tree lights seem to have grown softer, more diffuse, as if you're seeing them through a gentle filter. The edges of things blur slightly, the colors blend and swirl. Everything takes on a dreamlike quality. You should really get up. You should really go to bed. The thought occurs to you with gentle insistence, but your body is so comfortable, so relaxed, so heavy with satisfaction and peace, that moving seems like an enormous effort. Maybe you'll sit here for just another minute. Maybe you'll rest your eyes for just a moment. Maybe you'll allow yourself to hover in this perfect state of completion and contentment for just a little longer. The tree lights pulse their gentle rhythm. The house hums its quiet song. The packages sit in their pile, keeping you company, bearing witness to your work. And you sit among them, your breathing slowing, your thoughts softening, your consciousness beginning to drift toward sleep despite your intention to stay awake. The ribbons, you notice through half-closed eyes, seem to move slightly, their curls bobbing in invisible air currents. Or maybe you're imagining it. Maybe your tired mind is animating the inanimate, seeing motion where there is only stillness. It doesn't matter. Real or imagined, the effect is soothing, hypnotic, a gentle swaying that matches the rhythm of your breathing and the pulse of the lights. You think about wrapping one more gift, even though there are no more gifts to wrap. Your hands remember the motion so clearly that you can almost feel them happening. The unrolling of paper, the slice of scissors, the folding and creasing, the tearing of tape, the tying of ribbon. The sense memory is so strong that for a moment you're not sure if you're actually wrapping something or just imagining it. And the uncertainty is pleasant rather than troubling, a sign that you're drifting between waking and sleeping, between doing and dreaming. The pile of gifts might be growing, might be multiplying, might be spreading out to fill the whole room with wrapped packages and colored ribbons. Or it might be exactly as it was, exactly as you left it, unchanging and still. Your perception is unreliable now, shifting and uncertain, and you accept this with equanimity, without concern. Nothing bad can happen here. You're safe. You're home. You're surrounded by beauty you created, and light you tended, and peace you cultivated. Your head tips forward slightly, then catches, and you pull it upright with effort. Sleep is calling to you, insistent now, and you know you can't resist much longer. But there's something pleasant about this liminal state, this hovering between wake and sleep, this gradual letting go of consciousness while still remaining tethered to the room and its contents. You've earned this rest. You've completed your task. You can let go now. The tree lights seem to dim even further, or maybe your eyes are closing. Maybe the darkness is coming from inside rather than outside. The colors wash over you in waves, red, green, gold, blue, each one a gentle touch, a soft caress, a whispered lullaby. The packages blur into abstract shapes, blocks of color and texture that suggest gifts without quite being gifts, existing in that strange space between reality and dream. You should go to bed. The thought surfaces one more time, faint and distant, easily ignored. Instead, you let yourself lean to the side, slowly, carefully, until you're lying on the carpet near your pile of wrapped gifts. The carpet is soft under your cheek. The pile of packages rises beside you like a small city skyline, blocking part of the tree from view but still allowing its light to reach you, to wash over you, to hold you in its gentle glow. This is fine, you think. This is good. You'll get up in a minute. You'll put things away. You'll go upstairs. In a minute. Just a minute. Just a brief rest first. Just a moment with your eyes closed, here on the soft carpet, near your beautiful pile of gifts, under the watchful glow of the Christmas tree. The rhythms of the house sync with the rhythms of your body. Your heartbeat, your breathing, the pulse of the lights, the hum of the furnace, the barely perceptible creaking of wood settling in the cold. All of it becomes one song, one unified pulse, one gentle wave that lifts you and carries you and holds you suspended between consciousness and sleep. You are so comfortable. You are so peaceful. You are so completely and utterly content. The work is done. The gifts are wrapped. The ribbons are tied. The tags are attached. Everything is ready. Everything is complete. You can rest now. You can let go. You can allow yourself to drift. The last thing you notice, before sleep takes you fully, is the way one particular ribbon catches the light. It's gold, you think, or maybe silver, curled into a perfect spiral that seems to glow from within. It holds your attention for a long stretched moment, beautiful and mesmerizing, and then it too blurs and fades as your eyes close completely, as your breathing deepens, as your consciousness releases its hold on the waking world, and you sleep. Right there on the floor beside your pile of beautifully wrapped gifts, under the glow of the Christmas tree, you sleep. It's not the sleep you planned. You meant to go upstairs, meant to get into bed properly, but it's the sleep you've earned, deep and peaceful and dreamless, or filled with dreams so gentle they leave no trace upon waking. Your body relaxes completely, your face softens, your hands uncurl and lie loose and open on the carpet. The house keeps its watch around you. The furnace hums, the tree glows, the packages sit in their pile, wrapped in paper and ribbon and care, each one a small promise waiting to be fulfilled. And you sleep among them, peaceful and still, your evening's work complete, your mind quiet, your heart full. The hours pass gently, marked only by the subtle changes in the tree light's rhythm, by the gradual cooling of the room, as night deepens, by the barely perceptible shift in the quality of silence that comes in the darkest hours before dawn. And through it all, you sleep, cradled by the carpet and the quiet, held by the glow of colored lights, surrounded by the tangible evidence of your care. When you wake, whether in an hour or 3 or 5, you'll be stiff from sleeping on the floor. You'll be momentarily disoriented, unsure of where you are or why you're not in bed. But then you'll see the packages, still beautifully wrapped, still adorned with their ribbons and bows, and you'll remember. You'll remember the peace of the evening, the satisfaction of the work, the gentle joy of creating something beautiful. And you'll carry that memory with you into the new day, a small gift you gave yourself, a moment of peace you claimed from the chaos of December. But that's later. That's for the morning, for the daylight, for the world that waits beyond this quiet room. Right now, in this moment, there is only sleep, deep and restorative and complete. There is only peace. There is only the soft glow of the Christmas tree, the pile of wrapped gifts, and you, sleeping beside them, finally and fully at rest. The ribbons don't move. The packages don't shift. The lights continue their gentle pulse. And everything is exactly as it should be, wrapped, adorned, beautiful, and still. Sleep now. Sleep deeply. Sleep peacefully. Let the tree's glow hold you. Let the silence cradle you. Let the satisfaction of your work comfort you. The gifts are wrapped. The love is tangible. The peace is real. And you, right here, right now, are exactly where you're meant to be. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like, and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May your sleep be as peaceful as a December night, as warm as a tree's glow, and as satisfying as a ribbon curled to perfection. A Winter Wonderland Cabin Sleep Story. Close your eyes now and take a slow, deep breath. Feel your body exactly where it is in this moment, supported and safe. Tonight, you are embarking on a journey to a place of profound peace. A winter wonderland cabin nestled deep in a snow-covered forest where warmth and comfort await you. This is your sanctuary, your haven from the world, and for the next hours, you need nothing more than to be here, allowing yourself to drift into the deepest, most restful sleep. The journey to the cabin begins in the late afternoon, when the winter sun hangs low in the sky, painting everything in shades of silver and soft gold. You are driving along a winding country road, the kind that seems to exist outside of ordinary time. Your car is warm, filled with the gentle hum of the engine and the soft flow of heat from the vents. Your hands rest comfortably on the steering wheel, and through the windshield, you watch as the landscape gradually transforms. At first, there are open fields stretching away on either side, their summer grasses now hidden beneath blankets of pristine snow. The snow gleams in the fading light, appearing almost blue in the shadows and golden where the sun still touches it. Fence posts march along the roadside, each one wearing a thick cap of white, like sentries marking your passage into a quieter realm. The sky above is that particular shade of winter twilight, not quite gray, not quite purple, but something in between, luminous and peaceful. As you drive, you notice how the trees begin to appear more frequently, first in small clusters, then in proper groves, and finally forming a continuous forest on both sides of the road. These are evergreens mostly, their branches heavy with accumulated snow, bending gracefully under the weight. Occasionally you pass a bare deciduous tree, its dark branches creating intricate patterns against the pale sky, like calligraphy written in an ancient language you somehow understand without words. The road curves gently, never demanding too much attention, allowing your mind to soften and wander. You think about the cabin waiting for you, and a sense of anticipation builds. Not the anxious kind, but the warm, contented feeling of knowing something wonderful is approaching. You have been here before, in your mind if not in reality, and it already feels like coming home. The light continues to change as you drive deeper into the forest. The shadows grow longer, deeper, but not threatening. They are the shadows of protection, of the forest drawing around you like a blanket. You turn off the main road onto a smaller lane, barely 2 tracks with snow packed between them. The car moves more slowly now, crunching through the snow with a satisfying, rhythmic sound. Branches occasionally brush against the sides of the vehicle, a gentle touch that says you are welcome here. And then, through a gap in the trees, you see it, the cabin. Warm light glows in its windows, golden and inviting against the deepening blue of evening. A thin trail of smoke rises from the stone chimney, climbing straight up into the still air before dispersing into the twilight. The cabin is not large, but it is perfect. Built of weathered logs that have aged to a soft gray-brown, with a steep roof designed to shed snow, and a covered porch that wraps around the front. Everything about it speaks of shelter, of thoughtful construction meant to provide comfort against the winter cold. You pull the car to a stop in the small clearing that serves as a parking area. For a moment you simply sit there, engine still running, looking at the cabin. The windows are like friendly eyes, the door a welcoming mouth, and the whole structure seems to radiate an almost living warmth. Your heart, which you did not even realize had been carrying tension, begins to ease and soften in your chest. Taking a final deep breath of the warm car air, you turn off the engine. The sudden silence is profound. You can hear the faint tick of the cooling engine, but beyond that, there is only the immense quiet of the winter forest. Opening the car door, you step out into the cold, and it is a shock, but a pleasant one. The air is so crisp, so clean, that it seems to clarify everything. Your first breath of it makes you feel more awake, more present, more alive than you have felt in days. The cold touches your cheeks immediately, a bright tingling sensation. You can see your breath pluming out before you, and you pause for a moment just to watch it. This visible sign of your own life force. The snow beneath your feet crunches with each step, a sound that is somehow both crisp and soft at once. You walk around to the back of the car and retrieve your bag, a simple duffel with everything you need for your stay. The bag's weight is reassuring in your hand. As you walk toward the cabin, you notice details you could not see from the car. There are icicles hanging from the edge of the porch roof, catching the last light and transforming it into tiny prisms of color. The steps leading up to the porch have been cleared of snow recently, though a light dusting has already begun to accumulate again. The railing is smooth and solid under your free hand as you climb the 3 steps to the porch. The porch itself is a transition space, still cold but sheltered from any wind. There is a wooden bench against the cabin wall, and a small stack of firewood neatly piled and covered with a tarp. Next to the door hangs an old lantern, its glass clean and clear. You set down your bag for a moment and reach for the door handle. It is cold under your fingers, metal that has taken on the temperature of the winter air. You turn the handle and push the door open, and immediately everything changes. A wave of warmth rolls out to meet you, and with it comes the scent of wood smoke and pine and something else. Something indefinably cozy that might be the smell of safety itself. You step inside quickly, pulling your bag with you, and close the door behind you with a soft, satisfying click. The contrast is overwhelming in the best possible way. Outside, the world is all cold clarity and sharp edges. Inside, everything is warm and soft and welcoming. You stand for a moment in the small entryway, just feeling the warmth begin to seep into your cold cheeks and fingers. Your body recognizes this as sanctuary, and you feel muscles you did not know were tense begin to release. The cabin is exactly as you hoped it would be. The entry opens directly into the main living space, and your eyes travel over it with growing contentment. Directly ahead, dominating the far wall, is a stone fireplace, and in it, a fire is already burning. Someone, perhaps the owner or a caretaker, has prepared this for you, and the thoughtfulness of that gesture makes you feel cared for in a way that is quietly profound. You set your bag down on the floor and begin to remove your winter layers. First, your coat, heavy with the cold still clinging to its outer surface. You hang it on one of the hooks mounted near the door, where it can drip dry if any snow has collected on it. Next, your scarf, which you unwind slowly, feeling it slide against your neck with a soft whisper of fabric. Then your gloves, pulling them off finger by finger, revealing hands that are pink from the cold and tingling as warmth begins to return to them. Beneath your coat, you are wearing comfortable clothes, chosen specifically for this retreat. Soft flannel or perhaps fleece, layers designed for warmth and ease. You are already feeling more relaxed, more yourself. You remove your boots as well, placing them neatly on a mat designed for that purpose, and your sock-clad feet meet the cool smoothness of the wooden floor. Even through your socks, you can feel the grain of the wood, polished by years of use. Now, free of your outer layers, you can truly begin to explore this space that will be yours for the next while. The cabin is one large room, essentially, with a few doors leading off to what must be a bedroom and bathroom. The main space serves as kitchen, dining, and living area all in one, but far from feeling cramped, it feels intimate and well-designed. Your eyes are drawn again to the fireplace, as eyes always are. The fire crackles and pops softly, the flames dancing in shades of orange and yellow with occasional flickers of blue at their base. The warmth radiating from it is almost a physical presence in the room, reaching out to embrace you. The stone surround of the fireplace rises all the way to the ceiling, and the stones themselves are beautiful, rounded river stones in shades of gray and tan and soft brown, fitted together with obvious care and skill. Before you lose yourself entirely in the fire's spell, you decide to take care of a few simple tasks. Your body, still remembering the drive and the cold, is asking for something warm to drink, and you are happy to oblige. You move toward the kitchen area, which occupies one corner of the cabin. The kitchen is simple but complete. There is a small stove, a sink with a window above it, and wooden counters that have been worn smooth by use. Open shelving displays a modest collection of dishes and mugs, all sturdy and practical. There is a basket on the counter, and when you investigate, you find it stocked with tea and coffee and packets of hot chocolate. Someone has thought of everything. You fill a kettle with water from the tap, and the sound of water flowing is cheerful and domestic. The pipes must be well insulated because the water comes out smoothly. No frozen pipes here. You set the kettle on the stove and turn on the burner. The click, click, click of the ignition followed by the soft whoosh as the flame catches. The blue circle of fire beneath the kettle is mesmerizing in its own way, a smaller echo of the larger fire across the room. While you wait for the water to heat, you select a mug from the shelf. Your hand hovers over the choices before settling on a large handmade ceramic piece in a warm honey glaze. It is substantial in your hand with a good weight to it, and when you run your thumb over the surface, you can feel the slight imperfections that mark it as something made by human hands rather than a machine. These small imperfections make it more precious, not less. You choose hot chocolate, the kind that comes in a packet but promises to be rich and creamy. As you wait, you lean against the counter and simply look around. Through the window above the sink, you can see that full darkness has almost arrived. The sky is that deep, rich blue that comes just before true night, and the snow outside seems to glow with its own light, reflecting what little illumination remains. The kettle begins to sing, a soft whistle that grows gradually louder. You turn off the burner before it reaches a full boil, preferring a gentler heat for your chocolate. Tearing open the packet, you pour the powder into your chosen mug, and then slowly add the hot water, stirring as you go. The powder dissolves into a deep brown liquid, and steam rises in delicate curls that carry the scent of chocolate and vanilla. You cup the mug in both hands, feeling the heat seep into your palms and fingers. It is almost too hot to hold, but not quite. That perfect temperature that is just on the edge of discomfort but feels so good on cold hands. You blow gently across the surface of the chocolate, watching the steam swirl and dance, and then take a careful sip. The liquid is rich and sweet and warming, coating your tongue and sliding down your throat with a comforting heat that seems to spread throughout your chest. With your mug in hand, you move back toward the center of the room, toward the fire. There is an armchair positioned at the perfect distance from the fireplace, close enough to feel the warmth but not so close as to be uncomfortable. The chair is upholstered in a fabric that might once have been a rich burgundy, but has faded to a softer rose, and it is clear that this is a chair that has been loved and used. The cushions bear the imprints of previous sitters, molded into welcoming shapes. Next to the chair is a small side table, just the right height to set your mug on without having to reach. On the other side stands a floor lamp with a warm-toned shade, currently off but waiting for when you might want to read. For now, the firelight provides all the illumination you need. You settle into the chair, and it is like being embraced. The cushions give way beneath you, accepting your weight and cradling your body. You curl your legs up under you, finding a position that feels naturally comfortable, and arrange yourself with your mug still held in both hands. The fire is directly in your line of sight, and you let your gaze rest on it, unfocused and soft. This is the moment when you truly arrive. Not when you pulled up outside, not when you walked through the door, but now, in this chair, with warmth surrounding you and a hot drink in your hands. This is when your nervous system finally believes that you are safe, that you can rest, that nothing is required of you. The tension you have been carrying, perhaps for days or weeks, begins to melt away like snow under sunlight. You take another sip of your chocolate, slower this time, savoring it. The sweetness is not overwhelming, just pleasant, comforting in the way that simple pleasures can be. You can feel the warmth of it traveling down, spreading through your core. Your body temperature, which dropped during your brief exposure to the cold outside, is rising again, finding its natural equilibrium. The fire continues its eternal dance. Flames leap and fall, merge and separate, in patterns that are never quite the same twice. The logs are arranged in a careful structure, and as the fire consumes them, they settle and shift with soft sounds. Occasionally, a pocket of sap will heat and burst with a sharp pop, sending a small shower of sparks up the chimney. Each time this happens, you watch the sparks rise, glowing orange against the dark back of the fireplace, before they wink out one by one. The warmth from the fire is not uniform. You can feel it most strongly on your face and the front of your body, a gentle radiance that makes your skin tingle pleasantly. The air itself seems to move in the room, warmed air rising from the fire and cooler air flowing in to take its place, creating subtle currents that you can almost feel brushing against you. You become aware of the sounds of the cabin. There is the fire, of course, with its crackling and occasional pops, but there are other sounds too. The cabin itself makes noise, small creaks and sighs as the wood adjusts to the temperature, as old buildings do. These are not concerning sounds, but rather comforting ones, the sounds of a structure that has weathered many winters and will weather many more. It is almost as if the cabin is breathing, alive in its own way. Outside, the wind has picked up slightly. You cannot see it, but you can hear it, a soft rushing sound as it moves through the evergreen branches. Occasionally, there is a soft thump as accumulated snow slides off a branch and falls to the ground. These sounds, rather than making you feel cold, actually enhance your sense of warmth and safety. They remind you that outside, the world is cold and wild, but inside, you are protected. Your mug is half empty now, and you set it down on the side table, deciding to save the rest for later. You reach for a blanket that has been draped over the arm of the chair, a thick knitted thing in shades of cream and gray. Drawing it over your lap and legs, you tuck it around yourself, creating a cocoon of warmth. The yarn is soft against your hands, clearly made with care. You sink deeper into the chair, your body growing heavier, more relaxed. Your breathing has slowed without you consciously choosing to do so. Deep breaths in and out that match some internal rhythm. With each exhale, you feel yourself releasing a little more, letting go of things you did not even know you were holding on to. The cabin smells wonderful. There is the wood smoke from the fire, of course, but underneath that are other scents. The pine logs of the walls contribute their own subtle fragrance, fresh and clean. There is also the smell of old wood and perhaps a hint of lemon oil, as if the furniture has been recently polished. All of these scents blend together into something that simply smells like comfort, like a place where you are meant to be. You close your eyes for a moment, just feeling everything. The warmth on your skin, the softness of the chair and the blanket, the lingering taste of chocolate on your tongue, the sounds of fire and wind and the cabin's gentle settling. When you open your eyes again, your gaze feels softer, more relaxed. Your eyes wander around the room, taking in details you did not notice in your initial survey. There are books on a shelf built into the wall, their spines showing titles worn almost smooth by handling. Some are novels, some appear to be nature guides or books about the local area. There is a small collection of board games on another shelf, and a basket containing what looks like yarn and knitting needles. These are the signs of a place meant for slow time, for activities that require patience and presence. On the wall above the fireplace there is a painting. You had noticed it before, but now you really look at it. It depicts this very landscape, or one very much like it, in winter. Snow-laden trees, a frozen stream, mountains in the distance. The painting is not sophisticated in a technical sense, but it is skilled and clearly made with love. The colors are accurate to what you have seen outside, that particular quality of blue light that winter snow reflects. Looking at it, you feel a sense of continuity, as if the cabin and the forest outside are engaged in an ongoing conversation, and this painting is part of that dialogue. There are other small decorations as well. A piece of driftwood on the mantel, worn smooth by water and time. A few pine cones in a wooden bowl. A simple wreath made of evergreen branches hanging on one of the interior doors. Each object seems to have been chosen not for showiness, but for the way it contributes to the overall feeling of the space. Nothing is extraneous, and yet nothing feels sparse or cold. It is perfectly balanced. You shift slightly in your chair, adjusting a cushion behind your lower back, and settle once more. The fire has burned down slightly since you first arrived, and you consider whether you should add another log. Deciding yes, you set aside your blanket and rise from the chair. Your body feels pleasantly heavy, relaxed, and it takes a moment to unfold yourself and stand. Moving to the fireside, you select a log from the neat stack in the metal holder there. The wood is dry and smooth, bark mostly removed. It is surprisingly light for its size, a sign of good seasoning. You open the mesh screen that protects the room from any stray sparks and carefully place the new log onto the fire, positioning it so that it will catch from the existing flames. For a moment, the fire dims slightly, adjusting to this new presence, and then it begins to climb the fresh wood, licking at it with tongues of flame, finding the grain and following it. You close the screen and return to your chair, watching as the fire fully accepts the new log. Soon, it is burning strongly again, perhaps even more vigorously than before. The additional heat reaches out to you, and you smile, pleased with your fire-tending skills. Settled once more under your blanket, you let your gaze drift to the window. The large picture window that makes up much of the front wall of the cabin offers a view into the winter night, and what you see takes your breath away. The darkness has fully fallen now, but the world outside is far from dark. The snow, covering everything, reflects and amplifies any available light, creating a luminous landscape that seems to glow from within. The trees closest to the cabin are visible as dark shapes, their trunks and branches creating an intricate network against the snow. Each branch holds its burden of snow with patient grace, bent but not broken. Further out, the forest becomes less distinct, shapes merging into a general sense of presence, of trees stretching away into the darkness. The sky above has cleared. Earlier, there were clouds, but they have moved on, and now the stars are visible. So many stars, more than you ever see in places with artificial light. They spangle the darkness, tiny points of light that have traveled vast distances to reach your eyes. You pick out the few constellations you know, the easily recognizable ones, but mostly you just look at them as an aggregate, a field of light scattered across the heavens. As you watch, you see a snowflake drift past the window, then another. It has begun to snow again, not heavily, just a gentle fall of flakes that catch the light from the cabin windows and sparkle like tiny diamonds as they descend. You watch their slow, wandering path downward, each flake following its own trajectory, spiraling and dancing in air currents too subtle for you to perceive. The combination of the stars above and the snow falling creates a sense of being suspended between two realms, the vast cosmic space above and the intimate enclosed space of the falling snow. Both are beautiful, both are infinite in their own ways, and you are privileged to witness both from your warm, safe vantage point. You think about the silence outside. Snow has a way of absorbing sound, muffling everything, creating a hush that is almost palpable. Even here inside the cabin, you can sense that silence, the way it presses gently against the walls and windows. It is a peaceful silence, not empty but full, pregnant with the presence of the winter world. Inside, the fire continues its work, transforming wood into warmth and light. You watch the interplay of light and shadow on the walls, the way the firelight makes everything seem to breathe and move. The logs of the walls in this light look golden, as if they are remembering the sunlight they absorbed when they were living trees. Your breathing has synchronized with the rhythm of the fire without you intending it. Slow breath in, watching the flames rise. Slow breath out, watching them settle. In and out. In and out. Each breath brings you deeper into this moment, more fully present in this place. There is nowhere else you need to be, nothing else you need to do. This moment is complete in itself. You notice how your body feels now compared to when you arrived. Then there was residual tension, the alertness required for driving and navigating. Now every muscle has softened. Your shoulders, which might have been holding themselves up near your ears, have dropped down to their natural position. Your jaw is loose, your tongue resting easily in your mouth. Your hands lie open and relaxed on your lap, palms up, fingers gently curled. Even your feet tucked under you feel warm and comfortable. The heat from the fire has spread throughout the cabin. The space is perfectly warm now, not too hot, not cool anywhere. The temperature is exactly right, and your body recognizes this and relaxes even further into it. You are like a cat in a sunny window, boneless and content. Outside, the snow continues to fall. You can see it accumulating on the porch railing, a white line growing slowly thicker. On the trees, the existing snow is being added to, branch by branch. By morning, the world will be transformed, even deeper in white than it was when you arrived. But morning is a long time away, and there is no need to think about it now. Your eyelids are growing heavier, not in a way that demands you sleep immediately, but in a gentle, natural way, like the sun setting at the end of a long day. You let them fall closed for a moment, and the darkness behind them is restful and welcoming. You can still see the glow of the fire through your closed lids, a warm orange-red that pulses gently with the movement of the flames. When you open your eyes again, your gaze is soft and unfocused. You are not looking at anything in particular, just letting the light and shadow wash over your vision. The world has taken on a dreamy quality, edges softer, colors richer. This is what deep relaxation feels like, you remember. This sense of being both fully present and also somehow floating, untethered from worry or planning. You become aware of your heartbeat, slow and steady in your chest. It is not loud or insistent, just there, a quiet reminder of the life force that sustains you. Each beat is a small miracle, a moment of your body working perfectly to keep you alive. You send a silent thank you to your heart, to your lungs, to all the systems of your body that work without you having to think about them. The fire pops softly and your eyes move to it. The new log has been accepted fully into the fire now, burning along with the others. The flames have found their rhythm again, a steady burn that will last for hours. You will not have to tend it again tonight. It will keep the cabin warm while you sleep, a faithful guardian against the cold. You think about all the people throughout history who have sat as you are sitting now, watching a fire, feeling safe and warm. This is one of humanity's oldest pleasures, one of our most basic needs: shelter, warmth, safety. And you have all of these things in abundance. You are not just physically safe, but emotionally safe as well. Nothing is asked of you. No one needs you to be anything other than exactly what you are in this moment. Your attention drifts back to the window, to the winter world outside. In the distance, you think you can see a light, perhaps from another cabin far away, or maybe just a star that happens to be in line with the horizon. It twinkles and shifts, and you feel a connection with whoever or whatever is there. You are not alone in the world, but you are beautifully, perfectly alone in this cabin. And both of those truths can exist at once. The snow has thickened slightly, more flakes visible now as they pass through the light from the window. They seem to be falling a bit more quickly, though still gently. You think about the snow accumulating on the cabin roof, adding insulation, making your shelter even more secure. You think about it covering the ground, blanketing everything, protecting the earth and all the small creatures who shelter beneath it or within it. There is something profound about winter, you think drowsily. It is the season of rest, of dormancy, when nature itself sleeps and gathers strength for the rebirth of spring. And you are doing the same, resting, gathering your own strength. This time in the cabin is your own personal winter, a time to turn inward, to be still, to let yourself simply be. Your eyes close again, and this time they stay closed a bit longer. The darkness is so restful. Behind your closed lids, you can still sense the firelight, and you imagine you can see the flames dancing in patterns of red and orange and gold. Your breathing continues its slow, steady rhythm, and you feel yourself drifting. Not quite asleep, but not quite awake either, in that pleasant in-between state. When your eyes open, you are not sure if seconds or minutes have passed. Time has become fluid, unimportant. The fire is still burning, the snow is still falling, and you are still here, safe and warm. That is all that matters. You stretch slightly, just a small movement, extending your legs and pointing your toes, then relaxing again. The stretch feels good, a release of the last tiny bits of tension remaining in your muscles. You think perhaps it might be time to move to the bedroom soon, to give yourself over fully to sleep, but not quite yet. You want to enjoy the space between wakefulness and sleep a little longer. This is a precious time, a liminal time, when insights and peace can come more easily than during the busy day. You let your mind wander gently, not forcing it anywhere, just observing where it wants to go. It touches on memories, pleasant ones, nothing troubling. A childhood snow day, perhaps, the joy of unexpected freedom. Or the first time you saw truly pristine snow, unmarked by footprints. These memories are soft and warm, colored by nostalgia but not painful. They are part of the tapestry of your life, woven into who you are. The fire makes a settling sound, and you look at it. The logs have burned down further, collapsing slightly into themselves. The coals beneath are glowing a brilliant orange-red, pulsing with heat. You know that even when the flames die down completely, those coals will remain hot for hours, radiating warmth. The fire's end is not an end at all, just a transformation. You shift in your chair one more time, adjusting to find the perfect position. The chair seems to adjust with you, accommodating your body perfectly. The blanket slides higher, tucking up under your chin. You feel cocooned, swaddled, protected. The cabin wraps around you. The night wraps around the cabin. The forest wraps around the night. You are at the center of concentric circles of safety. Your breathing is so slow now, so deep. Each inhale brings in the cool, clean air of the cabin, and each exhale releases anything you no longer need. You can feel your breath moving through your body, filling your lungs completely, then emptying them just as completely. There is something meditative about this, something ancient and calming. Breath is life, and in this moment, you are fully alive and fully at peace. The snow outside has settled into a steady, gentle fall. Not a blizzard, nothing dramatic, just a persistent whisper of white against the darkness. Each flake is unique, you know, though you cannot see their individual structures from here. Each one a tiny miracle of crystalline geometry, formed in the clouds and now making its way to Earth. Millions of them, billions of them, all part of this one quiet snowfall. You think about the forest creatures, wondering where they are on this winter night. The deer are likely bedded down in sheltered thickets, their bodies curled and conserving warmth. The rabbits might be in their burrows beneath the snow, snug in networks of tunnels. Birds are tucked into whatever shelter they can find, their feathers fluffed for maximum insulation. Everything that can rest is resting. Everything that can sleep is sleeping. And soon you will join them. But for now, you remain in this delicious state of drowsy contentment. Your body feels heavy and light at the same time. An interesting paradox. Heavy because you are so relaxed, your muscles at complete rest. Light because you are not holding on to anything, not gripping or tensing or bracing against anything. You are simply allowing yourself to be held by the chair, by the cabin, by this moment. The fire's light plays across the ceiling, creating moving patterns of amber and shadow. You tilt your head back slightly to watch, and the patterns seem to swirl and dance, never still, always changing. It is hypnotic in the gentlest way, drawing your attention without demanding it. You could watch this forever, or you could close your eyes and just sense the light through your eyelids. Both are equally peaceful. Your mind touches on the concept of hygge, that Scandinavian idea of cozy contentment. You remember reading about it once, how it is not just about physical comfort, but about a state of mind, a way of being present with simple pleasures. That is what you are experiencing now. Perfect hygge, the warmth of the fire, the softness of the blanket, the shelter of the cabin, the beauty of the snow. All of these elements combining to create a feeling that goes beyond mere comfort into something approaching bliss. Time continues its strange, fluid behavior. You are not bored, despite having done nothing but sit here. There is something profoundly satisfying about doing nothing, about simply being. Modern life so rarely allows for this, always pushing for productivity, for achievement, for doing more. But here, in this cabin, the only thing required of you is to exist. And you are doing that perfectly. Your hands rest on the arms of the chair, and you become aware of the texture of the fabric beneath your palms. It is slightly nubby, worn soft by use, warm from your own body heat. You press down gently, feeling the firmness of the chair's structure beneath the padding. It is solid, reliable, built to last. Like the cabin itself, it has been made with care, designed to provide comfort for many years. The window draws your attention again, that portal between the warm interior and the cold exterior world. You notice how the glass has developed a slight fog around the edges, where the warm air of the cabin meets the cold glass. It creates a frame within a frame, softening the view even further. Through the clear center, the snow continues its eternal descent, each flake visible for just a moment in the light before it joins its companions on the ground. You wonder how deep the snow will be by morning. A few inches? More? It does not matter, really. You have everything you need here, and there is nowhere you have to be. The thought is wonderfully liberating. No obligations, no schedules, no demands. Just you, the cabin, and time stretching out as long as you need it to. Your eyelids droop closed again, and you let them stay that way for a while. The darkness is so restful, so welcoming. You can feel the warmth of the fire on your face, even through closed eyes. Your other senses become more acute when your eyes are closed. You hear the fire more clearly, the soft crackle and pop. You smell the wood smoke more distinctly. You feel the weight of the blanket more precisely. Everything sharpens and softens at the same time. A memory surfaces, gentle and warm. Perhaps it is from childhood, or perhaps from adulthood. It does not matter. What matters is the feeling it carries, a sense of being loved and safe. Maybe it is a memory of someone tucking you in at night, smoothing the blankets and kissing your forehead. Maybe it is a memory of falling asleep in the back seat of a car during a long drive, knowing that someone else was taking care of everything, that you could simply let go. The specific details are less important than the emotional truth of the memory. You have been cared for, you have been safe, you have been loved. And you are all of those things now, in this moment. The cabin cares for you, providing shelter and warmth. The fire keeps you safe from the cold. And there is love in this too, in the attention to detail, in the preparations that were made for your arrival, in the simple fact that this space exists for the purpose of providing rest and peace. You are worthy of this comfort, deserving of this peace. You do not have to earn it. It is yours simply because you are here. Your breathing has become even slower, deeper, each breath taking its own sweet time. There is no rush. You inhale, drawing air down deep into your belly, filling yourself with the cabin's warm air. You pause at the top of the breath, just for a moment. Then you exhale, long and slow, releasing everything, emptying completely. Another pause, this time in the space between breaths. Then the cycle begins again. In, pause, out, pause, in, pause, out, pause. This rhythm is ancient, the rhythm of the ocean, of the tides, of life itself. Your body knows this rhythm in its cells, in its bones. You are not controlling your breath so much as allowing it to find its natural pattern. And your body, wise and knowing, is choosing the rhythm of deep rest, the rhythm of approaching sleep. The fire has burned down even further now. The flames are smaller, more concentrated on the remaining wood, but the heat it produces has not diminished. The entire mass of the fireplace has absorbed warmth, the stones storing it and radiating it gently into the room. Even if the fire were to go out entirely, which it will not, the stones would keep the cabin warm for hours. This is old wisdom, the wisdom of thermal mass, of working with the properties of natural materials to create lasting comfort. You open your eyes briefly just to check on your surroundings, and everything is exactly as it should be. The fire burning low but steady, the snow falling gently outside, the cabin wrapped around you like a protective embrace. Satisfied, you let your eyes close again, sinking deeper into the chair, deeper into this state of profound relaxation. Your body has found its perfect temperature now. Not cold anywhere, not too hot anywhere. Just right, as the old story goes. The blanket over your legs is warm but not stifling. The air on your face is pleasantly cool, a nice contrast to the warmth of the rest of you. Your feet, tucked under you, are toasty and content. This balance of temperatures is part of what makes you so comfortable. Your body not having to work to regulate itself, everything in harmony. You think drowsily about the word sanctuary. This cabin is that. A sanctuary, a sacred space set apart from the ordinary world. Here, different rules apply. The rules of rest, of peace, of letting go. You have left behind the concerns of your everyday life. They will still be there when you return, but they cannot reach you here. This is a place out of time, a pocket of peace in a busy world. The snow accumulating outside is creating a kind of insulation, not just physical, but also emotional. Each inch of snow that falls adds to the sense of being cut off from everything else, of being in a separate reality. By morning, the world will be transformed, and you will be transformed too, renewed by deep rest and profound quiet. Your mind is starting to wander in that particular way it does when sleep is approaching. Thoughts become less linear, more dreamlike. You might think about the snow, and then suddenly you are thinking about clouds, and then about birds flying through clouds, and then about feathers, and each thought connects to the next in a way that makes sense in the moment, but might not make sense later. This is fine. This is good. This is your mind letting go of its need to be logical and controlled. Images might drift through your consciousness. The fire, of course, always the fire. Its light and warmth central to everything, but also other images. The dark shapes of the trees outside, their branches like arms raised to the sky. The stars, distant and cold but beautiful in their coldness. The cabin itself, seen from outside, a small point of light and warmth in a vast forest. And yourself, curled in your chair, a creature at rest, at peace. You feel yourself drifting now, truly drifting. It is a pleasant sensation, like floating on gentle water, supported and safe. Your body feels like it is sinking into the chair, becoming part of it. The boundaries between where you end and the chair begins seem less distinct. You are part of the cabin now, part of the fire, part of the winter night. Everything is connected, and you are at the center of that connection. The sounds around you are becoming part of a kind of lullaby. The fires crackle and pop, the soft sigh of the wind outside, the occasional creak of the cabin settling. These sounds do not disturb you, but rather comfort you, assuring you that everything is as it should be. The world is doing what it is supposed to do, and you are exactly where you are supposed to be. Your heart rate has slowed to match your breathing, a steady, peaceful rhythm. You can feel it in your chest, that reliable beat. No longer something you have to think about, but just something that is, like the falling snow or the burning fire. Your body knows how to do this, how to rest, how to let go. You do not have to teach it or direct it. You simply have to allow it, and you are doing that beautifully. The warmth of the cabin seems to have seeped all the way through you now, not just warming your skin, but warming you at some deeper level. Your bones feel warm, your muscles feel warm, even your thoughts, if thoughts can be said to have temperature, feel warm. Everything is suffused with this gentle, pervasive heat that is not just physical, but somehow emotional and spiritual as well. You think about the word home and what it means. Home is not just a place you realize, but a feeling. It is this feeling. The feeling of being exactly where you belong, of being safe and warm and at peace. You can carry this feeling with you when you leave the cabin, hold it in your heart as a memory and a promise. Whenever you need to, you can return here in your mind, can remember this moment, this fire, this perfect peace. But you do not need to think about leaving, not now. Now is for being here fully and completely. The future will take care of itself. The past is done and gone. There is only this eternal present moment, stretching out in all directions, containing everything you need. Your breath is barely visible now, the rise and fall of your chest, so gentle, so subtle. You are breathing the way you breathe in deep sleep, automatically, perfectly, your body taking exactly what it needs and releasing exactly what it does not. Each breath is a letting go, a small death and rebirth, the old air leaving and new air entering, the cycle of life itself played out thousands of times each day. The fire has become a bed of glowing coals now, with just a few small flames still licking at the last solid pieces of wood. The light in the room has shifted, becoming softer, more amber, the kind of light that exists in dreams. The shadows are deeper but not threatening. They are simply the other half of light, necessary and natural. Outside, the world is almost purely monochrome now. The darkness of the night sky, the white of the snow, the dark silhouettes of the trees. It is like a charcoal drawing, all values and contrasts, beautiful in its simplicity. The falling snow adds the only movement to this still scene, a gentle animation that is more soothing than stimulating. You realize that you are smiling, just slightly, a small upward curve of your lips. This is contentment, pure and simple. Not happiness in the sense of excitement or joy, but something deeper and quieter. Satisfaction, fulfillment. The sense that in this moment you lack nothing, want nothing, need nothing. You are complete. Your eyes open one more time, perhaps the last time before you move to the bedroom. You want to take one final look at this scene, to imprint it on your memory. The fire, burning low but faithful. The window, framing the winter night. The cabin, solid and protective around you. All of it comes together to create this perfect moment, and you are grateful for it, deeply and truly grateful. With a soft sigh, you begin to shift in your chair, preparing to stand. Your body is heavy with relaxation, and it takes a moment to unfold yourself from the comfortable position you have held for so long. The blanket slides from your lap, and you fold it carefully, draping it over the arm of the chair where you found it. Your legs are a bit stiff from being curled under you, and you stretch them out, feeling the pleasant pull of muscles lengthening. You stand slowly, taking your time, letting your body adjust to being upright. For a moment, you sway slightly, dizzy with drowsiness, but it passes quickly. You steady yourself with a hand on the back of the chair and look around the cabin one more time. Everything is in order. The fire is safe, burning behind its screen. The doors are locked. The cabin is secure. You move toward the bedroom, your steps slow and slightly shuffling, the walk of someone already half asleep. The bedroom door is open, and you can see into the space beyond. It is smaller than the main room, but just as cozy, dominated by a bed that looks impossibly inviting. The bed is made up with white sheets and a thick quilt in a pattern of stars and snowflakes, perfect for this winter retreat. Entering the bedroom, you notice that it is slightly cooler than the main room, the perfect temperature for sleeping. There is a small window here too, and through it you can see the snow still falling, eternal and patient. Next to the bed is a small table with a reading lamp, though you have no intention of reading. On the other side is another window, curtained but with the curtains open to the night. You approach the bed and pull back the quilt and sheets, revealing the clean white expanse of the bottom sheet. Just looking at it makes you feel even more tired, if that is possible. The bed is calling to you, promising comfort and deep rest. You sit on the edge of it, and the mattress gives beneath you in exactly the right way. Firm but not hard, soft but not too soft. You slip off your outer layer of clothing, down to whatever you sleep in, comfortable and loose. The air is cool on your skin for a moment, but you know that under the covers, you will be perfectly warm. You lift your legs onto the bed and slide between the sheets, and the sensation is extraordinary. The sheets are cool and smooth against your skin, crisp and clean. You lie back against the pillows, and they cradle your head perfectly, supporting your neck at just the right angle. You pull the quilt up over yourself, feeling its weight settle onto your body. It is substantial but not heavy, that perfect weight that makes you feel securely tucked in without feeling pinned down. You adjust it slightly, making sure it covers your shoulders, and then you settle, finding your favorite sleeping position. Perhaps on your side, perhaps on your back. It does not matter. The bed accommodates you perfectly, accepting your body and supporting it. The pillow is cool against your cheek. The sheets are warming from your body heat. The quilt is a gentle weight, and underneath it all, the mattress holds you, reliable and comfortable. You feel held on all sides, cocooned in comfort. This is nest-making at its finest, the human equivalent of the bird's nest or the rabbit's burrow, a place of perfect safety and rest. From here, you can see out the window above the bed. The snow is still falling, visible against the darkness of the night. You watch it for a moment, each flake's descent a tiny meditation. Fall, 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 endlessly falling, covering everything, making everything new. By morning, all footprints will be erased, all tracks covered. The world will be fresh and clean, a blank page. You think about sleep, about what it is and why we need it. Sleep is not an absence, not a nothing. It is a positive state, a necessary state, as important as waking. During sleep, your body repairs itself, heals itself, consolidates memories, processes emotions. Sleep is when you integrate the day's experiences, when you sort through everything and file it away or let it go. Sleep is essential, vital, a gift you give yourself. And you are ready for that gift now. You are ready to let go of consciousness, to surrender to sleep, to trust in the process that happens when you close your eyes and let yourself drift away. Your body knows what to do. It has done this thousands of times before. You do not have to control it or manage it. You simply have to allow it. You close your eyes, and the darkness is immediate and welcoming. Behind your closed lids, you can still sense the faint light from the main room, where the fire continues to burn, but it is distant now, not demanding your attention. You are in your own space, your own cocoon, ready for transformation. You begin to focus on your breathing again, but this time in a slightly different way. This time, you are breathing yourself into sleep. Each inhale is slow and deep, filling your lungs completely. You hold for just a moment at the top. Then, each exhale is even slower, longer than the inhale, emptying your lungs completely, releasing everything. And at the bottom, you hold again for just a moment before the next breath begins. In, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, Out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold. 2. In. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2. Out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold. 2. This pattern of breathing activates your parasympathetic nervous system, telling your body that it is safe to rest, that it is time to sleep. Your heart rate slows even further. Your blood pressure drops. Your muscles, already relaxed, relax even more, letting go of the last tiny bits of tension they were holding. You feel yourself sinking into the mattress, your body becoming heavier with each breath. It is as if gravity has increased, pulling you down, down, down into the support beneath you. But it is not an unpleasant sensation. It is comforting, this heaviness, this sense of being anchored to the earth, held safely in place. Your mind begins to quiet, thoughts spacing out, occurring less frequently, with more silence between them. You might think about the cabin, then nothing for a while, then about the snow, then nothing again. The spaces of nothing are growing longer, and you are falling into those spaces, disappearing into the quiet. Images might still drift through your consciousness, but they are dreamlike now, not quite coherent, not quite following the rules of waking logic. You might see the fire, but it is also somehow the stars, or the stars are also snowflakes, or all of these things are one thing, glowing and falling and warming all at once. This is the mind at the threshold of sleep, when the barriers between categories break down, when everything can be everything else. You might hear sounds, but they are distant now, as if coming from far away or from underwater. The wind outside, the cabin creaking, your own breath, all of it blending together into a kind of white noise, a background hum that supports sleep rather than disturbing it. These sounds are proof that the world continues, that everything is as it should be, that you are safe to let go. Your body has found its perfect position now, the position it wants to hold through the night. You have stopped shifting and adjusting. Everything is exactly right. Your spine is aligned. Your joints are comfortable. Your muscles are loose. You could stay like this for hours, and you will. The boundary between waking and sleeping is growing thin now, almost transparent. You are on one side, then the other, then both at once, then neither. This is the liminal space, the threshold, the border country. You will not be here long. Soon, you will cross over entirely, and sleep will claim you. Your breathing has become almost imperceptible now, so gentle, so soft. Each breath is barely a whisper, your lungs rising and falling with minimal effort. Your body has taken over completely, breathing for you, beating your heart for you, doing all the things it needs to do while you let go of control. The darkness behind your closed eyes is complete now. Not the darkness of night, but the darkness of sleep, deep and enveloping. It is not black exactly, but rather a kind of soft, velvety nothing, a space that is both empty and full at the same time. You are floating in this darkness, suspended, weightless, free. You think dimly, one last thought. You think about how lucky you are to be here, in this cabin, on this night, experiencing this perfect peace. You think about how you will remember this, how this night will become a touchstone, a place you can return to whenever you need to remember what true rest feels like. You think about how grateful you are, and then even that thought fades, dissolving into the darkness, becoming part of the nothing that surrounds you. There are no more thoughts. There is no more you, in a sense. There is only sleep, deep and dreamless and perfect, washing over you like a warm tide, carrying you away to a place beyond words, beyond consciousness, beyond anything except pure rest. The cabin stands solid around you, its walls protecting you from the cold. The fire burns low in the main room, keeping the space warm. The snow continues to fall outside, covering everything in white silence. And you, in your bed, in your cocoon of blankets, sleep. You sleep deeply and without dreaming, or if you dream, they are the gentle dreams that come in deep sleep, the kind you will not remember. Your body does its work, healing and repairing, consolidating and processing. Your mind rests, truly rests, for the first time in perhaps days or weeks. Every system in your body syncs to the rhythm of sleep, all of you working together in perfect harmony. Hours pass, though you have no awareness of time. The night deepens, then slowly begins to lighten again, though it is still dark. The snow eventually stops falling, the clouds clear, and the stars shine even brighter. The fire in the main room burns down to coals, then to ashes, though the stones remain warm. And through it all, you sleep. You sleep the way you were meant to sleep, the way your body needs to sleep, deep and restorative and complete. This is the gift of the cabin, the gift of this winter night. Not just shelter and warmth, but the opportunity for true rest, for the kind of sleep that heals not just the body, but the spirit as well. And as you sleep, the cabin watches over you. The walls stand firm. The roof sheds snow. The windows keep out the cold. The bed holds you safely. Everything is working together to ensure your rest, to protect your sleep, to give you what you need. This is what safety feels like. This is what peace feels like. This is what home feels like, even if this is not your home in the permanent sense. For tonight, it is your home, your sanctuary, your place of perfect rest, and you are exactly where you belong. Sleep now, deep and long and peacefully. Let the winter wonderland continue outside while you rest within. Let the stars wheel overhead while you dream. Let the world turn while you are still. You have earned this rest. You deserve this peace. And it is yours, fully and completely, for as long as you need it. The night embraces you. The cabin protects you. The bed holds you. And sleep, deep sleep, carries you away to a place of pure rest, where nothing can disturb you, where everything is quiet and warm and safe. If this story has resonated with you, if it has helped you find even a moment of peace in your day or a pathway toward restful sleep, please consider showing your support with a like, and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May your sleep be deep, your dreams be gentle, and your rest be complete. Good night.
Driving the snowplow. Deep sleep story. The phone rang at 11:30, cutting through the quiet hum of the late-night news. Hank didn't startle. He'd been half expecting it, watching the weather radar on his laptop for the past hour, seeing that dense band of white and blue creeping in from the northwest. Heavy snow, the kind that falls thick and fast and doesn't stop until morning. He reached for the phone without taking his eyes off the screen. "Yeah, I see it," he said, before the dispatcher could even speak. "Figured you would," came Linda's voice, warm and knowing. She'd been working the overnight dispatch for almost as long as Hank had been driving. "We're calling everyone in. They're saying 8 to 12 inches by dawn. I'll be there in 20, Hank said. "Drive safe." He smiled at that. "Always do." The apartment was quiet when he stood, just the tick of the radiator, and the muffled sound of wind starting to pick up outside. Hank lived simply. A worn leather armchair facing the television, a small kitchen table with one chair, bookshelves lined with paperback thrillers and repair manuals. Everything in its place, everything orderly. He'd lived alone for 15 years now, since the divorce, and he'd made peace with the solitude. More than peace, he'd come to prefer it. He moved through the apartment with practiced efficiency, no wasted motion. First, the base layer, thermal underwear, top and bottom, soft and gray. Then the Carhartt work pants, heavy canvas worn smooth at the knees. A flannel shirt, forest green, thick enough to trap warmth. Wool socks, the good ones from the outdoor store, pulled up high. His work boots, Timberlands with thinsulate lining, laces double knotted. The insulated jacket came last, orange and brown, reflective strips across the chest and back. In the bathroom, he splashed cold water on his face, ran wet hands through his hair. Gray at the temples now, more salt than pepper. 53 years old, 20 of them spent behind the wheel of a plow truck. He looked at himself in the mirror for just a moment, then flicked off the light. The truck he drove to the depot, his personal vehicle, a 10-year-old Ford pickup, was already dusted with white. Fat flakes drifting down lazy and slow, the kind that meant business. No wind yet, just vertical descent, building steadily. He brushed off the windshield with his forearm, climbed in, started the engine. The cold bit at his exposed skin for the few seconds before the heater kicked on. The streets were quiet. Monday night, nearly midnight, and most sensible people were already in bed. The traffic lights blinked yellow at the empty intersections, reflecting off the thin layer of snow beginning to accumulate on the pavement. Hank drove slowly, deliberately, watching the way his tires tracked through the white. Not slippery yet, but getting there. He passed the corner diner where he usually grabbed breakfast after his shifts. Dark now, chairs upturned on tables, the neon sign in the window glowing red. Closed. Past the post office, the library, the bank with its stone columns. All the familiar landmarks of a small town, population 8,000, the kind of place where people knew your name and your business, and you'd given up minding about either a long time ago. The last bar on Main Street was just closing, a cluster of people bundling into coats and hurrying to their cars. Hank recognized a few faces in his headlights. Tom from the hardware store, the Brennan sisters who ran the flower shop. They'd all be waking up to clear driveways and sidewalks, safe in their homes because he and the other drivers would spend the night making sure the roads were passable. The thought settled into his chest, warm and solid. Purpose. That's what this job gave him. Tangible, visible purpose. The municipal garage sat at the edge of town, a sprawling metal building with 6 large bay doors. 3 were open, light spilling out onto the snow. Hank pulled into the lot and parked beside the other personal vehicles already there. He could see movement inside, hear the echo of voices and the rumble of diesel engines warming up. He walked into the warmth and noise, nodding to the other drivers. Mike, young and eager, checking his phone. Daryl, quiet and methodical, already in his truck. Susan, the only woman on the crew, drinking coffee from an enormous travel mug. They didn't say much to each other, didn't need to. They all knew the drill. Hank walked to bay number 4, and there she was. Big red, a 2008 International Work Star, painted municipal orange red, with a 10-foot straight blade mounted on the front and a salt spreader in the back. She was battered and scarred, rust showing through at the wheel wells, the paint scratched and faded. The driver's side door had a dent from where Hank had misjudged a snowbank 3 winters ago. The passenger mirror was held on with zip ties after a low-hanging branch had caught it last March. She was beautiful. "Hey, girl," Hank said softly, patting the hood as he walked around her. Pre-trip inspection, same as always. He checked the fluid levels under the hood, oil good, coolant good, windshield washer topped off. Walked around, checking the tires, the lights, the blade connection. He climbed onto the back to make sure the salt spreader was full, the auger moving freely. Everything in order. He saved the best for last. Climbing up into the cab was like entering a familiar room, every detail memorized. The seat worn to the shape of his body, foam visible through a split in the vinyl. The steering wheel, wrapped in electrical tape, where the original covering had cracked away. The radio mounted under the dash, the CB receiver clipped to the sun visor. Coffee stains on the center console. A small plastic snow globe someone had given him years ago, secured with Velcro, the tiny town inside perpetually caught in a blizzard. He settled into the seat, adjusted the mirrors, though they were already right, adjusted them anyway, and reached for the ignition. The key turned. The engine cranked once, twice, then caught with a deep, throaty rumble that he felt in his chest more than heard. Big Red shook herself awake, the whole cab vibrating with that particular diesel rhythm, uneven and powerful. Hank let her idle, warming up while he programmed his route into the GPS unit mounted on the dashboard. Not that he needed it. He knew every street, every turn, every trouble spot. But protocol was protocol. He switched on the radio scanner to monitor the other drivers, checked the CB, tested the blade hydraulics up, down, angle left, angle right. Everything responded smoothly. The heater began pushing warm air through the vents, and Hank cracked his knuckles, rolled his shoulders. Outside the bay door, the snow was falling heavier now, thick flakes swirling in the lights. Linda's voice crackled over the radio. All units where at go. Standard winter storm routes, priority on main arteries first. Expected accumulation now at 10 to 14 inches. Stay safe out there. Hank picked up his radio mic. Unit 4, Big Red, heading out. He shifted into gear and the truck lurched forward with a diesel growl. The blade scraped against the concrete floor of the bay, then lifted clear as he touched the hydraulic control. Out into the night, into the storm, into the work he loved. The first pass down Main Street was always satisfying. The blade dropped with a heavy chunk, and Hank eased forward, feeling Big Red's weight and power as she pushed into the accumulated snow. It wasn't deep yet, maybe 2 inches, but it was coming down fast enough that he could already see the difference between where he'd driven and where he hadn't. The blade carved through the white, sending up a spray that caught in the headlights like a fountain of diamonds. The scrape and rumble of metal and pavement became the baseline rhythm, steady and constant. Behind him in the mirrors, he could see the clear, dark stripe of asphalt he was leaving, glistening wet where the blade had scraped clean. This was the part he loved most, the beginning. The virgin snow and the empty streets, and the whole night ahead. No traffic, no complications. Just him and Big Red and the work. He turned onto Maple Street, angling the blade to throw the snow toward the curb. The truck rocked slightly as the tires found purchase. Through the windshield, the world had narrowed to just the cone of his headlights and the swirling white beyond. Already the houses looked different under their mantles of snow. Softer, quieter, more like illustrations in a children's book than actual buildings where actual people slept. The radio in the cab crackled to life. Not the work radio, but the AM/FM unit tuned to WSNW, the only station that broadcast overnight in this part of the state. And that was Winter Wonderland by the Dave Brubeck Quartet. Came a gravelly voice, smooth as aged whiskey. You're listening to Charlie Midnight, keeping you company through these small hours here on WSNW. It's 12:17 a.m. And folks, it is really coming down out there. If you're just joining us, we're under a winter storm warning until 6 a.m. with expected accumulations of 8 to 12 inches. So stay inside where it's warm and let me keep you company with some holiday classics. Hank smiled, Charlie Midnight. Real name Charlie Morrison. Used to teach high school English until he retired and took this gig for something to do. Hank had never met him, but he felt like he knew him, the way you can know someone through their voice alone. Charlie had been his companion through hundreds of overnight shifts, his rambling commentary and terrible dad jokes of comfort in the isolation. Now, Charlie continued, I know what you're thinking. Charlie, are you going to play Winter Wonderland again? And the answer is yes. Yes, I am. But not right now. Right now, let's hear Bing Crosby, Dreaming of a White Christmas ... double quotes. The familiar melody filled the cab, and Hank hummed along tunelessly as he guided Big Red through the residential streets. Left on Oak, right on Birch, straight through on Pine. The snow was accumulating faster now, and he could feel the truck working harder to push it aside. Good. This was what she was built for. He passed house after house, dark except for the glow of Christmas lights. Blues and golds and reds and greens strung along gutters, wound around porch railings, outlining windows. In some windows he could see Christmas trees, their lights twinkling in the darkness. In others, the blue flicker of a television suggested someone else was awake, watching the storm, maybe watching for him. At the corner of Birch and 3rd, a woman stood at her window, silhouetted against the warm interior light. She raised a hand as Hank passed, and he lifted 2 fingers from the steering wheel in acknowledgement. He didn't know her name, but she was always there on storm nights, watching. He imagined she had someone on the roads she was worried about. A son or daughter driving home for the holidays, maybe. Or maybe she just couldn't sleep and found comfort in watching the plows go by, evidence that someone was out there taking care of things. The thought made him sit a little straighter. Guardian. That's what one of the old-timers had called this job when Hank first started. We're guardians, Ned had said, his weathered face serious. People sleep sound, because they know we out here making sure they can get where they need to go come morning. Don't ever forget that. Hank hadn't. He turned onto Elm Street, a narrow residential road lined with old maples, their bare branches now heavy with snow. And there, right at the edge of the curb, maybe 6 inches onto the street itself, stood a snowman. A good one, too. 3 solid spheres stacked high, nearly 4 feet tall. Stick arms, a carrot nose, button eyes that might have been rocks or actual buttons. A red scarf wrapped around its neck, and a battered top hat perched on its head at a jaunty angle. Some kid had put real effort into this one. Some kid had also built it way too close to the road. Hank slowed Big Red to a crawl, assessing the situation. He could see the snowman's base, the bottom sphere, extending maybe 4 inches into what would normally be the travel lane. If he just kept going with the blade down, Frosty would be decapitated in about 3 seconds. All right, buddy, Hank said aloud. Let's see if we can't avoid taking your head off. He angled the blade slightly left, steering right to compensate, bringing Big Red as close to the center line as he dared. The truck lumbered past, and Hank watched in his side mirror as the blade S edge missed the snowman by maybe 8 inches. Watch your toes there, friend, he muttered. That's as close as you're getting. In his mind, he could see the kid who'd built it. Mittened hands packing snow, face red with cold and effort. Coming out in the morning to find it still standing, miraculous and intact, despite the plow going through. He hoped the parents would think to move it farther from the road before the next pass. Charlie Midnight's voice returned. That was Bing, of course, the voice of Christmas himself. Now I've got a riddle for you night owls out there. What do snowmen eat for breakfast? Hank waited, smiling despite himself. Frosted Flakes. Charlie delivered the punchline with obvious delight at his own joke. I'll be here all night, folks. Well, until 6 a.m. anyway. Coming up after this short break, we've got a folk rendition of Good King Wenceslas that I guarantee you've never heard before. The rhythm of the work settled over Hank like a comfortable blanket. Forward, laid down, push, lift, reverse, angle, forward again. The movements became automatic, his hands and feet operating the controls without conscious thought. Big Red's engine maintained its steady rumble, and the blade scraped and sang against the pavement, and the snow kept falling in the headlights. Time did strange things out here in the darkness. Minutes could stretch into what felt like hours or compress into nothing. Hank had no idea if he'd been driving for 30 minutes or 90 when he finished the residential section and turned back toward the main routes. It didn't matter. There was only the work, and the work was enough. He ran through Main Street again, the snow already beginning to reaccumulate, but not badly. Just a dusting over the wet pavement. He'd need to come back through every hour or so, keep it clear. The truck's dashboard clock read 1:48 a.m. The storm showed no signs of letting up. If anything, the snow was falling even harder now, visibility dropping to maybe 30 feet, even with the high beams on. The world became very small. Just a cab, warm and loud and smelling of diesel and old coffee, and the faint metallic tang of the heater running full blast. Beyond the windshield, the swirling white. Above, the yellow glow of the streetlights creating halos in the storm. Everything else was darkness and snow and the steady work of the blade. Hank's mind drifted the way it always did on long shifts. He thought about the first time he'd sat in a truck like this 20 years ago now. Fresh off the divorce, looking for work, any work, something to fill the days and pay the bills. He'd had no experience, no particular skills, just a clean driving record and a willingness to work nights and weekends. Ned had been his trainer, an old man even then, probably 70, but still driving shifts because he said retirement was boring. Ned had taught him everything. How to read the snow, the difference between powder and pack and ice. How to feel what the blade was doing through the vibrations in the steering wheel. How to anticipate drifts and black ice and the dozen other hazards that came with the job. How to take care of the truck, talk to her, treat her right. She'll take care of you if you take care of her, Ned had said, patting the dashboard of whatever truck they'd been in. These girls, they're tough, but they got feelings. You treat 'em rough, they'll let you down when you need 'em most. You treat 'em right, they'll run forever. Hank had thought it was nonsense at first. Then he'd spent a winter behind the wheel and understood completely. Doing good, Red, he said now, patting the dashboard the way Ned used to do. Real good. The truck rumbled on, pushing through a deeper drift at the intersection of Main and Route 9. Hank felt her hesitate just slightly, then power through, the blade never lifting. Reliable, steady, just like always. He passed the 24-hour gas station on Route 9, its fluorescent lights harsh and artificial in the darkness. The place looked like an island of civilization in a sea of white. A young guy was visible through the windows, restocking shelves, moving with the slow deliberation of someone trying to stay awake through a quiet shift. Hank made a decision and pulled in, parking Big Red off to the side. He needed a break, needed to stretch his legs, shake off the hypnotic pull of the work. The cold hit him like a wall when he opened the door, shocking after the warmth of the cab. Snow immediately began accumulating on his shoulders and hat as he walked to the building. The door chimed when he entered, and the young guy looked up from the shelf of motor oil he was organizing. Early 20s, probably a college student home for break, working a shift nobody else wanted. "Hey, you're one of the Plow drivers," the kid said, straightening up. "Man, I'm glad you guys are out there. It's really coming down." "It is," Hank agreed, pulling off his gloves. "Gonna be a long night. You want coffee? I just made a fresh pot maybe 20 minutes ago. Actually tastes decent for once." Hank shook his head. "Got my own in the truck, but thanks." He pulled his thermos from inside his jacket, unscrewed the top, still half full from what he'd brought from home. He poured a careful cup, steam rising in the cold air of the store. The kid was looking out the window at Big Red, her hazard lights blinking, snow already accumulating on her hood and roof. "How long you been doing this?" 20 years, give or take. "You like it?" Hank considered the question, sipping his coffee. It was still hot, strong enough to cut through the fatigue starting to gather at the edges of his consciousness. "Yeah," he said finally. "Yeah, I do. Doesn't it get lonely? Out there all night by yourself?" "Sometimes," Hank admitted. "But that's part of what I like about it. Quiet, peaceful. You see the world when most folks are asleep. There's something to that." The kid nodded like he understood, though Hank doubted he really did. You had to live it to understand it. The solitude that wasn't loneliness. The satisfaction of work that showed results immediately. Snow here, cleared there. The feeling of being part of something important, even if nobody would ever know your name. "Well," the kid said, "thanks for what you do. Seriously, my sister's driving in tomorrow from Pittsburgh. She wouldn't be able to make it if you guys weren't out here clearing things." Something warm settled in Hank's chest. "She'd make it," he said. "Roads'll be clear by morning." Back in the truck, Hank sat for a moment with the engine idling, watching the snow accumulate on the windshield, obscuring his view. He activated the wipers, thump, 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 and the world cleared again. He put Big Red in gear and pulled back onto Route 9, heading out toward the rural routes, the back roads that wound through farmland and forest. This was where the work got serious. No street lights out here. No houses every 100 feet. Just long stretches of two-lane road bordered by fields and fence lines and the occasional cluster of mailboxes marking a farm drive. The snow fell heavier away from town, or maybe it just seemed that way without the buildings to break the wind. The wind had picked up. Hank could feel it in the way Big Red rocked slightly on the road, see it in the way the snow no longer fell straight down but slanted, driving almost horizontal at times. Drifting would be a problem. It always was on these open roads. He downshifted, feeling the engine's note change, feeling Big Red dig in and push harder. The blades sent up rooster tails of snow, white fountains caught in the headlights. Beautiful in its own way, stark and clean and honest. Charlie Midnight came back on the radio. 2:33 a.m., and we're listening to some holiday classics here on WSNW. That was Good King Wenceslas by the Barrow Street Folk Ensemble. And if you recognize that one, you're either a folk music scholar, or you've been listening to me for way too long. Either way, I appreciate you. Now, back to a song we all know, Winter Wonderland, this time performed by ... Hank turned the volume down slightly. He'd heard this song 4 times already tonight. Charlie wasn't kidding about the limited rotation, but it didn't really matter. The radio was just company, a human voice in the darkness, proof that he wasn't the only person awake in the world. He thought about the other drivers out there right now. Mike would be running the east side routes. Darrell had the south end of town. Susan would be covering the industrial park and the warehouse district. All of them out there in their own trucks, following their own routes, doing the same work, connected by radio and purpose, even if they never saw each other all night. A deer appeared at the edge of the headlights, standing at the tree line. Hank's foot moved to the brake automatically, and Big Red slowed. The deer, a doe, judging by her size and the lack of antlers, watched the truck approach. Her eyes reflected the headlights, 2 points of green fire in the darkness. Hank brought the truck to a complete stop, maybe 20 feet away. They regarded each other. The doe's sides heaved with breathing. Snow gathered on her brown coat. She seemed unafraid, just curious, trying to determine if this large, rumbling machine was a threat. "Go on, sweetheart," Hank said quietly, though he knew she couldn't hear him through the glass and the engine noise. "Get somewhere safe." As if she'd understood, the doe turned with liquid grace and bounded across the road, her white tail flagging. She disappeared into the trees on the far side, leaving behind tracks that were already filling with fresh snow. Hank watched the spot where she'd vanished for another moment, then eased Big Red forward. The natural world carried on through storms like these, he knew. Deer and rabbits and foxes and owls, all finding their ways through the cold and snow. They didn't have plows or heated trucks or thermoses of coffee. They just endured, relying on fur and fat and instinct. There was something admirable in that, something that made his own work seem almost easy by comparison. The road wound through a section of forest, tall pines pressing close on both sides, their branches heavy with snow. The tunnel of trees made the darkness complete, and Hank's world shrank to just the section of road illuminated by his headlights. The blade scraped against pavement, then something else, a layer of ice forming under the snow. He felt it through the steering wheel, that different quality of vibration. Black ice, the real danger, invisible and lethal, hiding under the white. Hank's hands tightened slightly on the wheel, his attention sharpening. This is where experience mattered. This is where you had to really know your truck, know what she could handle and what she couldn't. He kept his speed steady, didn't brake suddenly, didn't make any jerky movements. Just steady pressure, steady forward motion, letting Big Red's weight and the blade's angle do the work. They emerged from the forest into open farmland, and Hank let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Fields stretched out on either side, white and unmarked except for the fence posts, marching away into the darkness. Somewhere out there, farmhouses stood dark and quiet, farmers sleeping the deep sleep of people who worked hard all day and would wake early to work hard again. Hank understood that kind of labor, the physical, tangible kind where you could see what you'd accomplished at the end of the day. A field plowed, a barn built, a road cleared. Work that mattered not because it was glamorous or well-paid or recognized, but because it needed doing. His father had been a carpenter, building houses with his hands until his knees and back gave out. His grandfather had worked in a mill, blue collar all the way back, men who came home tired and went to bed early and didn't complain. Hank had thought he'd escape that when he went to college, got his business degree, took that office job at the insurance company. Then the economy crashed and the company downsized, and suddenly his degree was worth less than the paper it was printed on. And around the same time, his marriage ended. Amicable enough but final, both of them acknowledging they'd become strangers living in the same house. And he'd found himself at 43 years old, starting over, taking any job he could get. Best thing that ever happened to him, as it turned out. The office job had been slowly killing something in him, he realized later. Some essential part of himself that needed to be outside, needed to be moving, needed to see results. He'd been dying behind that desk, and he hadn't even known it. The plow truck had saved him, given him back to himself. "Thank you for that," he said aloud, though he wasn't sure who he was thanking. The universe, maybe, or just luck. Big Red rumbled on through the storm, faithful as always. 3:47 a.m., according to the dashboard clock. The darkest part of the night, the hours when the world felt most abandoned, most isolated. Hank had been driving for over 4 hours, and the fatigue was starting to settle into his shoulders, his lower back. Not bad yet, nothing he couldn't handle, but present, accumulating like the snow on the untreated roads. He'd completed his rural loop and was heading back toward town, approaching from the north this time. The old stone bridge at Miller's Creek lay ahead, marking the transition from country to town. Hank had crossed that bridge thousands of times, knew every stone of its construction. Built in 1932 by the Civilian Conservation Corps, maintained carefully ever since. But as he came around the curve and his headlights swept across the bridge approach, he saw the problem. A drift, not just a little accumulation, a real drift, maybe 4 feet high and dense as concrete, packed by the wind that funneled through the creek valley. It completely blocked the entrance to the bridge, a solid wall of white. Hank stopped the truck 50 feet back and stared at the obstacle. This was the test. This is what separated the experienced drivers from the ones who would back up and radio for help. The drift was serious, but not impossible. Not if you knew what you were doing. He ran through the calculation in his mind, speed and angle and momentum. Too slow and he'd bog down, get stuck, needed tow. Too fast and he risked damage to the blade or the truck, or worse, losing control. It had to be just right. Goldilocks physics at 3:47 in the morning. Hank reversed the truck, giving himself room to build up speed. He angled the blade slightly, positioned it to cut into the drift rather than just smashing into it head-on. His hands were steady on the wheel. 20 years of experience, 20 years of learning Big Red's capabilities, all coming down to this moment. "All right, girl," he said. "Let's show this drift who's boss." He pressed the accelerator, feeling Big Red surge forward. The engine note rose from a rumble to a roar. Snow flew up from the tires. The speedometer climbed 15 miles per hour, 20, 25. The drift approached in the headlights, growing larger, more solid, more intimidating. At the last second, Hank had a moment of doubt. What if he'd miscalculated? What if the blade hit the drift? The impact shuddered through the entire truck, and for a heartbeat, Big Red hesitated. Hank kept his foot steady on the accelerator, kept the blade angle true. The engine roared. The tires fought for purchase. The whole truck shook like a terrier with a rat. And then they were through. The drift exploded into a million fragments, snow spraying everywhere, and Big Red burst out the other side like a whale breaching. Hank found himself laughing, actually laughing out loud, adrenaline and satisfaction and relief all mixing together in his chest. "That's my girl," he shouted, slapping the dashboard. "That's how it's done." Behind him, the drift was reduced to scattered piles on either side of a clear path to the bridge. Clean, perfect, professional. Hank guided Big Red across the old stone bridge, the truck's weight solid and reassuring on the ancient structure. The satisfaction settled deep, warm as the coffee in his thermos, solid as the bridge beneath his wheels. 4:16 a.m., less than 2 hours until dawn. Hank could feel it in the air, that subtle shift that happened before sunrise, some change in the quality of the darkness that was more felt than seen. The snow was still falling, but lighter now, the storm beginning to exhaust itself. He ran through the main streets of town again, clearing the fresh accumulation. Nothing major, just a couple of inches. The residential streets could wait until the next pass. Right now, he needed to make sure the priority routes were clear. Hospital access, fire station approaches, the road that led to the elementary school. Children would need to get to school safely. Or maybe school would be canceled. They had enough snow for that. But the buses would still need to be able to navigate the roads to pick up any kids whose parents hadn't heard the announcement. Either way, Hank would make sure the roads were clear. He thought about those kids sleeping in their beds right now, warm under blankets, dreaming of snow days and sledding and snowmen. They'd wake up to a world transformed, white and pristine and perfect. And they'd never know that someone had been out all night making sure they'd be safe. They didn't need to know. That was okay. That was part of the job. The town square lay ahead, the Christmas tree standing in the center, lights still glowing despite the hour. Someone had wrapped the whole tree in white lights this year, thousands of them, so the evergreen seemed to glow from within. A star sat atop it, gold and radiant. Around the square, the historic buildings stood watch. The courthouse with its clock tower, the old bank with its granite columns, the general store that had been operating in the same location since 1873. Hank took his time clearing the square, making sure every inch was scraped clean. This was the heart of town. This was where the Christmas Eve ceremony had taken place last night. Was it only last night? Already it felt like days ago, where children had sung carols, and the mayor had thrown the switch to light the tree, and everyone had gathered in their winter coats, breath steaming, faces glowing in the lights. The nativity scene sat on the courthouse lawn, wooden figures carved by some long-dead craftsman, painted and repainted over the decades. Mary and Joseph and the baby Jesus, shepherds and wise men, and an angel. All of them now dusted with snow, peaceful in the early morning darkness. Hank cleared the access roads around the square and moved on. Final routes now, the home stretch. Hospital access clear. Fire station clear, elementary school road clear. He checked off each priority in his mind, methodical and thorough. The radio crackled. Linda's voice sounding tired but satisfied. All units checking in. How are we looking out there? One by one, the drivers responded. Mike, east side clear. Daryl, south sector complete. Susan, industrial park done, heading back to depot. Hank picked up his mic. Unit 4, all priority routes clear, residential streets 80% complete. One more pass and we're done. Copy that, Hank. Good work, everyone. Storm's moving out. Should be clear by 6. Hank made his final residential pass, winding through the quiet streets one last time. The houses were still dark, families still sleeping, unaware of the work being done for them. He passed the snowman on Elm Street, still standing, still intact. He'd managed to preserve it through 3 passes now. That kid would be happy. And then, as he turned onto Maple Street for the last time, he saw it. The sky to the east, no longer pitch black. A gradual lightening, deep indigo giving way to something softer. Not quite gray. Not quite purple. Something in between. The first hint of dawn. Hank stopped the truck in the middle of the empty street and watched. You didn't often get to see the dawn when you worked the graveyard shift. Usually you were back at the depot by the time the sun came up, filling out paperwork, heading home. But sometimes, if the timing was right, you caught this moment. The world suspended between darkness and light. The color spread across the eastern sky, imperceptible at first, then undeniable. Indigo fading to violet, violet bleeding into rose. The clouds, low and heavy, caught the color and reflected it, turning the whole sky into a canvas. Pink and gold began to touch the tops of the trees, the roofs of the houses, the distant hills. The snow-covered world transformed under the changing light. What had been shades of gray and black became white and pink and gold. Every surface that had been marked by shadow began to glow. The icicles hanging from gutters turned to crystal. The snow on the branches became touched with fire. Hank sat in the cab of Big Red, engine rumbling, and watched the dawn break. Beautiful. Impossibly, undeniably beautiful. This was the earned beauty, the reward for the night's labor. This was the sunrise that most people slept through, the transformation that happened while the world dreamed. He thought about trying to describe it to someone, how inadequate any words would be. You had to see it yourself, experience it yourself, earn it through the long hours of darkness. Otherwise, it was just another sunrise. But if you'd been awake all night, if you'd worked through the storm, if you pushed snow, and cleared roads and kept the world safe while it slept, then this moment became transcendent. A pickup truck appeared in his mirrors, approaching from behind. Early riser, probably a farmer heading out to check on livestock. The truck slowed as it came alongside Big Red, and through the driver's side window, Hank caught a glimpse of a weathered face under a seed company cap. The farmer raised his hand from the steering wheel, a simple gesture, 2 fingers lifted in acknowledgement. The universal rural greeting that said, "Thank you," said, "I see you," said, "I know what you did out here tonight." Hank lifted his hand in return, the same 2-finger salute. No words needed. Just that moment of connection, driver to driver, worker to worker. The farmer accelerated gently past, his truck leaving fresh tracks in the thin layer of new snow, already dusting the cleared pavement. More vehicles began to appear. A sedan, probably a nurse heading to the hospital, day shift. A SUV with a family inside, kids' faces pressed to the windows, marveling at the snow. An elderly man in an old Buick, driving carefully, grateful for the clear roads. One by one they passed Hank, and most of them waved. Some honked their horns lightly, friendly, all of them able to travel safely because of the work he and the other drivers had done. The satisfaction was profound. Not pride, exactly. Not ego, just the deep, bone-level satisfaction of work well done, of purpose fulfilled, of being part of something larger than yourself. This was why he did it. This moment right here. The visible proof that what he did mattered. 5:52 a.m. Time to head back to the depot. Hank put Big Red in gear and turned toward the municipal garage. The town was waking up around him now. Lights coming on in windows. Smoke rising from chimneys as furnaces kicked on. People emerging onto porches to look at the snow, coffee mugs in hand, breath steaming. A boy in a puffy jacket burst out of a house on Oak Street and ran to a snowman in the front yard, jumping and pumping his fist, still standing. The snowman had survived. The boy looked around as if trying to find someone to share his joy with, and his eyes landed on Big Red rumbling past. He waved frantically, and Hank honked the horn twice in response. The boy's grin was visible even from inside the truck. The municipal garage appeared ahead, bay doors open, other trucks already returning. Hank guided Big Red into her bay and shut down the engine. The sudden silence was startling after hours of the diesel rumble. His ears rang slightly in the quiet. He sat for a moment in the cab, his hands still resting on the wheel. Outside, the world he'd helped make safe continued to wake, continued to move, continued to be. The snow had stopped falling completely now, and the sky was fully light, pale blue streaked with the remnants of pink and gold. "Good work, Red," Hank said quietly, patting the dashboard one final time. "See you tonight if the weather holds." The post-shift routine, blade up and secured, spreader emptied and cleaned, fluid levels checked one final time, paperwork logged, hours driven, routes completed, any issues noted. Nothing to report, smooth shift, good shift, the kind you hoped for every time but didn't always get. The other drivers were gathered around the coffee station, comparing notes, talking about drifts and close calls and difficult intersections. Hank poured himself a cup, more for the warmth than the caffeine. He was beyond caffeinated at this point, running on fumes and satisfaction. "Hell of a drift at Miller's Creek," he said to Darrell, who nodded knowingly. "Hit the same one on the South Bridge," Darrell said. "Thought I was going to need a push for a minute there. But you got through." "Yeah, always do." They stood in comfortable silence, drinking terrible garage coffee, too tired to say much more. There was no need. They'd all done the same work, faced the same challenges, earned the same satisfaction. The camaraderie of shared labor. 6:23 a.m. Hank tossed his empty cup in the trash and headed for his personal truck. The parking lot was covered in snow, but the main routes were clear, and that's what mattered. He'd be home in 10 minutes. 15 if he drove slow, which he would. No rush now. The work was done. The drive home took him through the town one more time, but now he was just another vehicle on the road. Not the guardian, not the night watchman. Just Hank, heading home to sleep while the world he'd helped preserve went about its day. He'd passed the diner, now open, people inside eating breakfast. The corner store, its parking lot being shoveled by a teenager with a snow shovel. The library not open yet, but someone visible through the windows, turning on lights, preparing for the day. Everything normal. Everything functional. Everything safe. His apartment felt warmer than usual when he let himself in, or maybe he was just colder than usual. The contrast startling. He pulled off his boots, left them by the door to dry, peeled off his jacket, his flannel, the thermal layers. The routine in reverse. In the bathroom he washed his face, brushed his teeth, stared at himself in the mirror. Red eyes, gray stubble, lines around his mouth and eyes. 53 years old, and it showed. But satisfied. That showed, too, in the set of his shoulders, the calm in his expression. The bedroom was quiet and dark, curtains drawn against the growing daylight. Hank set his alarm even though he probably wouldn't need it. His body would wake him in 6 or 7 hours no matter what. Circadian rhythm permanently adjusted to the night shift. He lay down on top of the covers, too tired to bother getting under them. The bed was soft and still, so different from the rumbling, vibrating cab of Big Red. The silence was almost disconcerting after 8 hours of engine noise. Outside, the world continued. Children building snowmen, parents shoveling driveways, travelers making their way to holiday gatherings, safe on the clear roads. All of them unaware of the man lying in the quiet apartment, exhausted and content, drifting toward sleep. Hank's last conscious thought was of the dawn, the way the light had painted the snow pink and gold. Beautiful, worth every hour of darkness that preceded it. His eyes closed. Outside, the town moved on. Inside, Hank slept the deep, dreamless sleep of someone who had worked hard and worked well, of someone who had done what needed doing, of someone who would do it all again, tonight, if the snow fell and the call came. The sleep of the guardian, the sleep of the satisfied, the sleep of a man who knew his purpose and lived it, night after night, storm after storm, season after season. The sleep of peace. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. Until next time, may your rest be deep and your dreams be peaceful. The day of doing absolutely nothing. A sleep story for burnout. The first thing that happened on that Saturday morning was the absence of the alarm. There was no jarring beep, no insistent buzzing, no cheerful marimba melody designed to gently rouse, but which always felt like an assault. Instead, there was only the slow, natural surfacing from sleep, the kind where consciousness returns in layers, where you drift up from dreams without being yanked. The second thing that happened was the light. Even before opening her eyes, Maya could tell something was different about the quality of the light filtering through her eyelids. It was brighter than usual, but softer somehow, diffused. Cool and white rather than the usual golden morning glow that slipped through her bedroom curtains. She opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling for a moment, letting her mind catch up with her body. It was Saturday. She didn't have to be anywhere. The relief of this fact settled over her like a warm blanket, but it lasted only a moment before the mental checklist began its familiar scroll. Groceries. The fridge was nearly empty, except for some questionable yogurt and half a carton of eggs. Laundry. The hamper in the bathroom was overflowing. She'd been wearing her last clean pair of comfortable jeans for 2 days now. That email to her colleague about the project timeline. The living room that needed vacuuming. The bathroom that needed scrubbing. The phone call to her mother she'd been putting off for a week. Maya sighed and pushed herself up to sitting, running a hand through her tangled hair. This was how it always was. Even on her days off, her mind immediately began organizing tasks, prioritizing errands, constructing elaborate schedules to maximize productivity. Rest was something you did after everything else was finished. Rest was the reward for completing the list. Except the list never ended. She swung her legs out of bed and stood, her bare feet finding the cool hardwood floor. She padded over to the window, intending to assess the weather and plan her grocery store trip accordingly, and pulled back the curtain. The world had disappeared. Where there should have been her quiet street with its neat row of parked cars and bare-branched trees, there was only white. Not the gentle white of a light snowfall, but an aggressive, swirling, all-consuming white that made it impossible to see more than a few feet beyond her window. The wind was hurling snow sideways in sheets, and drifts were already piled halfway up the cars parked along the street, transforming them into abstract sculptures, rounded and anonymous. "Oh," Maya said aloud, her breath fogging the cold window pane. She stood there for a long moment, watching the storm. It was hypnotic the way the snow moved, the way it seemed to erase the world. She couldn't see the house across the street. She couldn't see the street lights. There was only this wild, whirling white chaos, and the faint howl of wind that she could hear even through the old windows of her apartment. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand. She retrieved it and found a text from her friend Jun. "Holy snowpocalypse. Just got the alert all roads closed until further notice. City says stay home. Don't even try to drive. Guess our brunch is canceled." Maya read the message twice. Then she opened her weather app, which showed a severe winter storm warning with an alarming red banner. She checked the local news website. The headline read, "Historic snowstorm paralyzes city. All non-emergency travel banned." She walked back to the window, phone in hand, and looked out at the storm again. The facts arranged themselves in her mind with slow clarity. The roads were closed. The stores would be closed or inaccessible. She could not leave her apartment. Even if she wanted to do all those errands, all those tasks, all those necessary and responsible things she'd planned for her Saturday, she physically could not do them. She was trapped. And then something unexpected happened. Instead of frustration or anxiety, what washed over Maya was an enormous, overwhelming wave of relief. Her shoulders, which she hadn't realized were tensed up near her ears, dropped. The tight feeling in her chest loosened. She took a deep breath and felt it fill her lungs completely, felt her ribs expand, felt the air reach places that had been constricted for what felt like months. She couldn't leave. She didn't have to leave. Nature itself had given her permission to stay inside, to do nothing, to let all those tasks wait. It wasn't her fault. It wasn't laziness or poor time management or lack of discipline. It was a snowstorm. It was an act of God, an official citywide decree, a legitimate and indisputable reason to do absolutely nothing. Maya laughed, a short, surprised sound in the quiet of her bedroom. When was the last time she'd felt this? This permission, this release from obligation? She had to think back to childhood, to snow days when school was canceled. She remembered that feeling so clearly now, waking up to her mother's voice saying, "No school today, honey." Too much snow, the pure, uncomplicated joy of it. The way she could burrow back under her covers without guilt, could spend the day reading or playing or watching movies in her pajamas, could do absolutely nothing productive. And it was not only acceptable, but expected. When had that changed? When had days off become just another kind of work day, filled with chores and errands and obligations? When had she internalized the idea that her worth was measured by her productivity, that rest was something to be earned rather than something to be needed? Maya looked around her small bedroom with fresh eyes. Her apartment was tiny, just a one-bedroom in an old building with radiator heat and creaky floors, but it was hers. And right now, with the storm raging outside and nowhere to be, it felt like the safest place in the world. She went to the kitchen and made coffee, the routine of it soothing. Grinding the beans, the smell filling the small space. Boiling the water, waiting for it to reach the right temperature. Pouring it over the grounds in her small French press, watching the bloom, the way the coffee released its oils and aromas. Setting the timer, waiting. While the coffee steeped, she stood at her kitchen window and watched the storm. Her apartment was on the second floor, and from here she could see a slightly wider view of the chaos. The snow was coming down so thick and fast that it didn't even look like individual flakes anymore, just a solid mass of white movement. The wind bent the bare branches of the tree outside her building, making them dance and writhe like something alive. But inside everything was still, quiet, warm. The timer on her phone chimed. She pressed the plunger on the French press and poured herself a mug, the coffee dark and steaming. She added a splash of milk from the questionable container in her fridge. It smelled fine and carried the mug back to her bedroom window. She curled up in the old armchair she kept in the corner, pulled a blanket over her lap, and sat looking out at the storm while she sipped her coffee. The voice in her head tried to start the list again. You could at least organize your closet. You could finally go through those boxes in the storage area. You could deep clean the bathroom. You could catch up on work emails. But another voice, quieter but growing stronger, said, or you could do absolutely nothing. The idea felt radical, dangerous even. An entire day of doing nothing. Not productive nothing. Not the kind of rest that was really just preparation for more work, but genuine, intentional, unapologetic nothing. Maya thought about the research she'd read once, an article she'd skimmed during a lunch break at work. Something about how rest wasn't a luxury or a reward, but a biological necessity. How the brain needed downtime to process information, to consolidate memories, to heal and restore itself. How chronic stress and constant productivity literally damaged the body at a cellular level. She thought about her own life, the treadmill pace of it. Wake up, work, come home, do chores, maybe manage to see friends occasionally, fall into bed exhausted, repeat. Weekends were for catching up on everything that couldn't fit into the weekdays. There was always something to do, always somewhere to be, always some obligation or responsibility or task. And here was the storm, forcing a pause, giving her permission she'd never give herself. Okay, Maya said aloud, to herself, to the storm, to whatever forces in the universe had conspired to bury her city in snow. Today I'm going to rest, aggressively. From the doorway, her cat Thomas made a small chirping sound. He was a large orange tabby with a permanently skeptical expression, and he was looking at her now with what seemed like judgment. Don't give me that look, Maya told him. You rest aggressively every day. You're an expert. Thomas blinked slowly and walked into the room, his tail held high. He hopped up onto the arm of the chair and settled there, within petting distance. I'm going to have a spa day, Maya announced, warming to the theme. I'm going to do face masks and watch bad movies and build a pillow fort. I'm going to be so rested you won't even recognize me. Thomas's expression suggested he doubted this very much, but he began to purr when she scratched behind his ears. Maya finished her coffee and went to the bathroom, where she rummaged in the cabinet under the sink until she found the package of sheet face masks her sister had given her last Christmas. They'd been sitting unopened for months, because when did she ever have time for things like face masks? The package claimed they would hydrate and rejuvenate and restore luminosity. They showed a serene woman with a white sheet mask on her face, looking peaceful and beautiful. "Let's restore some luminosity," Maya said to Thomas, who had followed her to the bathroom and was now sitting in the doorway like a disapproving supervisor. She washed her face, opened one of the packages, and unfolded the mask. It was cold and slippery, drenched in some kind of serum that dripped onto her hands. The instructions said to apply it to clean skin and leave it on for 15 to 20 minutes. Maya positioned the mask on her face, trying to line up the eye holes and mouth opening. It was harder than it looked. The mask kept sliding to one side, and the serum made everything slippery. She finally got it more or less in place and looked at herself in the mirror. She looked ridiculous. The mask was too big for her face, sagging around the edges. Her eyes peered out from the holes like a confused ghost. Serum dripped down her neck. "What do you think?" she asked Thomas, turning to face him. "Luminous?" Thomas stared at her. He seemed alarmed. "It's supposed to be relaxing," Maya explained, trying to adjust the mask, which immediately slid down half an inch. "It's self-care. It's what people do when they rest." She walked back to the living room, trying to keep her head level so the mask wouldn't slide off completely. Thomas followed, maintaining his concerned distance. Maya sat down on the couch and tried to lean back, but the mask immediately began migrating toward her chin. She pushed it back up. It slid down again. The serum was so slippery that gravity seemed to have extra power over the mask, pulling it inexorably downward, no matter what she did. "You know what?" she said to Thomas, her words muffled slightly by the mask. "I think the women in the commercials must use some kind of adhesive, or they just lie perfectly still and don't talk. But what's the point of wearing a face mask if you have to be completely immobile? That's not relaxing. That's just a different kind of work." Thomas jumped up onto the couch and settled about 2 feet away from her, maintaining visual contact with the mask at all times. "Are you worried I'm melting?" Maya asked him. The mask slipped again. She caught it with one hand, holding it in place. "I'm not melting. It's just a face mask." "You're being very dramatic about this," Thomas meowed, a short, concerned sound. "I'm fine," Maya insisted. "This is self-care. This is what people who rest properly do. They apply cold, slippery masks to their faces and then sit very still and think restful thoughts." But as she said it, she started to laugh, because it was absurd. The mask was sliding off no matter what she did, leaving trails of serum down her neck and onto her shirt. Thomas was regarding her with what could only be described as judgment mixed with alarm. And she was sitting there, trying to justify this ridiculous activity to her cat, as if he were a stern supervisor evaluating her rest performance. She peeled the mask off completely, giving up. It had been on for maybe 5 minutes. Her face felt sticky and vaguely hydrated. She didn't feel rejuvenated so much as amused at herself. "You win," she told Thomas. "Face masks are overrated." She went to the bathroom and rinsed off the serum, then looked at herself in the mirror again. Her skin did look slightly plumper, slightly brighter. Or maybe that was just the laughter. Either way, she felt better than she had in weeks, and not because of the face mask. but because of the absurdity of it they permission to fail at, something that didn't matter the presence of her judgmental cat as witness to her ridiculous attempt at self-care. This, she thought, was what rest actually looked like. Not perfection, not Instagram-worthy serene moments, but messy, silly, genuine attempts to be human in your own space, without any pressure to do it right. Back in the living room, she looked around with fresh determination. The face mask had been a failure, but it had also been fun. What else could she do that was equally pointless and equally enjoyable? Her eyes landed on the pile of couch cushions and throw pillows scattered around her small living room. An idea formed, one that felt both childish and exactly right. "Thomas," she said, "I'm going to build a pillow fort." Thomas, who had finally relaxed after the face mask incident, looked up at her with what might have been resignation. "Don't judge me," Maya said. "When was the last time I did something just for fun, just because? I'm an adult. I pay taxes. I can build a pillow fort in my own living room if I want to." She started gathering supplies. The 3 cushions from her couch, the 2 from the armchair in her bedroom, all 5 throw pillows, her comforter from her bed, 2 extra blankets from the closet, the 4 dining chairs which she realized could serve as structural support. Thomas watched from a safe distance as Maya began to construct her fort. She positioned the chairs in a square around her coffee table, then draped the comforter over the top, creating a roof. She used the couch cushions to build up the walls, stacking them and angling them inward. She lined the floor with blankets and arranged the throw pillows inside. It looked pretty good, actually. Cozy, cave-like. She felt an absurd swell of pride. Now for the test. She got down on her hands and knees and crawled toward the opening she'd left in the front of the fort. This was where she discovered the first flaw in her plan. She was not a small child anymore. Her body, a perfectly average adult body, was significantly larger and less flexible than she'd accounted for in her architectural design. She tried to crawl inside. Her shoulders hit both sides of the opening simultaneously. She wiggled, trying to compress herself. One of the couch cushions fell inward. She readjusted, pushing it back into place with her elbow while trying to move forward at the same time. She got her upper body inside, but now her hips were stuck in the opening. She tried to pull herself forward with her arms, which made the throw pillows slide around beneath her. The comforter roof sagged ominously above her head. "This is fine," she muttered, even though she was currently wedged half in and half out of her pillow fort, bottom in the air, face pressed into a pillow that smelled like the lavender detergent she used. She gave one more wiggle and the entire front wall collapsed inward, burying her in cushions. From somewhere behind her, Thomas made a sound that might have been the cat equivalent of laughter. Maya lay there for a moment, face down in the wreckage of her fort, and then started laughing. Great, gasping laughs that shook her whole body. She rolled over onto her back, shoving pillows aside, staring up at her ceiling past the sagging comforter that was still somehow draped over the chairs. "Okay," she said to the ceiling, to Thomas, to herself. Attempt number 2. She sat up and surveyed the damage. The problem, she realized, was that she'd built a child-sized fort with adult-sized ambitions. What she needed was a larger opening and more internal space. She needed to think of this not as a cozy cave, but as a room with soft walls. She rebuilt this time using the couch itself as one wall and extending the fort outward from there. She removed one of the chairs to create a bigger entrance. She used books from her bookshelf to weigh down the corners of the comforter and keep it from sagging. She arranged the cushions more strategically, creating more of a padded border than actual walls. The second attempt was more successful. She crawled inside, still ungracefully, but successfully, and sat cross-legged in the center of her creation. The comforter roof glowed softly above her, diffusing the light from the living room. The pillows surrounded her like soft barriers against the world. It was dim and cozy and warm, and it smelled like her own laundry and the faint vanilla scent of the candles she sometimes burned. "Thomas," she called, "come see, I did it." Thomas appeared at the opening, peered inside skeptically, and then, to her surprise, carefully picked his way into the fort. He circled once, twice, and then settled himself on her lap, a warm, purring weight. "You approve?" Maya asked, scratching his head. Thomas closed his eyes and purred louder. Maya sat there in her pillow fort, adult woman that she was, with her cat on her lap, and a comforter roof above her head, and felt a happiness that was both silly and profound. When had she last done something like this? Something with no purpose except joy, no goal except fun, no measure of success except whether it made her smile. She'd brought her laptop into the fort with her, thinking she might watch a movie. But now she realized that getting back out to retrieve snacks or use the bathroom would require another undignified crawl through the opening. The fort was a flawed design for adult functionality, but perfect for staying put. "This is a design feature, not a bug," she told Thomas. "It forces you to commit to resting. You can't just pop in and out. You have to stay." Thomas, already deeply committed to resting, didn't bother opening his eyes. Maya opened her laptop and queued up a movie she'd been meaning to watch, something light and forgettable. But before she pressed play, she paused and just sat there for a moment, listening. Outside, the storm was still raging. Even from inside her pillow fort, even with the muffling effect of the cushions and blankets around her, she could hear it. The wind howled, a constant low moan punctuated by sharper gusts that rattled her windows. The snow hissed against the glass, millions of tiny impacts that created a sound like static, like white noise, like the world itself was dissolving into chaos. But inside there was only quiet, the hum of her refrigerator in the kitchen, barely audible, Thomas's purr, a small motor against her legs, her own breathing slow and even. The building's radiator ticked and hissed as it worked to keep the apartment warm, a comforting sound of shelter and protection. The contrast was striking. Out there, beyond her walls, nature was throwing a tantrum of epic proportions. The wind was strong enough to topple trees, the snow deep enough to trap cars, the cold fierce enough to be dangerous. The world outside was hostile, unlivable, chaotic. But in here she was safe, warm. Still, the storm couldn't touch her. It raged and howled and buried the city, and she sat in her pillow fort with her cat and felt nothing but peace. This was what shelter really meant, Maya thought. Not just a roof and walls, but this, the absolute security of being protected from the elements, the profound luxury of warmth when the world outside is freezing, the gift of stillness in the midst of chaos. She thought about her ancestors, whoever they were, centuries ago. They must have felt this same feeling during winter storms, huddled around fires in caves or huts or early houses. The same contrast between the dangerous outside and the safe inside. The same relief and gratitude for shelter. Something ancient in her responded to this moment, recognized it. This was survival, yes, but it was also more than that. It was the human ability to create safety, to carve out small pockets of warmth and peace in a world that was often cold and chaotic. She pressed play on her movie, but she found she wasn't really watching it. She was too aware of the present moment, too conscious of her own body and the space around her. She could feel the softness of the pillow beneath her, the weight of Thomas on her lap, the warmth of the blanket over her legs. She could feel her own heartbeat, slow and steady. She could feel the rise and fall of her breath. When was the last time she'd felt this present, this embodied? Usually her mind was somewhere else, planning the next thing, worrying about the last thing, running through lists and schedules and obligations. Her body was just a vehicle for her brain, something to be fed efficiently and moved from place to place. But right now, in this moment, she was fully here. In her body, in her space, in this singular experience of being alive on a day when the world was buried in snow. The movie played on, but Maya closed her eyes and just listened to the storm instead. The wind rose and fell like breathing, like the world itself was exhaling. The snow scratched at the windows with millions of tiny fingers, and underneath it all that profound silence that only snow can create, the way it muffles and absorbs sound, creates a kind of acoustic cocoon around everything it touches. She'd read once that fresh snow can absorb up to 60% of sound. Something about the air pockets between the snowflakes, the way the irregular surfaces scatter sound waves. The result was that everything became quieter during and after a snowstorm, as if the volume knob on the world had been turned down. Maya felt that quietness now, felt it in her bones. It was the opposite of the constant noise of her regular life, the hum of traffic and conversations and the buzz of her phone and the chatter of her own anxious thoughts. This was stillness at a level she rarely experienced, stillness that went beyond just the absence of sound. It was a kind of peace that seemed to slow down time itself. Thomas stirred on her lap, resettling himself with a small grunt. Maya opened her eyes and looked down at him, this creature who spent most of his life doing exactly this, resting, being present, existing without apology or guilt. "You've got it figured out," she told him softly. "Don't you?" And then, as if summoned by her moment of peace, the anxiety came creeping back. "You're wasting the day," said the voice in her head. "You're being lazy. You should at least be doing something productive. You could clean. You could organize. You could answer emails. You could make progress on something, anything. What are you doing sitting in a pillow fort like a child? You're an adult. Adults don't do this. This is irresponsible." The guilt rose up in her chest, familiar and suffocating. The feeling that she was doing something wrong by resting, that she hadn't earned this, that there were too many things left undone to justify spending a day doing nothing. Maya felt her shoulders tensing again, felt her jaw clenching. Thomas, sensitive to the change in her body, opened one eye and looked up at her. "Sorry," she whispered to him. "I'm having a moment." She took a deep breath, trying to calm the rising panic. But the voice was insistent, cataloging all the things she should be doing instead of this. The voice that had been trained into her by years of productivity culture, of being told that her worth was measured by her output, That rest was something you earned through work rather than something you needed to survive. She thought about arguing with the voice, justifying herself, explaining about the storm and the closed roads and the fact that she literally couldn't do errands even if she wanted to. But then she realized something. She didn't need to justify this. The storm wasn't the reason it was okay to rest. The storm was just the thing that had made it impossible to avoid resting. The truth was deeper than that. Maya reached for her phone, still in the pocket of her sweatpants, and opened a notes app. She started typing, not to send to anyone, just to capture the thought that was forming. Rest is not a reward you earn by working, she typed slowly, thinking through each word. It is a physical necessity you require to exist. She read the sentence back to herself. It seemed almost too simple, too obvious. But if it was so obvious, why had she spent years feeling guilty every time she tried to rest? Why did the voice in her head still insist that she had to earn the right to stop working? She thought about the research she'd read, the articles she'd skimmed. The science was clear. Human beings needed rest. Not as a luxury, not as a reward, but as a fundamental requirement for health. The brain needed downtime to consolidate memories, to process information, to clear out metabolic waste. The body needed rest to repair tissue, to regulate hormones, to maintain immune function. Chronic stress and constant activity weren't virtues. They were risks. They led to burnout, to illness, to depression and anxiety. Rest wasn't the opposite of productivity. It was the foundation of it. You couldn't be consistently productive without adequate rest any more than you could drive a car without ever putting gas in it. "Thomas," she said aloud, "I'm going to tell you something, and I want you to listen." Thomas's ear swiveled toward her, though his eyes remained closed. "I've been thinking about productivity all wrong," Maya continued. "I've been treating my body like a machine that should just keep running all the time. But bodies aren't machines. Bodies are living things that need rest and recovery. And not just physical rest, but mental rest. Rest from thinking, from planning, from optimizing and achieving and producing." Thomas purred in what she chose to interpret as agreement. "The storm didn't give me permission to rest," Maya said, working through the idea. "The storm just made it impossible to avoid resting. But the truth is, I don't need permission. I don't need a legitimate excuse. I need rest because I'm a human being with a human body and a human brain, and those things require rest to function. That's it. That's the whole reason." She felt something loosen in her chest as she said it. Not the guilt that was still there, stubborn and persistent, but the grip it had on her. The power it had to make her feel wrong for taking care of herself. "What if," she said to Thomas, "instead of asking, 'Have I earned this rest?' I asked, 'What does my body need right now?' What if rest was just a neutral thing I did when I needed it, like eating when I'm hungry or drinking when I'm thirsty?" Thomas opened both eyes now and looked at her with an expression that seemed to say, "Obviously. I've been telling you this the whole time." Maya laughed softly. "You're right. You're absolutely right." She set her phone aside and settled back against the pillows, pulling the blanket up higher. Outside, the storm continued its assault on the world, but in here, in her small fort of softness and warmth, with her cat on her lap and nowhere to be and nothing to do, Maya let herself simply exist. She didn't fight the guilt when it arose. She just noticed it, acknowledged it, and let it be there without acting on it. It was okay that she felt guilty. Feelings weren't facts. The guilt was just the echo of old training, old messages about worth and productivity that she'd internalized over years. It would take time to unlearn those messages, but she could start now, today, by simply practicing rest without justification. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. Time felt different here, elastic and strange. Maya's body sank deeper into relaxation. Her muscles, which she now realized had been carrying constant tension for months, began to release. Her breathing slowed. Her mind, given permission to stop planning and organizing and optimizing, began to wander in gentle, aimless ways. She thought about childhood summers, lazy and long. She thought about a trip to the ocean years ago, the sound of waves. She thought about nothing in particular, just let images and sensations drift through her awareness without attaching to any of them. This, she realized, was what meditation teachers meant when they talked about being present. Not forcing herself to focus, not disciplining her mind into submission, but simply allowing herself to be here now, aware of her experience without trying to control it. Thomas's purr continued, a small, steady vibration against her legs. She felt profoundly grateful for him in that moment, for his presence, for his modeling of how to rest without guilt. Cats knew things that humans had forgotten. They knew how to be still, how to rest completely, how to exist in a moment without worrying about the next one. The afternoon wore on. The storm showed no signs of stopping. Maya didn't move from her fort except once, a careful crawl out to use the bathroom and refill her water bottle. When she returned, Thomas was still there, maintaining his vigil of rest. She thought about making lunch, but she wasn't particularly hungry. She had some crackers and cheese in the fort with her, and she ate them slowly, mindfully tasting them in a way she usually did, and when she was eating while working or watching TV or scrolling through her phone. The cheese was sharp and creamy. The crackers were crisp and slightly salty. These simple flavors, fully experienced, felt like a revelation. When was the last time she'd actually tasted her food, instead of just consuming it as fuel? Everything about today felt like this, ordinary things becoming extraordinary through the simple act of paying attention to them. The warmth of her blanket, the softness of the pillows, the sound of the storm, the presence of her cat, the fact of her own body alive and breathing and here. As evening began to fall, she could tell by the quality of light changing, growing dimmer and bluer. Maya realized she was hungry for real food. She carefully extracted herself from the fort, leaving Thomas in sole possession, and went to her small kitchen. She had the ingredients for soup. Nothing fancy, just some vegetables that needed to be used, some broth, some pasta. She chopped and sautéed and simmered, and the simple domestic ritual of it felt soothing. No pressure to make it perfect or Instagram-worthy. Just food, prepared slowly, with attention. While the soup cooked, she stood at the kitchen window and watched the storm. It was fully dark now, and the snow looked almost otherworldly in the streetlights, swirling and dancing in the pools of yellow-orange light. The drifts had grown even higher. The cars on the street were completely buried, just vague lumps in the landscape. The city would dig itself out eventually. Roads would be plowed, cars would be excavated, life would resume its normal frantic pace. But not tonight. Tonight everything was still and silent and buried. Maya ladled soup into a bowl and carried it carefully back to her fort. She'd also made tea, chamomile with honey, which she brought in a sturdy mug that wouldn't tip easily on the uneven surface of her pillow floor. She crawled back inside, moving slowly to avoid spilling, and settled herself against the back wall of the fort with her dinner. Thomas, who had been sleeping, opened his eyes to assess whether the soup might be for him, determined it was not, and went back to sleep. Maya ate slowly, savoring each spoonful. The soup was simple but good, warm and comforting. The tea was exactly the right temperature, sweet and floral. She wasn't doing anything else while she ate. No TV, no phone, no reading. Just eating, just tasting, just experiencing the simple pleasure of warm food on a cold day. This was Haig, she thought. The Danish concept she'd read about, the idea of coziness and contentment and well-being found in simple pleasures, candles and warm drinks and soft textures, and the feeling of being safe and comfortable. It wasn't about luxury or expense. It was about this, a bowl of soup and a pillow fort while a storm raged outside. She finished eating and set the bowl aside, then leaned back against the cushions with her tea. The fort glowed softly around her, the comforter diffusing the light from her lamp. Thomas was a warm presence at her side. The storm was a distant howl beyond her walls, and Maya felt, for the first time and longer than she could remember, completely at peace. Not the peace of having finished all her tasks, of having earned her rest through productivity, but the peace of simply being, of existing in a moment without pressure or expectation or judgment, of recognizing that her body needed this, that she was allowed to need this, that needing rest was not a weakness or a failure, but a fundamental aspect of being human. She thought about tomorrow, when the storm would end and life would resume. The roads would be cleared, the stores would reopen, the list of tasks and errands would still be waiting. She would go back to work on Monday, back to the usual pace and pressure and constant forward motion. But something had shifted today. Some understanding had clicked into place that she didn't think she would forget. Rest was not something to feel guilty about. It was not a reward to be earned or a luxury to be indulged in only after everything else was done. It was a necessity as basic and essential as food or water or air. Her body needed rest. Her mind needed rest. And she was allowed to give herself that without justification, without earning it, without proving her worth through productivity first. The storm had been a teacher, not an inconvenience. It had forced her to stop, to be still, to remember what it felt like to exist without constantly doing. And the lesson wasn't that she should wait for a snowstorm to give herself permission to rest. The lesson was that she never needed permission in the first place. Maya reached down and stroked Thomas's soft fur. He purred louder, a sound of pure contentment. "Thank you," she told him, though she wasn't sure exactly what she was thanking him for being there, maybe, for modeling rest without guilt, for purring his approval when she finally figured out what he'd known all along. She finished her tea and set the mug aside. She pulled her blanket up higher and let herself sink into the pillows. Outside, the storm continued, but it felt very far away now. The wind howled and the snow fell and the world was buried in white. But inside her small fort, Maya was warm and safe and still. Her eyes grew heavy. She hadn't planned to sleep, not really, but her body was making its own decisions now, and what it wanted was rest. Real rest, deep rest, the kind of rest that came not from exhaustion, but from genuine peace. Thomas stirred and repositioned himself. curling into a tighter ball against her leg. His purr continued steady and rhythmic, a small perfect motor of contentment. Maya's last conscious thought, before sleep took her gently under, was how strange it was that it had taken a historic snowstorm to teach her something so simple and so essential, that she was allowed to rest, that she needed to rest. That rest was not a reward you earned by working, but a physical necessity you required to exist. And then she was asleep, there in her pillow fort, with her cat beside her, and the storm still raging outside, and the whole peaceful night ahead of her. Tomorrow the world would return, bright and cold and demanding, but tonight was perfect. Tonight was enough. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like, and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. Thank you for spending this time with Maya, with Thomas, and with the wisdom that sometimes the most productive thing we can do is nothing at all. Rest well